Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moment One, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding two of the three Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's ninth on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter. Because for an hour with the Tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Bill.
Oh, man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh, well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid. And I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot. Like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university, I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year, and I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships, and we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my like 4 flatmates went on Yahoo because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat. But still, $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah. A lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
Where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly, this is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It's quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player. Played a few tournaments on the side, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But yeah, so I was like, okay, I can't play on you know, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up, and I didn't really know much how to, you know, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, you know, can't take a week off poker. You know, I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. Played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites, because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came fifth, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale, because, you know, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, you know, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, you know, levels of. I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, you know, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like, also I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was very 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on, you know, I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that, and I played, you know, would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger.
Yeah. So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was a career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like? Or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No, no. Well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career, because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and, you know, catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence, really. So I went into the yeah, I went into the like dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and I kind of was my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone. And I knew my parents wouldn't, you know, probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, you know, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded. Stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I kind of I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which but I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible, so they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job, so I had to tell them, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans, so obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he wrote down every sort of all the money I had in every poker site, had all my bank account details, everything. And he gave me 6 months to see how much, essentially I'd increase my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, at the time, I guess I was like 20, 21 years old. And I was just like, all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just like, I've got to stay in and play poker. Like I have to play every day to just, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And yeah, luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for the my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, Vegas always gets you do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And yeah, that 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, yeah, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ender Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it good at Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. Yeah, as I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was the 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it, even the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online. And then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met, was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With 17 left, I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool. and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linden. And yeah, then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you were actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop, and Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes it straight now. But then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set. And Sam shoved all into me, and in my head, I was like, like in this spot, he never really. He either has an ace, or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff. And I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop, so I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked, and there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, not 6, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, oh, Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, Nido as well. As I'm walking up. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. You did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't the job. I was just doing what I loved doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanting to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, like making #1, we always thought, oh, wow, maybe, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, it was like to get #1, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroyd.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from #1, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link, because it was a fantastic video. You and Clarkatroyd were just bouncing off each other, because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well. Like you kind of,
Yeah.
if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of, even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who are like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't, we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why are you
in Manchester? This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present, because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till, I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna, like, he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well, because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both play the tournament. This was at the stage as well where I'm dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing, that he's sort of followed online, because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys. And on first break, we were all chatting, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this chip stack or whatever, and he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Just play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks. And after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting like two mates kind of thing, adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two. And then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted, because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to rail my dad, because he was still in. And at first he just wanted to make the money, he had a decent stack. And then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong, because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king 9, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Sarnar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x it on the button, like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmuth style. I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, oh, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes. And then Surinder's in the tank, because he's probably pot committed at this stage, made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds, but obviously he's not got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls, and they flip over the cards, and Surinder had like Jack 5 off, and I was like, oh wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that. Yeah. And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop, and it came 7-8-9. He just flopped the straight. And he was like, yeah, I told you, I knew. He's like, and then he doubled up there, and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand, and got to the final table, and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM, and my dad was just you know, going for it, putting them in a coffin, and ended up getting heads up, and yeah, the rest is history. Like, it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in, because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash for the next year of my life. I had to like focus more on live poker, because I was like, I can't have this for forever. Everyone he meet is he'd tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So yeah.
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of the Champions as well, and that's his only two Ender mob. Like that's the only two cash he's got on the Ender mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker, like, because he didn't really start playing much. He played like one World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys to buy a piece of him when he came over to see me in Vegas one year. And I think that's about it, really. So he's played like 3 or 4 live tournaments ever, cashed 2 of them and won one. I was like, must be nice. And then he always tells me, whenever I go and see him, I go to his house to play online or whatever, and he's playing online as well. And he'll be moaning about all these bad beats he's getting. He's saying, I'm the unluckiest poker player ever. And I'm just like, you do realize how good you ran to win that tournament. Like the
just
like 100 times to buy him, but yeah.
Brilliant. It was a fantastic story, and something we have actually mentioned it quite a few times whenever you do pop up or we're on the live stream, and we do mention yourself, and you've won something big, and we just have to quickly mention that the story of your dad is just, to me, it is one of the nicest and best stories of while we've done the GUKPTs. It really is.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, even all the highs and lows that I've had in poker, like, it's still like my most memorable moment. It wasn't even involving me directly. Like, it was just surreal. It was such a great day.
You touched on Australia. The Aussie Millions in 2011, 721 entries, final table, 7th for 173k. Were you a bit disappointed, or pretty pleased that you finished 7th out of such a massive field?
Mainly happy, because like that was the first time I've ever at that point made a big live final table, so it's such a buzz. And also, like, I was free rolling anyway, because on day one I was chatting with Toby Lewis, and he was kind of mugging off my live game, and I asked him to put his money where his mouth is, so he gave me 5-2, I think, on making day 2 of the tournament, because in that tournament it's quite hard to make day 2. It's a long day 1. But I was like, okay, I'm going to do good in this one. He was like, no, you're not. I'm not swapping you or whatever. And I was like, what the, So we had a bet. So I bet I was like, what's your max amount? And he said 5k. So I bet max amount 5k at 5-2 that I make day 2, and made day 2 of a good stack. Actually, it was kind of stupid of me. Like, most people, if they got that much money running on it, more than the buying of the tournament, would sort of, play tight near the end of the day. But I was telling my whole table that I had this bet. So then I was just pretending I had basically had the nuts every hand and just re-raising them and going crazy. Even on the last hand of the day, John Eames was on my table, and he knew about the bet, and he raised under the gun. And, we always give John shit for being a tight player. He's raised under the gun. He's the only person who covers me at the table. I've locked it up. There's no need to get involved. And I just see King 4 suited in the calf, and I had to free bet him and start barreling away, but he folded on the turn. So I was like, but I had absolutely nothing as well. So I showed him there, and he was just like, you're an idiot. But yeah, so I won the bet, and then made a deep run in the tournament. It was really fun. That tournament goes 6 max as well, which is my favorite game, with like on the final couple of days. So yeah, it was really cool. There was made the final table actually with James Keys, like well-known UK, blast from the past, and Patrick Antonius is on the final table as well, and I tried to bluff him. That was my big downfall. Tried to fight. To be fair, he tanked for a couple of minutes with trips, so it couldn't have been that bad a bluff. So I was trying to get him to fold a little bit of a worse hand than that. But yeah, so it was believable. But yeah, that was where it all started going wrong for me. And like, but you know, like still, it was a great score and an amazing experience. And you know, my friends were there watching and stuff, so it gave me the live poker bug and made me want to play more.
You said 2011 was probably the breakout year for yourselves. When you go to the World Series, you've just said that six match is probably your best game. Third out of 1,378 for 271, and also cashed in the 5K six match, finishing 11th. Incredible scores, and then 12 days later, so these three events are just going on and on and on. You just missed out on a bracelet, second out of 474 in the six match 10K. Three massive scores, but obviously the bracelet and the runner up. Was that a highlight low at the time?
No, definitely a highlight. Like the bracelet didn't, like, obviously it would have been nice, but it didn't mean as much to me then as it would a couple of years later, kind of thing. Like, I was just happy to finally, you know, I've been going every year and sort of losing money and then having to get it back online afterwards. And now, like, have, you know, like the buzz of the final table, all your friends watching, all the British Rail chanting. It was just, I just want.
Afternoon, everybody. There's no comms cam. We can press buttons, but we don't appear.
There you go.
But that's us. Afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the live stream. This is the very, very first hand of the cash. We'll run through everything. Please holler if you can hear us, and please say hello in the chat that you can hear us. Unfortunately, today you can't see us. We are on YouTube, we are on Twitch, we are on GUKPT.com.
Definitely leaving the car now, Benny.
Nice quiet room we've got as well, Tom. I'm not used to this. It's we're well away from the table.
We are away from everybody. So if you are there, you can see us. We are in the building. We're in Coventry. Good afternoon, everybody. We are in Coventry. We're at the old Rico Arena, which is now the CBS Arena. And this is our home for the week. Afternoon, Gail. Good evening, how are you? Hope things are well, Mum. Hope things are good.
She got to see me for a day.
A day?
Yeah.
A full day? A full day?
Oh, yeah, please. Oh, you knew already.
So we're five guys, but we're optional straddles unlimited. So we'll see how it goes. Lineup that we've got. Player in seat 1 and 5 yet to be filled, but at the moment in 2 we got Finney, in 3 Joe, 4 is Ben, 6 is James Jagger, 7 Ryan, 8 is Andy, and in 9 is Lee.
Awesome. This should be interesting. As you can see, the buy-ins are there. 5,000 for Andy, 3K for, that's Andy Cooper, isn't it?
Yes.
Who big cash play in and around these parts. So looking forward to that. So we are ready for a great session. It's 5-5. Is it an optional or a mandatory 10?
It's optional, but I think the table probably going to agree to make it mandatory. Tower.
Okay.
Expect to see straddle almost every hand, maybe the 20 getting on as well. 40 if we're lucky. We are underway. We are here for 6 hours.
Okay.
Straight through, no breaks for the cash game. There we are. Blinds are 5-5-10. So I'm guessing the tables agree to make it mandatory 10. Optional 20, 40, 80, whatever the guys want to do. At the moment we are 7-handed. The other 2 seats are going to be filled fairly shortly.
And what I should have said to you on the way, well, I know they can't see us out there, but what I should have said to you on now you're with us again.
Yeah.
I should have said Wittermate Panauni.
I still wouldn't know.
Because that means welcome back in Polish.
Oh, okay.
And I've been practicing.
You've been practicing more than me.
I've been practicing.
I know I picked up quite a few words, but just words, not really sentences. It's very difficult for me to understand.
You'll get there.
Yeah,
You'll get there.
How are we doing, hippie chick? Good evening, guys. I won't mention the Spurs. Yeah, please don't.
What happened? Oh yeah, they played in the FA Cup yesterday, didn't they?
You know that, Tower.
For 90 minutes and a bit more.
So no whole cards this hand, and there we are.
Well, there we are. We do have, obviously, with no comms cam, we have got a few cabling issues that the boys have been working on. So we will be at it again overnight and for the live stream of the GUKPT. You might see these two beautiful people sat behind the camera. Good evening, Emily.
How are we doing, Emily?
Good evening, Emily. Can we talk about how nice Ryan's shirt is? Did you buy it?
It's got a shark on it.
A shark?
Yeah.
Is that the way he plays? Yeah. Is that because how he plays at poker?
Queen 9. Oh, Queen 9.
Jagger's told him he's going to flick in the 200 straddle. It wouldn't surprise me, let me tell you. It would not surprise me in the slightest.
Snake, good evening. Nathan says, any news on the mini main FT? They're down to 7. I saw Francis at the cash desk.
What time did that start?
5 o'clock.
Oh, right,
Started
okay.
at 5 o'clock.
So we've gone from 9 to 7 in 2 hours.
9 to 7.
That's...
But the structure in the minis, we know Tower are great.
Yeah.
They're really, really good. Just still deep at the final table. It's what you want in a poker tournament. Still plenty of play left. And yeah, it's really, really good structure. Love the minis.
They are good. They is good.
So Lee bumping it up with Ace King makes it 60 quid. And Vinny happy to defend in the straddle with the Jack 8.
4, 5, 4, 2 clubs.
It's just the board's still going to be the best hand for us here as Lee. Not high at Ace King, so happy to continue this one, especially with the insurance of the Ace of Clubs. And Vinny, I say, has not much option, but Vinny likes to get involved and is going to pull out the float early on with position. 3 of spades on the turn. Probably a card that Lee is less inclined to double barrel on here. Going to have a lot of checks once this 3 rolls off. And there is the check, and Vinny after floating now is going to bluff the Jack higher, but for this size I don't think it's going to work. Tower, maybe if he sized up, Lee would be better of the Ace King, but getting 5.5 to 1 on the call here, we just can't go anywhere, and there is the call.
9 hearts on the river.
Yeah, well, Lee's got a pure check here, Tower. We've got no other option as Lee but to check this over to Vinny and just pray for the check behind that our ace high is good. But Vinny has got other ideas here now, and after firing this 3rd street for 125, what's got to be going through Lee's head? What hands are he going to have here? And Lee just too far down the range of hands he can have by that river. Thinks better of it, and well played, Vinny. Floating with the Jack high and barreling twice, gets it through.
I was watching you, and then I looked at...
Yeah, Dave, 15th for me yesterday. Day 2 buy-in. We had a little
another
spin up.
sick one again.
Well, it was a flip. It just come on the river. That's it. It was obviously counterfeited. 4s all in pre versus King Queen. Quite a hefty pot for 50 odd big blinds, and unfortunately couldn't fade the river. Ace 7 free, Ace turn, 7 river, counterfeiting us, and the King playing, unfortunately, for what would have been a 1.3 million chip pot, but it happens. We move on, we go again in Manchester.
Absolutely. We've got plenty of time, right? So most of the guys sat down with £2,000, couple sat down with 2.5, Ben with 2.5, Jagger with 3, Andy Cooper sat down with 5, like he did in the last one as well. So
was Andy Mr. 10 Deuce man in London?
Yes, indeed. Never folded 10 Deuce. Never folded 10 Deuce. So interestingly enough.
Yeah, this is nice and deep as well. I'm guessing they all agree for the 5-5-10 game at 250, 300 big blind deep poker, what we like to see. 9-5-4 the flop here, and don't expect Ben to continue this one once we go 4-way. Just happy to check, and Jagger smashes this one with overcard, flush draw, backdoor, straight draw. That should be that. Might get one call from Joe, but I think Vinny here actually going to come in Tower with the Queen Vinny. 6, and Joe now going to overcall here with bottom pair, backdoor straight draw.
All interesting watching cash. Obviously we do tournaments on a regular basis, but it's great to be watching the cash because it will be totally different. There will be a lot of wide variations on opening and holding cards as well. So looking forward to it.
Really like this from Jagger here. Double barreling the ace 8 of spades. Start targeting some 1 pair holdings. This 10 shouldn't really hit either player unless we're up against a hand like 10-9. So really nice little double barrel there from him, getting the bare hand to fold.
Afternoon, Sunray. Afternoon, Roberta. Hope everybody is good.
How are we doing, guys?
Hope everybody is well. Unfortunately, today, as you can see, you can't see us.
That's a good thing. That is a good thing.
That's a great thing. It is black. We have been assured that the team will be working on it for tomorrow. But we've got plenty of things to show you. We've got all kinds of things we can show you. We can flick buttons, loads galore, well, what's coming up and what's coming out and all that. So we'll have a flick through a little bit later. But I hope everybody is doing well. We have a full lineup of cash players. There is a list as well. I know that Matt Davenport wanted to get involved. He wanted to. You know a couple of players that wanted
yeah, I think Jamie Lee and Tim Chung are on the list as well. I think Jamie was meant to actually sit to start, but I think because he's getting a bit later, the floor's giving away the seats. And here they come, a couple of players coming in.
Who's that in seat 1? We will
find out.
Find out names, and it comes with a couple of racks of chips.
Yeah, if you get that spin, Nathan, buying them for day 2, if you get that first, well, in most cases, that first double, you're on your way. And
we're all drinking.
It was actually quite lucky for me. I bought in for 8 big blinds, and I wasn't at risk until like level, took like 6 hours into the day. Yeah, I got to walk first hand.
Unbelievable. Now I've got to mention this because you sit down with 8 bigs.
Yeah.
You know it's a gamble.
Yeah.
You know you've got to get
drawn in the big blind.
You know you've got to get lucky.
Yeah.
You get drawn in the big blind,
Yep.
which is the worst
Yep.
place you can ever have 8 big blinds to be. Well, you get a walk.
Yeah, get a walk first.
How does
hand.
that even happen?
I don't know.
How they're all sat there. You've got 8 bigs. Somebody surely is going to have a gamble, and then they sit there, fold. All right, then I've got to be folding again. He's like, hang on a minute, here we come all the way around. Yeah, you might as well give me a walk. All right then, fold.
Yeah.
And mate, that's just what you need when you sign that big blind. Because then, obviously, you then got just about a full orbit again to think about, to find nice spots.
That's exactly right, Tower. And then it's just all went very, very nice. Ended up getting 2 shoves through. Someone that was shorter than me ended up calling their all in, winning a flip. Then I won a big pot with trips, and I was just everything was going right. It was one of them days, and it does go like that sometimes. It can go the other way, but thoroughly enjoy the minis. Really, really good comps.
Yeah, everybody said the structure on the minis is just so good. So the clocks behind you that you can see on the wall, they're not for us. We're live streaming the cash tonight. There are 2 events on at this moment in time. Don't forget the Poker Live app, where you can check what tournaments are actually on. There's the 456 PLO that's running to the left hand side. Top left, as you can see, all them players there. They are in the PLO. That's 95 of them. And then the mini main is in, I think it's in the main card room, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in the cash game room, where they have the cash games. That's where the final is at the moment.
And then starting very soon will be the cash out satellite for the main event. So plenty going on. And if you want to play cash as well, that you don't want to be on this feature table because this is a little bit too big, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cash tables running at this moment in time. There's a 1-2, a 1-1, a 1-2, a 1-3 and a 5-5. So that's what's on at this moment in time. Swindon Rat busted in day 2 and loved the events. That's from the mini. It's fantastic. It really is. It really is.
30k up top in this one for 250 quid. It's you do have a deep run and you run good. Very, very good reward at the end of it.
Yeah, it's good for morale.
Omaha's going on in the background as well. 456 Omaha.
90 runs.
It's
brilliant. Honestly, and it's the only side event of a GUKPT that's kept on every since it started. Which just shows you. Everybody talks about Omaha and everything, so yeah, we're all going to play it. They've all turned out. 95 runners in this one. It's just superb. So we can chat to you, we can talk to you, we can answer any question you want. You just can't see us.
That's a good thing.
You just can't see. John Lowe, when is the Reading schedule being announced? Reading has been moved. We will get confirmation of Jim, but Reading has been moved from the end of April. It's not at the end of April anymore because I think it was something to do with the Easter weekend. It has been moved. Reading is now going to be in July. We will get the details this week.
Well, we got
What's happening here?
320 straddle on here, Tower.
What?
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 We have a
It's got
300,
5-5-10.
2040, 80, 160, 320, and Vinny, who was on the 320 straddle on the button. How's Jagger get kings in this spot? It's just Jagger getting kings on a 320 straddle, raises to 700, and Vinny defending with a 7-6, and he has caught a piece
Oh,
here.
he's got the 6 as well.
So this, with the SPR we're working with here, Jagger's just going to put it in. Wow, he's actually opted to check, and it's worked to perfection. I don't think Vinny would have folded anyway. The
all
plan
in,
that Vinny
and a
is
call.
captain a piece.
The Cowboys turned them straight over. It went 5-5-10, 20, 40, 80.
160, 320. You look down, you got the Cowboys, you got action from Vinny on the button, and we're now 80% to get a near double up. Does have Vinny covered, just fading 7s and 6s. Nice clean turn for Jagger. And the 9 on the river, and Jagger taking the first big one of the day. 3.9k pot going his way.
Wow.
With the kings. It's only a 12 big blind pop tower if you look at it in terms of the straddle, but in terms of the money in relation to the game that we're playing. Lovely start for him, and Vinny look, smiling away. You wouldn't think he's just lost 1,500 quid, but he's going to be reloading.
We might get that happening quite a lot this event. 5-5-10, 20, 40, 80, 160. Yeah, I'll make it 320. Look, and as Jay says, you look down, you got kings. Oh my days! Well, if that's what's to come for this session, the live stream is going to finish around about midnight, and then we'll get ready for day 1A tomorrow of the main event. So the live stream will be finishing at midnight. Not a bad start. Not a bad start.
Yeah, it's not the time you want to pick them out, like,
Well,
6-5 is out now, and 6-9 as well.
How was 8 in London? So,
yeah, really good. Yeah, really enjoyed it. The Vic, obviously very, very busy. Good to see Bobby James standing in for yourself as you're on your jollies. Did it snow as much as you thought when you were out Poland?
There was when we got there driving back from the airport. There was like snow and stuff, like a little bit of snow on the side of the roads, but well, it wasn't too cold.
I wanted to see you trudging through 3.5 foot of snow.
It wasn't that bad, to be fair. It was really, really nice. Everything out there as well was just so cheap, so cheap.
Yeah,
and food was nice.
Good.
I had about 100 Polish dumplings on my trip out there.
Did you really? Were you trying the local delicacies rather than just going to Mackey's or something like that?
Yeah.
Good.
We went to a few nice restaurants. Really enjoyed my time there.
Excellent.
And Jagger, gonna.
4-7.
Is
that a four bet?
Yeah, there is. There's 400. There's four pinks there. 4 bets to 475.
Yeah, I like it. This is nice from Jagger. Vinny in the cut-off. Going to be opening a whole host from what we've seen from him already. And Jagger will know Ben's competent and aware of that. So Ben doesn't need to have a hand as strong as 9s here. Ben can 3-bet out the small blind for value a lot wider than in a normal scenario versus this particular opponent. And Jagger going to be aware of that here. So picking a really nice candidate to come in with a cold 4 out of the big blind here facing the 3-bet from Ben. And Ben with the 9s getting this price out of position, happy to call and see a flop. And we've got an interesting one here, Tower, because we've got top here for Jagger, top pair, top kicker, and Ben gut shot here with his pocket nines, and Jagger can incorporate a check in with this hand in this 4-bet coup some of the time, or opt for a really small bet, and he's opted for the first option to check. Perfectly fine. Bit of deception in there. We can plausibly rep hands like ace king, ace queen that can check back this flop and get value from worse on later streets. This is where I do expect to see Jagger now firing here towers. Once again, shouldn't be going too large, anywhere around half pot, £400 or £500. What I'd like to see from him. Definitely some worse hands we can get called by in this spot, and Ben has one of those hands that we are going to get value from.
375.
Yeah, I like the size and choice, and Ben here with the nines. Be surprised if he didn't call once here tower in this particular scenario. Can't see him doing much else here other than calling. So you've got to think about hands that Jagger is going to check back flop and then fire here on the turn. But like a good competent player, they will have like queens, kings and aces here some of the time. They'll incorporate that into their check range on this particular board in a 4-bet situation, as well as like the hand Jagger has. Ben will be aware of that, but nine's just too good at the moment to be letting go. And this 7 of hearts on the river. Jagger still with the best hand, and now really dicey spot to come in for value. What are we trying to get called by? Are we ever going to get a call from Ben with like king jack suited or queen jack suited, and Jagger decides that that's not going to be the case, and Ben probably wouldn't have called with the nines anyway, so like the check as well there from Jagger. What a start to the session from him. He's in for 3k and he's up to 6.2 already.
Not bad.
James Jagger on fire to start the day.
How did meeting the in-laws go?
Yeah, really good, really good. The only problem was the slight,
the language barrier.
Yeah, but yeah, it was good. It was good.
What you got to realise is that every time Alice had a smirk on her face, and the parents were speaking in Polish, you knew they were talking about
No,
you.
the thing is, what kept happening, Tower, is they'd be speaking in Polish, and then I hear my name, just my name, randomly in a sentence, and I look at Alice, I'll be like, what are you talking about? And she like, every time I heard my name, I was like on her like a hawk, like thinking, what are they talking about?
Brilliant.
I learnt some Polish swear words as well, because I played the her sister's other half at FIFA.
All right, okay.
Yeah, he got taught a FIFA lesson, but we had a lot of fun.
So
with
you
it.
had a Polish lesson in swearing, did you?
Yeah, but played when we went round there. Played quite a bit of FIFA versus him, which was fun. Which is something different.
Yeah. Have you guys seen any of the mystery bounty tournaments in the US? Seems like a really fun concept. They've had them for quite a while, haven't they? Wasn't they? Who was the Brit that won the 10k or the 25k last year?
GUKPT.
That's right.
He won 2 mystery bounties, and he won the 25k and the 10k. What a life!
And isn't the one in Vegas?
There's for the
one bounty.
I'm going to be playing it for the WSOP. There's $1 million bounty comp, so you can knock someone out and potentially win $1 million just for.
So how does it work
out.
if there's only one bounty? Is it obviously it's a mystery bounty, so you don't know who it is?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's just random at the start of the day. They use an RNG for what player it's going to be on, and then if that player busts whoever knocks them out, they just say there's $1 million for you.
Wow.
Enjoy. But the one thing about that comp tower, it's $1,000 buy-in, so they're going to need 10,000 runners. Probably, I reckon, for that. That's what they're probably going to have to get, because I'm assuming it's not just a comp for the $1 million bounty. You'd need 1,000 runners just to make the $1 million bounty. I reckon they're going to need like another, just for the prize pool itself, another like 9k on top of that. But it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, I'm going to be playing it myself, so I'll let you know the ins and outs.
Yeah, the World Series has been announced. I know I tweeted and texted my good friend Kev Mouth over in Vegas, and he said it was coming out sometime in mid-March, but it came out a little bit earlier. And the full schedule has been announced if you do want to go to Vegas. And I know there's going to be a lot of sites that are running satellites all the time. It starts on the 31st of... The first event you can buy into, if you want to go for the first event you can buy into, is 100,000 buy.
I think I don't think I can afford that one tower. What about you?
Just thought I'd let you know. The first event you can buy into is 100k.
I have noticed there's a 250k though after. Yeah. I think it's after.
But the big one, the big one is the housewarming. You know, they've had the Colossus and they've had the party coming back, and now it's the housewarming. It's only $500, but it's $5 million guarantee. for a $500 buy. It's $5 million guarantee, but there's about 77 flights. So don't worry about not being able to buy into that one.
More flights than a dart shop.
No, absolutely. But there's plenty. It's the full schedule's online if you want to check it all out. Have a rummage through, and if you are going out to Vegas, then obviously good luck.
So interesting hand here, because the queens here could have definitely cold 4-bet here of Andy, but just choosing to flat this one after Vinny opened the queen 9 suited, Bobby choosing a nice 3-bet candidate, and Andy just choosing to cold call here with the queens. I think especially with Vinny in the pot, probably that's why he's lent more towards flat here rather than cold for him, wanting to keep Vinny in. Could be the reason that we just see the queens of Andy flat here, when a lot of the time probably going to be leaning more towards cold 4, but wanting to keep Vinny in the pot is what I'm assuming was the thought process.
Jack of Hearts on the river.
225.
Now goes for 225 for value, and queen high here for Vinny. Just can't do anything, but we do know he's capable. Is he thinking about raising potentially? Never call him with queen high.
Evening, Katie. She's just telling us that it's not on one certain player. The mystery bounty comes into play on day 2. And when you knock a player out, you pick an envelope, and one of them's got $1 million in it. Very nice. Good evening, Katie. I saw Katie posting an exclusive on her social media about the ladies'
apparently,
event.
we're going to be working it as well.
Apparently, she informed everybody that she's working with us.
Yeah.
Now, we've not agreed to this yet. We've not agreed to this yet, Katie. How do you know we're going to turn up? How do you know these things? Only kidding. Cannot wait for Goliath. We'll have plenty of news regarding Goliath. Jim is, I don't think he's here now. He's been here all day. They've had a walk through we've been through to the arena actually today. We've had a wander. We've seen where it's all going to happen. It's all had a new spruce, new carpet cleaning, paint job. The rooms have been made bigger. There's different. Oh, it looks amazing.
Might have to have a little look.
So yes, it's looking good for Goliath. The schedule is going to be fully released this weekend, but Katie has given everybody information about the ladies' event. That's going to be a 2-day event. They're going to play down to the final table, and then we're doing the comms on the final table the day after. Well, Katie's.
I'll be there with you, Katie. I'll be there.
Oh, I might join in then.
White Towers in a Joker suit, interviewing some superstar.
You know, it's.
Vinny definitely want to be involved in every pot.
Jake, money back.
Jake opening under the gun.
Give me my money back.
Oh, imagine a Jack Tower here, because Vinny's not folding a dummy and gut shot, that's for sure, and Jake's going to be continuing this one high frequency with this hand on this particular board. Oh, put a Jack out there, imagine.
2 of spades.
Really, really nice card to potentially double barrel on here for Jake, picking up nut flush draw to go with his Broadway draw, still with an overcard as well, so happy to double barrel this spot, good to see. Nice big size as well, sizing up, really putting some pressure on Vinny's Queen X that he can have in this spot. Perhaps some pocket pairs as well, 4s through 8s, hands like that. Obviously King X is never going to fold in this particular scenario, but Vinny just getting out of the way there with his dummy and gutter.
Love this dealer as well. He has the nicest coat ever. He has the nicest coat when he walks into work.
I've seen
it's a lovely fluffy coat. It's lovely.
Thanks Hippie Chick, all back safe.
Indeed.
Yeah, guys, this isn't a tournament. This is a cash game live stream, new fixture for the GUKPT.
Yes, this is not a tournament. This is cash. This is real hard cash.
Every Wednesday on the GUKPT, Tower and I will be streaming a cash game for each leg. And what we're going to try and do as well for every cash game, we're going to try and get the locals that usually play at this casino on the table. As you can see here, we've got Ben, we've got Lee, we've got Vinny, we've got Ryan, all locals too.
Yeah.
Coventry.
Somebody did say, "How did you get your name on the list?" Or was it hand-picked? No, the list was there. It was on social media for a while. I know a lot of the locals like Ryan and Ben and all have the names down pretty sharpish. So the list was out there. and you could have got your name on it. I know there were a couple last night saying, how do I get on the list? And I just pointed you in the right direction. Is Alan Vinny complaining in the building? No, not. This is cash. This is cash. Alan is, well, I've not seen him personally. I don't know if he's local to this area, but he's not in this cash game, that is for sure. So the lineup doesn't include Alan. Is he in the building? Not that I know. No, we only concentrate on a feature table. We don't have cameras roaming around the rest of the building. We only have a feature table, and obviously when we normally run a tournament, every 2 hours we have a different table. But this is a cash game where you might see nobody changing seats all night, which could make it pretty juicy.
Yeah, Lee just continuing there as he should be. High frequency on the Ace Queen 5 rainbow board, being the aggressor. XT to a gut shot, and Vinny with just 6 high. Can't do anything but get out the way. Yeah, you're right, Katie. Think optimistic. You'll be on the FT. We'll be commentating on you.
We'll mic you up on the final table. We'll have a hard wire coming straight through under the table, and then we'll do the comms live. Oh, Alan is in the building. He's on the mini final table. But no, we're not doing that table tonight. We are not doing that table tonight. We're live streaming cash on a Wednesday, so we'll just give you updates on the minute. Yes, I didn't realise because the minute is in a different room. I didn't know that he was in the building.
Yeah, six left in the mini now. 30k up top in that.
The McGaffers must be in the Omaha. He has to be. All right, you man. You're on the break. Are you in it? Are you chip leader? Yeah.
He wouldn't be here. Put it this way: if he had
four big blinds, if he had 4 big blinds, he wouldn't come and say hello, would he? How are you? That is true.
A 5-way action here. Bobby raising the Queen Jack to £30, getting called in 4 spots here. Lee with the best of it with the 9s and smashes this flop here. Lee flopping middle set on an ace high board. Dreamy for him, not only in the form of a set, but the one player you want to have top pair has top pair here, and no reason to check here for Lee. Want to start building a pot here. There can be plenty of ace-x out there. This is a cash game. Just start barreling our hand. Not often you make a set. We want to start getting value now, and especially with Vinny in the pot. Don't think we're going to see Vinny ever fold top pair. This particular opponent can always go backdoor 6-8 or backdoor A7. Well, there is the 7, and this is just a setup now, and Lee is going to be stacking Vinny. Dependent on sizing, actually, no, probably not going to get stacked. 1.5k, we're way too deep to get stacks in here, but Lee going to just want to go bet now and get the maximum here from Vinny. Love the size from Lee, really sizing up so we can go a big size on the river. Might even choose the shove river. Lee going to be about 1.2x pot working with, so against this particular opponent, especially after being called twice, Lee's going to be very aware now that Vinny is going to be very ace-x heavy in this particular scenario, and this deuce of spades on the river. And now Vinny actually going to lead here, so might potentially save himself some money, because the 2 9s that Lee has, 9x of spades is a thing, ace-x of spades is a thing. These 2 types of hands. It's a 750 from Vinny, and only £400 left behind. I don't think Lee's gonna shove for that reason. I think if Lee had 9s with a 9 of spades, more inclined to shove, but these 2 particular 9s, meaning 9x of spades is out there as well as ace-x of spades, just gonna see Lee call here, and can't ever see him fold in this spot in a million years versus this particular opponent. If you got it, you got it. If he rocks up with like 8-9 suited or ace-x suited off spades, it's just nice hand. But I think versus this particular opponent, from what I've seen from Vinny already, Lee's just never going to fold this spot tower. If he does, I'll be shocked. But I just can't see how we're ever going to fold versus Vinny. From what we've seen already, we saw him float and then barrel against us with the Jack 8 earlier on. No, he's not going to pass.
He's not passing.
I know what's going through his head. He doesn't expect Vinny to maybe ever have a bluff in this spot, but I guess Vinny can have worse value. He can have 5s, he can have ace-7, he can have ace-5, and these scenarios where we do start veering into that remit of beating value hands, we just can't be folding, and Lee gets the good news with the 9s, and Vinny, not been the best of starts for him. Lee like that, upper grand.
Absolutely.
A lovely little pot there for Lee French.
I normally roll up to my local very drunk. The majority, but yeah.
So this is a cash live stream. We started doing them at the end of last season, and that's what we're concentrating on today. Tomorrow will be the main event. For the main event this year is a straight 1,000 buy-in. It's a 1,000 buy-in for the main event, and there'll be plenty of runners, and we'll be concentrating on the main event from tomorrow. But this is cash. This is live cash table, and most of them started with £2,500. C8 started with 5,000, and unfortunately, C number 2 Vinny is pulling up again.
Yeah, Vinny in for 6k now, Tower. So. Here's Wilco coming over, he's been here all week. So Vinny reloading another 2k. So Vinny's had 3 2k pull-ups. So at the moment he's the big loser, losing 3.6. Lee's up a grand, Jagger's up 3 grand. Ben, Ryan and Joe sitting fairly steady. Ryan's small winner at the moment, as Vinny opts to call the £15 with the 10-7, because Jagger has the 20 straddle on. Happy to defend with position with the Queen Deuce of clubs. Having position on both Vinny and Joe, so happy to take this one post. And gets a nice flop as well. 5-3-3, 2 clubs. So Jagger flopping flush draw here, and just expect a fair amount of bets from him. But he has checked. Can't always bet our flush draw. Need to balance it out with checks some of the time. More often than not, I think we're going to be barreling this board, but Jagger just randomising in a check there with his Queen High flush draw, and this is where we are going to see Jagger fire. Can make the assumption that King X or 3X are going to start leading fairly often. So with Queen High here, we can start folding out some Ace Highs in our opponent's range, some better Queen Highs as well, like Queen Jack, Queen 10. Always good when we can get a better hand to fold, and Joe here with Ace 9 of hearts out of position, gets out of the way. Nice pick up from Jagger with the worst of it. Any questions throughout the stream, guys, about the festival coming up over the weekend? We got the main event, we've got side events, and obviously we'll be talking a little bit about the Goliath as well, which is getting closer and closer. Be nice to surpass 10,000 runners in that one. Really interested to see how many we get.
The straight's got there, the flush has got there. There's no big draws that miss, will there? 3-4 got there, 6-8 was there. It could have been all in on straight flush.
It's busy out there, let me tell you.
Yeah, they're like the Omahas.
Just been to look at the Omaha, nearly on 100 runs for the Omahas. Fantastic. It is fabulous out there. Poker Live app if you want to check all details regarding GUKPT events. And 115 in the Omaha. Said it was busy. This is a cash game all the way through until midnight.
thought you said 120.
It's on me, sorry about that. I thought it was on that.
So race to 125 from Jake in seat number 1, who comes about half an hour late, but sits down and gets involved. You start with 2.5. So not much change to his starting stack.
Jake started with 2k. So he won that pot against Vinny. Yeah, about 5-6 hands ago. It's a small winner at the moment.
Ace 7-5 flop.
Yeah, and Ryan going to potentially lose some chips in this one. Vinny flopping a top pair here with the ace 10, and going to have to call this bet from Vinny, especially with our backdoor clubs as well. Do have the worst of it, but can't be folding this spot as Ryan. Just have to call. Jake got an easy fold here with the Queen Jack suited. So Queen of Spades on the turn. Doesn't change anything. Ace 10 of Vinny still out in front, having Ryan's Ace Deuce of clubs out kicked. Then now going to come in for the double barrel, trying to get value from some worse Ace X out there. And, Ryan still with top pair, not folding versus this particular opponent. So happy to call again. Do have some chop out, 7 or 5 would chop this, but 8 of clubs on the river, meaning Vinny does get the check mark and doesn't go for the third street of value, and the Ace 10 is going to be good. Vinny gets a little bit back.
Feeling happy. Look at that. He's tapped the table. Get me a hand. I win. He gets some back.
Ryan's got 4.4 in front of him tower. He was in for 2, so I'm guessing that Ryan Mandara has reloaded for another 2k.
Yeah, he's not really holding hands with the other. Lee Holtz can see Vinny being down 10k by 10 o'clock. Well, it's he's just got a few back. He's just got a few back. This is the 5-5-10 no limit cash game. It's not a tournament. There won't be many changes in personnel during the evening.
Yeah, we've got 2 players on the list at the moment. Jamie Lee and Tim Chung are at the top of that list, so if a player does get up at any point, assuming they're still in the casino, they'll take the seat. So we should have a full table, full ring, 9-handed all night nonetheless.
Yeah, there will be no breaks, so me and Jay will just be nipping out whenever we need a 5-minute break just to wander out.
And I don't think you can see it, but there is a bottle of Grey Goose vodka in between Ryan and James Jagger, I've heard, apparently. Ryan and James are going to be on the drink tonight.
Oh my days.
So it could be a juicy one come 11-12 o'clock when the vodkas are flying a bit more frequently. But a lot of players at the table are drinking, which could mean a little more action.
Grey Goose sat with a £250 t-shirt on. What's all that about? Eh?
Hippie chick says, I hope you got a coat hanger for that price with it. Well, we saw Jagger get the kings on the 320 straddle. Haven't really seen too many monsters, but Bobby here with the Cowboys.
Bobby.
Such a dream as well. Vinny opening to 120. So Jagger actually, was it Jagger that had it on? £40 straddle on this hand tower. 5, 5, 10, 20, 40. Andy would have been the 40 straddle this hand. So Andy 40 straddling, Vinny raising the 6s, and Bobby getting the kings. Why do you always get kings on the straddle tower when the straddle's
That's
bumped
it,
up?
exactly. His bong's open this time. Look at this. We just flopped top set.
I don't think Vinny's getting stacked this hand though, like he did in the previous hand against kings. This interesting spot for Bobby. Obviously in this coup we can check this some of the time with blocking top pair, but against this particular opponent I much prefer this line, just betting very small, keeping the action on ourselves, and just trying to go bet and get, well,
just the quads.
Bet now. Maybe a bit optimistic after this king on the turn. I guess we are going to get another streak from Queen X versus Vinny here, so he might choose a really small size in here, Tal, so we can shove river, but chooses to check. Obviously we want to keep the heart draws in, the Jack 10 in, these type of holdings to try and get Vinny to make a strong hand on the river. The problem when you do have top quads is always trying to get paid, and how do you get this to happen? You're sitting there, there's 2k in the middle, you've got quad kings and you've got someone firing into you, and Vinny betting 4-7-5 here, and I'm guessing what this is here from Vinny Tower, he's thinking about folding out some ace jack, ace 10, denying equity to these type of hands that I guess Bobby can have in this particular scenario.
Always a call.
Yeah.
nobody out there wants to see the 6 on the river, do they?
Nah, it would be ill. It would be ill, but there's the 2 of diamonds. And just going to go check unless Bobby chooses to lead very small. And I'm guessing Vinny was firing that turn to check that river tower. He opted for a really small size, round 5th pot. And there's the check and quad kings for Bobby. Takes a 3k pot.
A big smile.
And kings tonight.
A big smile. So welcome along to the cash game. This will be running until midnight. And then tomorrow we'll have the GUKPT main event. You can't see our beautiful faces this week, unfortunately, but there's all sorts going on, as you can see. We'll have the camera fixed for tomorrow, so we'll have to go have a wash and a shave, and we'll make sure we're all preen and proper. There's plenty going on, as you can see right there, that Coventry GUKPT is on, and then Reading New Road, Glasgow and Reading South is also on as well. Goliath is coming up. We'll give you more information regarding Goliath this week. Katie has already announced the ladies event. On the Wednesday there is the Jokers Wild event. There's plenty more information regarding Goliath on its way over the weekend. And we'll be having discussions about what's going to be streamed on different days. Because a couple of days over the week we'll be concentrating on other final tables rather than just day ones of Goliath this year.
Alright, Ewan McNicholas in the chat. Haven't seen you.
Ewan.
I'll take it. You're going to be down for the main, or you're in Vegas with everyone else? What are you up to?
Mr. Ewan McNicholas.
He's got to be here for the main. He won the package last year. Of course, he's got to be here.
I do think that they're heading out of the country for quite a while. I know Jack Oliver spoke to us in London. They were down at the 888, and he was saying that Jack we probably wouldn't see him maybe once max for Goliath.
Oh, okay.
Because they're out of the country, they're going to be travelling round. We've got Vegas coming up, obviously.
There you go, going to Vegas on Tuesday. Good luck out there, mate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very good luck.
Absolutely good luck out there. Make it profitable and make it a good trip. You never know, you might see us in the summer. Jay's definitely going. Patel's trying to find some kind of sailing boat that's offering free trips across the Atlantic to get there. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens regarding Vegas. But Jay's definitely going because he's already got his eyes set on quite a few events plus the main. Plenty coming up. We'll show you the Coventry schedule as well over the course of this week. While we're just changing dealing, we've actually got Coventry schedule there. If you can see that,
get your specs on.
We know you can't see us today because we've had cabling issues. But we are on Wednesday, the 2nd of March. The PLO is on now. Mini main day 3 is down to 6. This cash out satellite is running as well, and this is the live stream cash game. Tomorrow's main event and the satellite, Friday's main event and the turbo main event, Saturday's main event and a £200 side event, and then Sunday the final day of the main event with the seniors and the bounty. So plenty going on here in Coventry. We'll bring you all the information and action live as it happens. Welcome aboard, everybody. Wherever you may be, whichever part of the world you are, hope it's well. Hope it's nice and sunny. Or even just a nice evening if you're sat around the corner in Coventry watching the live stream because your boyfriend's got a £250 t-shirt on.
Yeah. I think Alice is sat with her as well. I think they're both watching. Yeah, hopefully watching Ryan run it up.
Absolutely.
Yes, 20 straddle.
Bringing the action live on this cash game. Great to have the cash. Jay plays a lot of cash, which as we know makes a lot of sense when he's doing his analysis, but he plays a lot of cash as well.
Not too much hold'em nowadays, Sal, but still, once in a while get involved. in the old Hold'em cash games when they're going on, but still love doing the comms on it. It's good to see as well, like notables on here. You got Ben, you got Jagger, Brian, Lee, seeing how they all approach this game. Obviously Vinny is very good action, seeing how they navigate versus him on the streets. Queen 3 for Vinny there, catches Vinny there, just fires 400 into 290, gets it through. How are we doing, Tony? We're going Vegas, 29th of May onwards, honeymoon after the wedding, been every year since 2004.
Awesome. I was there in 2004, that was my first trip, and the last time the World Series were in Binions. 2004. I might have even been at your wedding. I might have been there.
Yeah. Swindon.
Walking past.
Yeah, Swindon. That was a long graft, that game. It was funny actually, because I was sat there like with everyone, and then about 20 hours later it was all new faces, and then some of the faces that had left like 12 hours ago started coming back the next day, and I was just still sat there in the game. But it was one of them games which were just too good to leave, and eventually we ended up winning quite a bit and thought it's bedtime for me. Yeah. It's funny when you're sat in a cash game and someone's left like 16 hours ago, and they come back to the same game and I'm still sat in the same seat, and they're like, "You're still here, Joey?" I'm like, "Yeah, still here," eyes half closed, like having a nap in between hands, little 15-second nap.
Yeah. Yeah, I won't be at the Battle of Malta, unfortunately, in May. I know a lot of people will be looking at the Battle of Malta. We're down in London for the 888 next festival. That's the end of April, beginning of May. That's when the first Battle of Malta on. There is a Battle of Malta in October, but not been announced yet. And the dates have not been verified yet, but it's definitely on.
Joe continuing here with the ace-9 suited, and Vinny with middle pair. Not going to go anywhere. What we've seen from him so far, he's happy to call with the best of it. And picks up gut shot to go with his middle pair. So even if faced with the double barrel here from Joe, can't see Vinny going anywhere. But definitely a card that expect Joe to slam the brakes on fairly often, especially against this particular opponent. And Vinny makes the straight on the river, catching 5 of diamonds, and now going to come in for value, and Joe just can't do anything here with ace-9. I've got a bone to pick with Guitar about the last 888 actually, because I tuned in and watched it 2 days back to back.
Yes.
And one day I was watching the stream and it was your birthday, and then the next day I was watching the stream and it was still your birthday, and you were always the one that said that you can't have 2 birthdays, the one after midnight.
That's right. That's right. I couldn't stop anybody wishing me happy birthday because we were streaming till 3 AM. I couldn't really stop anybody wishing me happy birthday, and then I woke up and it was still my birthday.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Simon got all that stick from you a couple of weeks before about it, and you get the same treatment a couple of weeks later.
Yeah, the streaming times are a little bit different in London. So, did you see the cake they brought out?
Yeah, I saw it.
How good was that? Nice little cake they brought out. It was good.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Bring some dice to grab it, have it nice. Can we do the next bottle as a gin? No, not me, sorry.
And here
just the boots.
First time today.
The boots are there.
And of course it's Mandara that gets them on the button. Run like Ryan, guys.
Run like Ryan.
And it's Vinny straddle as well, so it's even more dreamy. Like, it's just all these factors, and gets called in 2 spots, and he's got Queen 10 of clubs, so just calling in the small. Definitely this deep is a candidate we can free bet as well. And run like Ryan, easy as that. Ace Jack 6, rainbow.
That'll do nicely, says.
Just flopping top set. Choosing to check this one, hoping that someone can pick up a piece, and this is going to keep Andy involved. This 9 of clubs on the turn, and Andy now firing for 200 here, and Ryan with the stones, Vinny with the nut low. Not going to be continuing, I hope. There's the fold, and Ryan now with the aces, obviously blocking top pair heavily. So interested to see how he proceeds, and happy to just flat here, keep Andy's bluffs in. And he does have 8 or king on the river would be pretty ill, but it's a 9. It just gets better and better for Mandara. And Andy now bluffs for 200, third pot, making it look like he's got an ace-x hand, maybe trying to fold out some of Ryan's 10s, queens, kings, these type of holdings, as well as jack-x that Ryan's going to check quite fairly high frequency on this flop, and Ryan with the raise, and just a snap fold from Andy there with queen high, and aces full, good for Ryan. Absolutely beautiful run out.
Usually is.
Yeah.
Him and Sean have got one card faced up, and they've got 2 pairs.
That was a good hand.
Honestly, I knew I'd come to a fun table when I saw that.
I wish I'd seen it.
Well, how I got him to do that was like genius.
That's great. We're doing the cash 5, 5, 10. Not a mandatory straddle, but 20-40 has been seen quite a lot so far.
Yeah, we even got the 320 straddle on early in the game. Vinny got the 320 straddle on. Jagger woke up with kings and ended up stacking him. How are we doing, Barney Boatman in the chat? I'm assuming it's not the Barney Boatman, but
probably not the.
Good evening. So 20 straddle on this hand, and Jagger raising to 60. And Andy, we saw a lot of him in the London cash game, getting out of line a lot, and now first time we've seen it from him today. 3-betting the Queen 7 of clubs to 225. Vinny cold calling the King Jack, and Jagger here with the Ace Queen. Interesting spot for him. We're obviously never folding here, but both options definitely open to us, and chooses to just flat. Andy has started this session fairly solid. Maybe Jagger not aware of the antics he was getting up to in London. Queen 7 of clubs putting it in his 3-bet range here. 9, 4, 6, 2 heart board. So if we are 3-betting this one as Andy, this is a board that with just queen high, probably expect him to continue on. We've got a whole host of double barrel candidates here for us with the Queen 7 of clubs specifically on this board. So he does choose to continue for 325. And Vinny here with King Jack, be very surprised if he called this one, especially with Jagger behind. But Jagger with this deep, with Andy here tower, going to be calling once, I expect, even out of position here. Maybe not, just snap folds. Didn't fancy the call with the Ace Queen. Thought he might call once there, especially with the Queen of Hearts in his hand, that deep as well. 500 big ones deep there. Really surprised that didn't call once with the Ace Queen. And Jagger thought better of it.
Good evening, wherever you are watching from this evening. This is the 5-5-10 live cash stream till midnight, all the way through till midnight. And our Preston picks here are updated football score of Luton 1, Chelsea 1. That must be the FA Cup. Strange to see the FA Cup being played Tuesday, Wednesdays and Thursdays, because they have to fix in the extra fixtures, because we have to finish early because of the World Cup being in November. I don't mind it at all. It's a good idea. So 5-5-10 is the game. The clock's in the background that you can see there. They're all the tournaments that are going on in the club. Keep you updated with what's happening around the room. We're not showing any tournament poker tonight. We're just showing this cash table. And as you can see, it's already started really, really well.
Yeah, it's been good watch so far, Tower.
It has. It started insanely well. And straight back to the action, because Frenchie's got the he's got the ladies.
Yeah, and the 20 straddles on. So 5-5-10, 20. Andy, standard open for him, A7 suited, want to be opening this one, and Lee on the button here, just always going to be 3-betting the queens, makes it 1-7-5. What is Jake up to here? Oh, okay, it's a graphic error. And It's actually Vinny that's called here. Can't see Vinny's holdings, but he's called a free bet here, Vinny. So expect him to have, like, he can probably have hands like Jack 10 off, 10 9 off, because it is Vinny in this scenario. Don't expect him to have it be too strong. I don't think he's ever going to have jacks or better, ace king, anything like that. So don't know what Vinny's got. It's not actually Jake in the pot, but could have a whole host here as Vinny. Like anywhere, like I'd say anywhere 10-9 off plus for Vinny in this particular
top set
scenario.
again?
Yeah, just top set for Lee.
How many times has that happened so far?
He had middle set with the 9s and won a decent sized pot. And
We've now a top set with queens, kings, and aces so far.
yeah, that's true. It's true. And Lee here, same scenario as before when we saw Bobby have top set here with the ladies, with Vinny in the pot. Probably more inclined to continue this one than check it, just build the pot straight away. Vinny's going to call with all these gut shots, 10x, 4x, pocket pairs in this scenario, and he'll fire in for 150, and it's just going to be fold from Vinny, so Vinny couldn't have had much, and here the A7 of diamonds. I'm not going to put any chips in, no action there from Lee with the ladies. Working with a profit of 1.5k at the moment. Nice start to him, first hour.
Not a bad start at all.
There's PLO on the break coming over, seeing what's going on. Wadey, Gary McGaffney, Vidus, all there. And their little butchers. I'm sure we'll see them over the weekend playing the main event at some point.
Yeah, there won't be any tournament updates on the mini, just who wins it eventually, or if we get any finishing positions we'll let you know. And this is our stream today, the 5-5-10 cash game.
So Ryan opening to £40, not Jagger opening. It's Ryan. Jagger has got up. We had this problem last time because players get up and go to the loo because it's a cash game, go for a smoke, whatever they want to do, and our action tracker doesn't see it. It then does affect.
Do you buy the buttons? Is it buying the button that's the problem?
I just think Jagger, because he just got up before that hand was dealt, Simon's put Jagger in the hand, so that's the problem we've got there, Tower, but not much happens. Ryan folding to Vinny, and Vinny taking that one.
Only four glasses there.
Yeah.
Can we just have the 4 glasses? Thank you very much. Cheers. He just scoops in a little bit of...
Preston Pixie says, Tower, are you doing bowling for soup in Blackpool?
Yes. Yes, 100% yes. The Dolly Rots will be with bowling for soup this year. Cannot wait. We're doing them more than once as well. I think I'm going in Sheffield. I'm going to Sheffield as well, I think. I'll be in Sheffield and Blackpool and probably somewhere else. I'll probably do them 3 times on tour. Might even take my golf clubs. So yes, absolutely. Cannot wait. April the 6th, I think it is. But yeah, I'm looking to 2 or 3 times to go and see them as they come back to the United Kingdom. I saw them on the farewell tour and they weren't travelling anymore. And now they're back. Usually happens.
So we got the 40 straddle on this hand, and Vinny raising the Queen 9, and Andy defending the 10-8 on the 40 straddle. Vinny just continuing on the ace high board, good for his perceived range, although it is Vinny and he can have a whole host, but takes that one down. There's going to be lots of straddling going on for this cash game. As Tower said, we're here till midnight.
We are indeed.
Need to get some rest for the main event coming up this weekend.
Looking forward to it. What was it, 607 runners last year with a 750 main event. We've increased it to £1,000 this year, so 900 plus the juice. 900 plus 1. Pretty standard. Should be another cracking event.
Oh, yeah.
So Vinny on the 20 straddle this time, raising to 60 in the cut-off, and Ben here with 6s flats in the small. Ryan happy to come along on the 20 with the King Jack, and Andy in the Ryan on the 10 with the King Jack, and Andy on the 20 with the A7 of spades makes the call. 7-3-3 the flop here, so Andy flopping best in form of 2-pair nut kicker. May get some action from Ben on brick turns, and this is one that we are going to get some action on. But Ben is the player that does opt to lead here with the 6s, 100 into 2-4-5, just working with south of half, and Andy opting to raise the A7 here. Basically a min click. Well, Vinny's got trips. I didn't even see that Vinny's got trips here.
Vinny's got
with
the
ace-3, checking it back on the flop, and now cold calling the raise here, and Ben getting this price with the 6s knows that he has to call. 6 or a 5 on the river would be Jim for us, but it is the deuce of clubs. So Ben got a clear check here with the 6s. No other play for us, as Ben and Andy like his decision to check, especially after we raise here, and Vinny happens to cold call. It's a bit of alarm bell territory, because you expect Vinny to start firing his 7x on the flop, so can definitely have some traps that do contain a 3 in them, which is exactly what he has in this particular scenario. And Ben with the 6s and Andy behind can't ever call this spot tower, especially versus this size from Vinny. He's opted for 9-2-5. It's a pot size bet. The one thing that Ben may be thinking here is Vinny can have some missed hearts, hands like Broadway hearts, Queen Jack, King Jack, 10 Jack of hearts, Ace X of hearts in there as well. But I'd be very surprised if Ben called here with the 6s tower. Just Vinny's cold call there on the turn, maybe setting off some alarm bells, and Ben really dwelling this one over, and against this particular opponent. That's maybe why he's thinking about this one, knows that Vinny can certainly be at it here, but in this scenario he has the goods with the ace-3.
He does indeed. Ben in the tank, Ben in seat number 4.
And there's the fold. And now Andy, he's got a little bit better hand to call with here, because one of Vinny's main traps on the flop is going to be pocket 7s, obviously removal to that. But after we raise and we get cold call here, like what's Vinny's range? It's going to cold check back flop, then cold call our raise. Like, probably expect Vinny to continue a hand like Queen Jack of hearts, King Queen of hearts, King 10 of hearts, Ace X of hearts on this board potentially, once we go 3-way. But tough spot here for Andy with A7. Probably doesn't think Vinny's the type of player to ever incorporate a check-in with overpairs, so we're only really worried here about a 3, maybe pocket 4s in there. 7s we shouldn't really be worried about because of our particular hand removal from 7s. Guess ace-5 potentially might be in there, but wow, Andy has paid it off, and Vinny gets some back. Andy paying it with the a7, and Vinny shows him the ace-3, which is going to be good, and Vinny now only stuck 2k after having a pretty bad start.
Getting some of it back into 6, back up to 4. Not a bad start in the first hour of the live stream cash table. What's the starting stack for Goliath main event, says Bud? 25,000 is the main event. There it is. There's the information we have for Goliath so far. There'll be more information coming this week. And we'll be singing and dancing and waving his arms about from tomorrow when you can see us on the camera. But as you can see there, they're the times. 25,000 starting stack, 8 30-minute levels, then there'll be the cut-off for buy-ins, and then 8 40-minute levels after that. And the big change is on the Friday. There are 2 turbo flights on the Friday, and we'll be live streaming a lot. We'll definitely be live streaming the Goliath Friday, Saturday and Sunday at the end. We'll start on Saturday as well for day 1A. So 25,000 starting stack for Goliath. Joker's Wild is on the Wednesday.
So just answer some questions in the chat. Live stream will start at 12:30 tomorrow for day 1A of the main event. And Zergas is their way to join a waiting list for this game. There's actually a feeder that's just started now. There's 7 players that have just, there's been a table opened in the cash room, which is going to be a feed up to this game. The top 2 players on that list are Jamie Lee and Tim Chung. So once we lose a player, we'll be getting Jamie. If we lose 2, then Tim will come in and so on for the order that they are on the list from the feeder game. But I believe there's 1 or 2 seats open on the feeder at the moment. However, Zerg, you're probably not going to get on the live stream cash game because I doubt we're going to have a full rotation in the next 4.5-5 hours that we are streaming for.
Yeah. James will ask, is it true is it true they're doing take your largest stack through for Goliath so you can play multi-day ones? Not that I've heard. We'll get confirmation off Jim McShane, but it's never happened. I don't know where the rumours come from because I don't think it's ever been talked about within the back end of the GUKPT, but it's never happened before, and I'd be very surprised if it does happen. If it does happen, then I've not been told, and it might be an exclusive. Jay, do you know anything?
No, I don't think that's the case. I really haven't heard that, and I think Jim will let me know when we went through the schedule. I'm pretty sure that's not the case. We can find out. Obviously, we'll get everything confirmed for you guys, but I haven't heard that's going to be the case, and I doubt it will be. Probably just going to keep it how it's always been. It's always been a great event, run so well.
Yeah.
So interesting spot here for Jagger. With the Ace King, we are ahead of Diamond Drods. A good particular Ace King combo to continue with, but I just think there's better hands for us to call with in this spot. Fine to continue the Jack 6 free board with backdoor spades, but once Vinny calls, then fires this particular turn. Just being optimistic. Float out of position versus Vinny and does let it go.
What day is Joker's Wild? There's only one Wednesday during Goliath, as you can see right there. Wednesday the 31st of August is the only Wednesday during Goliath. So it will be then. The side event probably starting at around about 8 o'clock. I'm not sure on timings for the side event, but it could be 8, it might be 7. We'll get confirmation because I do think there's information coming through regarding Goliath this week. So Joker's Wild is on the Wednesday, and I think it's either 7 or 8 o'clock.
I would have passed it.
Get your hotels booked for Goliath. It's going to be amazing.
There's Mazin in the background, been here all week. That's Breakout.
Yeah, you played the mini, so that was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday?
I played the Turbo on the Sunday.
Right.
And then didn't make it through and flipped in for... Yeah, I had a pretty brutal one on Sunday before my day 2 buy-in, but they happened as well, and it's actually turned out all right in the end, getting 15th after it all.
Yeah.
But yeah, wasn't running too good in that particular flight.
Yeah, I think it's how quick can we sup a bottle of Grey Goose down in one?
Look, it's all going. Not over the table.
Not over the table. Not over the table.
Move it, no.
Jagger, not over the table. God, somebody send a ruling out to that player in seat number 6.
Look, he's just swinging it. He's just having straight vodka tower. Must.
That's it, there's the button. Oh no, it's great.
That's what we like to see. This should be compulsory bottle of vodka going around.
But to be fair, when they started the game today, there was 8 bottles of water on the table. And Ryan Mandara says, if anybody drinks that water, you're barred. And that was it.
How you doing? Ben in the chat says, go on, Jagger lad. Of course, Ben pipes up when there's drink involved. That's when we hear from Ben. He's sitting there quietly. We mention a bit of booze. And are you down this week, Ben? On Thursday for the main, you're going to flick it in, or you going to Vegas with the lads? What are the plans? Tomorrow he's here. We will see you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow. Look forward to it.
And here's Andy with the 10-3. He's just gone mental.
Well, it's nearly 10 deuce. It's closest he's been to 10 deuce today so far.
Wow. So 3 bets the 10-3 here to 210. Vinny calls with the king sex suited. Vinny then fires flop and Andy calls. A check call from Andy on the flop, And now choosing to check raise this 4 of clubs turn versus Vinny as well. And it's going to work, Tower. It's going to work because I can't see Vinny ever calling here with the king 6. There's just no good rivers for us as Vinny other than a king or a 6 here. And Andy here getting fruity with the 10 tray out of position. And who said this was? Someone said to me, I was having a chat with someone before it started, and obviously Terry was on the list to play this game. Said it's probably not going to be too much action now because Terry's not here, but it's been unbelievable so far. Amazing. It's with a 320 straddle on, there's 40 straddles almost every orbit, there's players making moves, and Andy here just going for it with the 10-3.
If you are watching, Terry, you're missing a treat. Your name was on the list.
Yeah, they got the bottle from the bar. Mick didn't bring it in.
No. Yeah, it was definitely from the bar.
I mean, I'm still on chunks from a couple of games down my end.
No, it's good you saw it. You were fine.
Yeah, no, I'll
Wow, is he calling?
Vinny.
Oh, is Vinny? Oh, if Vinny finds the call here, Tower. If he finds the call and it comes a brick on the river, I just want to see how Andy's going to proceed because they're still 300 plus big blinds deep here, and not in relation to the straddle. There was a straddle on this hand. Oh, there wasn't a straddle on this hand. There was a raise from Vinny to 30. So this was actually, so they're 300 big blinds deep here. Vinny really mulling this one over. Non-believer.
Don't ever normally fold anything.
Showing him the 6.
Shows him the 6. And is Andy going to show?
Show him the 3. Show him the 3. And he shows him the 10-3. He's got it through. The smiles and the laughing and the jogging's there. The old 10-3.
Very nice.
Any tag teams and high rollers this year? Definitely a high roller. We're going to get a full schedule breakdown over the weekend in the next 4 days here in the club. I can confirm there is a high roller, but I don't know what day, time, starting time, any information regarding starting stacks or anything like that. But I will, by the time we start over the weekend for the main events, there will be information coming through. But there is a high roller this coming Goliath.
So quick dealer changes. Waiters back again with more drinks. Might not even get to midnight town. The rate these lads are drinking. Andy's on the Star of Prime, and you can't have too many of them before your head starts spinning, I'll tell you that. I had to switch yesterday, Tower, because you were my beer boy yesterday, weren't you? I was playing the mini, and Tower just kept coming over with beers. It just kept bringing me a beer.
Got to look after my lad while he's earning the money.
And then I was on break, I was at the bar, and he goes, "What you having?" I went, "Coors Light." He went, "Coors Light."
Oh, yeah, I know. Can't handle that style of bar.
It's too much. You have 3 of them, and you're already... Well, I am.
Yeah, Ben, I don't know what the buying for the high roller is. Honestly, I have not seen the schedule just yet, but over the next 4 days we will definitely have it. There'll be plenty of talking about Goliath during this GUKPT week here in Coventry. So
we do know there's going to be a GUKPT at the start of it as well, Ben, which is great news. So you can get down there on the Thursday, play the GUKPT.
Please keep tuned all week. We're here from 12:30 GMT tomorrow, which will be like 7:30 in the morning. It's 6:30 in the morning, 7:30 in the morning on the East Coast.
There's Vinny opening to 30 here. Joe Paul in the 8-7 of spades. Could potentially 3-bet this one as well, Tower. And Ben actually choosing to 3-bet the 9-8 of hearts. Like it, trying to get heads up versus Vinny. Probably aware that Vinny's not going to be raised folding very much. So happy to try and get heads up versus Vinny with this particular hand. But Joe going to come along as well with the 7-8 suited, 200 big blinds deep, fairly standard. Happy to see a flop.
Ace Queen 7 is that flop?
There's Ben.
Yeah, so
There's everyone who's drinking.
this 7-8 of Joe actually flopping best here. Complete whiff for Ben, no real equity either. However, it is ace high, very good for our range. So Ben happy to continue once here with the 9-8, continuing for 100. And even Joe here with bottom pair, backdoor flush draw, getting 7-1. Oh, he's not going to pill once. Thought he might pill once there with the 8-7. Obviously 2 pair outs, trip outs, and backdoor spades as well. All we could be looking for on the turn, but Joe thought better of it. Obviously got some reverse implied odds as well versus a range of hands Ben can have, being the 3-better, the ace queen, the sets of queens, aces in there as well. 5 of clubs on the turn, so Ben picking up gut shot and chooses to double barrel for 400. Love this from Ben. Really start putting pressure on Vinny. 7x, Queen X, as well as some gut shots that he can have in this particular scenario. I want to see a call and a brick though, Tower. That is what I want to see. Seeing if Ben is going to be unloading the clip for what would probably be a shove, SPR wise. But Vinny here with just a gut shot, and obviously we can see he has the best hand. Just have to fold this spot. Can't see how it can ever continue here with King 10, although it is Vinny. There's the fold.
Evening, John. John Binns. Evening, Jane Tower. Great coverage as ever. Thank you very much. Cheers, John. And Bud, 69-17, cannot wait for Goliath because it's been 2 long years since we went live. You are not wrong. Everybody is looking forward to Goliath Live 2022. It's the 10th Goliath. They're the dates. No scheduled release for the side events, but we will have a lot more information over the coming days.
Yeah, what I'll do, guys, regarding the mini, because there's no scheduled breaks, I'm going to pop out in about 20 minutes for just a quick 10 minutes or so, and on my way back I'll go over to the final table, get some details.
Thank you very much.
Who's leading that one.
Yeah, go on, bang it in, bang it in.
Ben will do 80, Bobby will come on.
80,
Come on,
80,
let's do it.
I can't believe I'm late. Oh, come on. I've had to get it.
PLO at 116. 116 in the PLO. Fantastic.
6 cents. Raised 425.
They are down to 4.
Ryan's had kings already. Aces already. Now he's got the kings on the button again. Aces on the button, kings on the button this time. 3 bets to 425, and this deep, Jagger's not going to be going anywhere with 7-8 of spades in a cash game scenario. Tower needs to be peeling this one. It's just a hand with great playability. We can flop some really good hands. We've got good implied odds against overpairs. However, Vinny looking like he's interested here. What has Vinny got? Not showing his hand, but he's cold called for another 400, and Jagger makes it even more of a reason to get involved for him here with the 8-7 of spades. He's just checking he's deep enough of Ryan to make this call, and just can't fold this one ever here as Jagger. There's the call, closing the action with the 8-7 of spades. And there's 1.3 in the middle. Pot is brewing. Don't know what Vinny's got, and I'm not even going to try and guess this one, Tower. The way I've seen Vinny playing, we can range him all we like, but
Queen 7-10, 2 clubs. So Ryan
over
with the overs. Jagger's got bottom pair. We don't know what Vinny has at the moment.
yeah, but like I said, Vinny can just have a whole host in this particular scenario. Ryan here with the pocket kings, 3-way here. Just expect him to fly up Tower somewhere around 500-600 from Ryan. That's the size I expect to see. In a heads-up situation, might incorporate a check here versus Vinny. We're heads up against him because of stack sizes, but in this 3-way coup, just much prefer this. Just come out firing and opt for 5-7-5. Really nice sizing choice. Jagger won't be calling, whether Vinny calls or not, but now it's just down to what we think Vinny's going to have here. And we can talk about ranges all you like and hands that we're supposed to cold call here as Vinny, but Vinny isn't going to be that condensed. He's going to be a lot wider, and now action on Jagger here. Going to fold this bottom pair, and Ryan takes A nice one with kings. Ryan up 1.7 now. Ryan's in for 2k buy-ins. Well, he had bought in for 2k and then topped up 2k, I should say. So winning 1.7. Jake's in for 2k. Vinny's in for 6k. Joe's in for 2k. Ben's in for 2.5. Bobby's in for 4k. Jagger's in for 3k. Ryan's in for 4. Andy's in for 5. And Lee's in for 2,000. Just to give you an idea of how much people are winning or losing.
Live cash game here in Coventry, all the way through till midnight. I think it's time for a latte. I fancy a latte. What would you like, you man? I'll bring you and then you can whip around.
Yeah. I'll have.
What would you like?
I'll have a latte. The button, you know, the cafe or lat when you press it on the machine, or cafe latte. It says.
Yes.
Yeah, that one's nice. Yeah,
cafe latte. Would you like sugar?
Yes, please. I want just the one, just the usual. I've got to watch my figure. Summer coming up. I must have put on about stone in Poland. Honestly, the food's so nice out there, Tal. I remember sending you a picture of some of the food. The portion size is it's just outrageous. Stay with me for this hand because we might have a little bit of action because Vinny's flop 2 pair with the nut kicker and Bobby here with trips. What a dream for Bobby, by the way, opening, getting called in 3 spots, flopping trip kings, nut kicker, and then you've got a lead and a call. Then you're sat here with the ace king, and if I'm him, this is the route I like to take. I like this a lot for Bobby Tower. I know you may think, oh, hold on a minute, we should flat here, we've got such a lock on the board, but after it goes lead call, you expect at least one of these players to have a king as well. Like, yeah, there's going to be some 6x out there, I guess, but other than that, like, it's very likely that Joe or Vinny can have a king in this spot, so we just want to start building the pot this deep. Unfortunately, they both actually have a 6 in this scenario, not what we're looking for, but looking at it in the grand scheme of things, much prefer a raise here from Bobby rather than a trappy flat. Just try and build a pot versus other king X that both opponents can possibly have. Joe's probably more likely to have the king than Vinny is because Joe's the caller and Vinny opting to lead, probably not going to be leading trips too often. But Tower's going to go on the quick tee run.
Tony Murphy, good evening, Tara and Jay. How's that? We're good. We're good, and Jay's back. He'll tell you all about the holiday right now.
Tony. Yeah, it was really good, really nice. First week and a bit in Krakow. Architecture's beautiful. Weather wasn't too bad. The sun was even out a couple of days. Got to see the sights. Food was amazing. Everything was really cheap. Second week, I forgot the name of the place. Katowice, I think it is, or Krakowice, something like that. I'll probably get a text in a minute telling me I'm wrong, but went there, saw the in-laws. They were all lovely, very welcoming. Obviously, there's a bit of a language barrier. Alice done her best to do some translating for me, but really enjoyed the trip. But food out there was amazing. I can't fault the food. It was just eating every day. Every time I eat, I wanted to eat some more. It was just really good. Yeah, I know, Ben. Yeah, that's the thing. I said that to Tao when him and Bobby were commentating. I messaged him about it, saying the in-laws on it. It's not that quick, but yes, as Tao's been saying, calling them that, I've just followed suit. Tony, he's on the tee run. He's just going to go and get the tees. When he comes back, I'm going to pop out for 10 minutes as there's no scheduled breaks in the cash game. And then what I'll do, I'll go have a run over to the mini final table where I believe there's 6 left. And I'll also have a little look in the Omaha field, see if there's any notables with a stack in front of them. So you hold on for about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. I'll get a rundown for both those things for you.
Open up, Ben, top one.
Yeah, that's why there's no comms cam, hippie chick. You see the weight I put on the last month. Been in Poland, I said no comms cam today.
You got kings, I'm not playing.
Right. The dealer turns over one of our cards every single time. Whoever wins the ball.
So Ben there with the kings, not too much action for him, which is fairly unlucky the way this game's been playing.
The winning hand, one card.
I choose to pair over 1 card.
Correct.
Does that count even if it's won by folding?
That's not going to happen.
Yeah, no, I don't think the one by folding thing.
Yeah, you got to show down at the end anyway. It doesn't matter if they're folded.
Yeah, the only good thing, Tony, is the escalator going up in the casino is broken, so I've got to take the stairs, and then the lift in the hotel is also broken, and I'm on the top floor, so hopefully we manage to burn some of it off this weekend.
Sorry? Who's that? No, there might be a few hands, one before the flop.
Pass.
Not many with me in this one.
Raise 110.
Oh, what's the next ball, by the way? Who's going straight back for Grey Goose? Or we're going to do like a bit of a tanker raise?
Yeah, Ben, me too.
Do you like that gin on the stairs? Are you a gin man?
Up and down the stairs, no escalator for us. Andy in the hijack, we know that Andy can get out of line, but it's great to watch as he necks what looks like another vodka shot. Ryan's popping probably to the bar to get some more. Joe with the ace jack of hearts here, just choosing to flat, can definitely 3-bet this one, especially versus what we've seen from Andy already as Joe, but just choosing to take a flop, and a bit of action going on here because Joe flopping up and down straight draw, one into the nuts, backdoor hearts, and Andy here flopping 6-high flush draw. Vinny might even come along here as well with his gut shot. And does, calls the 150.
Raise 425.
And Joe raising the ace jack of hearts here to 425. I like it. He's going to get called in both spots as well. Andy obviously not going anywhere this deep with position, with Vinny still in the hand, and Vinny just happy to call here, see if he can catch a jack on the turn.
It was a close one, like, yeah.
Well, 7 of hearts, interesting card. Now does actually bring in the backdoor nut flush draw for Joe to go with his up and down straight draw, and dummy end gutter for Andy, as well as his flush draw now here as well. And Vinny's also improved in the form that a 6 would also give him a straight now. So all three players improving slightly in one way or another here. And love this from Joe, really, really nice from him. Just ripping it in here with the ace jack of hearts, 1.2 into 1.6. Really nice play for him, from him. And Vinny just can't call with the king 8. He's asking for a count, but there's no way Vinny ever calls here. I know he's been pretty wild so far to start the day, but this is a really nice line here from Joe. We've got heaps of equity, we can credibly rep value hands, we can have the 9-10, we can have the Queen 10, Queen 9 suited, King Jack, Jack 8 suited, all in there, as well as some sets, 9s and 10s that didn't opt to 3-bet squeeze pre. Wow, he's called! He's called with the King 8, and the Ace Jack's going to win. He's going to scoop a 4K pot with Ace High. 400 big blind pot with Ace High going the way of Joe. Vinny sticking it in with the up and down there. This has been an action game. And Vinny probably going to be reloading again, but Joe sees that river, thinks he's bricked the lot, and the ace high is good. What a nice little hand for you guys there. Ace high taking a large one.
It's a value bet, really. Anyone watching the stream, that was pure value.
Maybe annoying.
The poker dude asks, is there a big waiting list for this game, or is it invite only? There's a feeder. About 20 minutes ago, I think it was 7 men on the feeder, so you can play the feeder, but you're not going to get on. I'll be honest with you, I don't think many of these players are going to be leaving this game. So if you got on the feeder now, what you'd be 8 on the list to get on the live stream game, so it's very unlikely you'd actually get on, because we are only streaming till midnight tonight. KTZ says always good atmosphere in cash games. You are correct, especially with the drink flowing. What a pot there for Joe. And the King 8 calls it off. Vinny is action. He's going straight into his pocket. Guessing he's going to be reloading what looks like another 2k, so that will put Vinny in for 8k.
I guess it was a good move. I should have gone.
Come on, pass. Here we go.
No, see what
Risk 60.
So Ryan's winning, Andy's slightly losing, Lee's a winner, Jake's losing small, Vinny is the big loser. He's now in for £8,000 in this 5-5-10 game. Ben is winning small. Jagger is also winning a couple of grand. As Lee raises to 60 in the hijack with a 10-9 suited, and Vinny involved with a 10-6 of spades. Jack, Jack 4, rainbow board. And Lee continuing here with the 10-9 of hearts. Like it, it's fairly dry, there's no draws out there, it's rainbow. They're just going to get this through fairly often, but against this particular opponent that's not going to be the case. 7 of clubs on the turn, so the 10-9 actually the best hand here of Lee, but maybe thinks there's better spots to extract some value from Vinny in this particular scenario. But Lee does come in with a well-timed double barrel here and gets Vinny to fold what was actually the worst hand after picking up gut shot. How many chips has Vinny got in his coat? Yeah, just pulls them out like they're pound coins. And Hippie Chick says Ryan's lucky shark top, that's why he's winning. He's had aces and kings already, both on the button as well, that does help.
What are we doing about the guys who ain't drinking?
They have to buy the ball. They have to buy
they have to buy the ball. Yeah, that's so nice. Yeah, they got thirds on the ball. That's so nice.
Gaining. No one has the ball.
Yeah, Tony, Ryan's on the drink, Jagger's on the drink, Andy's on the drink. I think it's either Vinny or Jake. Someone in 1 or 2. I see the bottle of vodka there as well. But I know for sure Jagger, Ryan, and Andy are just on it. It's just been flying between them three. As soon as they sat down, Ryan and Jagger got a big bottle of Grey Goose, stuck it in between them, and they've been necking some vodka shots like there's no tomorrow. Vinny involved again. The 40 straddle is on. Raises just limps for 40, and Ben raises to 200 with the King 5 suited. Just trying to get heads up here versus Vinny here with the suited King. But not going to be the case here because Andy here with Ace Queen of clubs and just chooses to call here for 160 more, and that's probably to do with Vinny behind, wanting to get Vinny involved in the pot as well with this particular holding. I think if Vinny wasn't in the pot, Andy's probably going to be more inclined to 3-bet this one, especially versus Ben, who is going to be competent and opening the right range of hands.
T-boys here.
Thank you very much. And Vinny does catch bottom pair and fires for 300. Ben check folds, and Andy just choosing to call here with his 2 overs and the nut flush draw. 8 of hearts pairs on the turn. And Vinny's still with the best of it with his ace-3, but just happy to get to showdown now with this particular 2 pair, but counterfeited, and they will now chop this up, the ace-3 and the ace-queen. It's going to be a split pot, and ace-high and ace-high. Vinny topped up another 2 tower, so he's in for 8 now.
Okay. And did he lose another hand?
Yes, he lost a pretty big hand against Joe, 4k pot. Joe won with ace-high.
He did. He got very lucky.
Just the ace high, good for £4,000.
We should have a £50 bomb pot that pays for the drinks. You pay for the bottle out of the bomb pot.
Thanks, Emily. Vinny bought the Grey Goose.
Did he?
Not Ryan and Jagger, says Emily.
Okay, well I just saw it. Funny, Ryan's drunk off.
Yeah, I just saw it in between Ryan and Jagger, so I thought it must have been them two.
I'm telling you what, if I'm buying a bottle of Grey Goose, I'm watching how many shots people have.
Invoicing it back to him.
Pete Whitehouse. Peter Whitehouse, hope you're well, my friend. Hope things are good. Hope things are good and you're getting yourself better after your operations. This is cash, my friend. This is a 5-5-10 cash game.
How many left in the mini tower?
3.
3 now. Wow.
Yeah,
must have lost a few in quick succession.
3. There's 3 left. So hope you're all right, Pete. I know you've not been well and you've had a couple of operations, but I hope things are good. How much is a bottle of Grey Goose in the casino? I have no idea.
Lots, probably.
Yeah, because what they would have to do is what normally happens if you go to a pub and say, can I have the bottle? You work out how many shots. Do you know how many shots is in a bottle?
Well, depends.
25 ml of a shot, 700 ml bottle.
Yep.
So you get 32 shots.
Yep.
You get 32 shots, so whatever the shot is per pound per round. And with it being a pub or a bar or a club, they have to charge per shot. So every measure is paid. So if it's £4 a measure, then you'll stick it in by the measures 32 times.
Well, before I head out on a quick 10-15 minutes.
Yep.
Speaking of shots,
yep.
So story from they're going to chop this one up. Vinny and Ryan, not really much to talk about here. So in Poland. Gone over there, had a few vodkas one night, double vodka lemonade, what I usually drink when I've had a few beers. So I have them, drinking them, drank the first two, really strong. I'm right to my head. I'm like, God, that vodka's strong. A single shot of vodka over there is 50 ml.
Is it? Oh, so
yeah.
It's
So
like
I was having quadruple vodkas. I was having quadruple vodkas, thinking I was having doubles, but they were quadruples. Yeah, so 50 ml over there is the single.
Brilliant.
So I'm thinking I've just turned into a complete lightweight and getting old and drinks going to me, but found out after that a shot of vodka that's a single over there is 50 ml.
Brilliant. Can you tell me what the colour denominations for the chips are, please? Especially in seat number 5. Well, 6 is Jagger. He's got all the chips. The reds are the £5. The black ones are the £25 ponies. The pink ones are the hundreds. And underneath you can see the black, and it's a 1,000 yellow. So 525, 100, 1,000. He's in front of Jagger in seat 6.
And Dartus on Twitch asked what everyone started with. Jake started with 2k, he's still in for that 2k. Vinny started with 2k as well, but he's now in for 8k. Joe started with 2k, Ben started with 2.5, Bobby started with 4, Jagger started for 3, Ryan started with 2k but then topped up 2k, so he's in for 4, and he's in for 5k, started with that, and Lee started with 2k.
There we go.
Right, I'm just going to pop out, guys, for 10-15.
Don't forget your latte.
Yeah, I'll take my latte with me.
Take your latte. Yes, please, young man, bring the waters back. This is a very lively 5-5-10 cash game, that is for sure. So Jay's just nipping out for 15 minutes because there is no official break of the cash game, which means we'll be 6 hours straight through. So he's just off for 15. Lee in 9. Gets out of the way. Jake only came to the table 15-20 minutes late. Calls the 120. Vinny, the active Vinny, is in for 8. And he's down to 3. Can we get a shout out for Sam Wright? It's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Sam. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday this time. Happy birthday to you. Flop time, Ace King Queen, 2 hearts. It's interesting to see the wide range of hole cards as well. Obviously King 8 for Vinny, opening and calling pretty wide. Joe in the hijack. He gets out of the way with the old 7-4. Not the best flop for 5s either. With Jake scrolling round, I can't do anything with them 5s. So Vinny puts the pressure on and gets it through.
You've only got to ask, Bobby. Not like you.
There's nobody young at this table. Well, they're all young to you, Pete. To be fair, I'm young to you. Greetings from Zagreb. You're back again in Zagreb, C4. Watching the 5-5-10 cash stream.
definitely.
Aye, aye, Bobby. Bobby James, I'd like to wave at you, but unfortunately the camera's not working. But I am waving, Bobby. I am 100% waving, and we're on over the weekend as well. Good. I'm glad you got there safe, Bobby, and I saw you flicking in your first tournament. How is it going, by the way? How's the first tournament in Panama? Hope you are well. I hope the team's good and you're having a good laugh. What was that game you were playing on social? Where you were sliding? It looked like a miniature version of curling. You were sliding these things across the bowl. What was that all about? Good to have the Queens again. Looking beautiful inside. I'm watching the live stream. Good to have you on board, Bobby. Hope things are good with yourself and have a fantastic trip over in Panama, and let us know how you're getting on.
Don't point off yet. Point off looking at. Hold on.
A few more star pro.
Yeah, a couple more stars. Yeah, you'll. 10 dudes off in Spain, you know. Yo, cheers by the way. This is the fastest fucking one.
So we flop a set. Cheers everybody. Vinny is going to do another bit of cash because he bets 225 with top pair, but Joe has flopped a set of queens. So another lead on the river. 410. There should be a raise coming in from Joe, sat next to him in seat 3. And then be back on Vinny, who was top pair. So there should be a raise coming in. Probably make it around about 1100. And a snap call! A snap call from Vinny. Not thought about it whatsoever. The raise was to 1.1. And a snap call from Vinny, who was down to 1.8 from his buy-ins of 8,000.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, nice little look down.
I could have got more on the end from the looks of it.
I just thought you might be asking it again.
I'd be interested to see what you just called me.
That's up there.
He had the 3.
Oh, well, here we go.
When you put them on jacks anyway.
14.
What is it? You know what? When it comes round to you, I better see you straddle.
You will see me straddle. You will see me straddle.
Oh, you're waiting for Bobby don't straddle, so like, you know.
Okay.
That's why he's talking over
Yeah, Vinny is definitely
Giving him the big
cannon.
ones and then Bobby's not doing shit.
Looks like the Grey Goose is coming out for the second bottle. This could get interesting in the next 2 hours, ladies and gentlemen.
Whatever. Yeah, we'll have the syrup. Try the syrup.
Do these players have to put their names down in the like they do in the poker room? We had an online list to get yourself involved, and that was filled pretty quick. There were a couple of no-shows, so they were filled by players in the casino, and there's a couple of players that want to get involved when players get eliminated or don't want to pull back up again. So the list was being there. It was there for a couple of weeks, and you put your interest down, and it was filled pretty sharpish. As a 5, 5, 10 would be, but we have had a 5, 5, 10, 20, 40, 81, 63, 20 straddle already in this game. And Vinny with the ace queen, 3 bets to 400. Ben might even come over the top with the 9s.
Bobby, how old are you?
With Bobby, 27.
I don't think you can do that much like
How old are you? One more thing. Yeah. Oh, 27.
No natural.
Seat one. Seat one. How old are you?
19.
24.
All in. Under call.
Everyone always thinks I'm at the end of the line. Possibly, I was told by the lady at Tesco. I would have thought you were just saying that.
What we got to do?
And in that place, is it
I never know what you'd be
yeah, no.
got an ace with another ace. Yeah, with you've made it done me so many times. You know, I'm nearly 50 million times.
Dial lemonade. Fair dial lemonade. Fair dial lemonade. Yeah,
Sorry about that, guys. Just running through a couple of things in the background, but we are here. The 9s for Ben. He did call. Sorry about that. We were just catching up. A couple of issues with the cameras. The guys are trying to work it. They're going to be working overnight and early in the morning tomorrow to get the cameras back on, and all the schedule release with Goliath and everything else like that. That will be coming over the coming 4 days. Joe, how long is this going on for? We're here till midnight, but this game will run till 5 AM. Easy. This game will carry on when we've long gone. We finish at midnight, so but the game won't finish at midnight. The game will just carry on. We're here till 12. Good to have Bobby James and friends watching live in Panama. Good morning, boys. Good morning to you guys out there. And everybody else. Pete says, is it a 2K sit down? They started with Jake in 1 start with 2,000. So did Vinny, but Vinny's now had 3 pull-ups as well, so he's on 8,000. Joe with 2. Ben started with 2,500. Bobby sat down with 4. Jagger with 3,000. He's the biggest winner so far. Ryan started with 2 but pulled up another 2. Andy started with 5 and Lee started with 2. So they're the binds at the moment. Ben raises to 60.
Yo, give me that bag.
With the hooks.
I mean, I think you can absolutely put 9s.
The mini main, I think, was about 30,000 up top. An amazing amount of numbers. And we will give you we will give you updates of the winners. They're down to 3. The min pull up was 2,000. I don't know if there was an actual limit that you could sit down. Well, you couldn't sit down with 100 quid, that is for sure. But I don't know if there was a minimum. But they all pulled up at least 2. Marty, the dealer, part of the floor that travel around the country with the team. Good dealer. All good dealers, to be fair. You never see any difference with all of them. They're all excellent dealers. Cash, tournaments, anything like that, they're all cracking. Trip 6s for Joe. He's going to get. I think Ben will call this. Ben, just a small bet of 150 on the river. I think he calls this with the hooks. Just shows you how wide it is, totally different in cash. Oh, it's a good fold, is that? That's a good fold with jacks. Just shows you how wide you can be calling and opening with in cash. Can't wait for Goliath, says Boz. Boz, well, not the same online, no atmosphere. No, you're totally right. You're totally right. The main event for Goliath is there. That's the main. We will be live streaming definitely Flight A. Maybe Flight B. I know there's plans to live stream different events. We know we're live streaming the ladies' final. We'll be live streaming day 2s of bigger events as well. Definitely live streaming Friday, Saturday and Sunday of Goliath. Those 3 days are very important. But the big change for Goliath, as you can see there, is 2 turbo flights on the Friday. So 12 o'clock starting for Flight G, and then Flight 8 starts at 7. You can't choose a stack for Goliath, that won't be a thing. So you can't play a day 1, make it through 80,000 and then try again. I'm pretty sure that is not a thing.
As long as it gets past Vinny, I might have a chance.
If it gets past Vinny, but it's never getting past Vinny.
I'm going to wake up with a premium again.
Yeah, we hope to see you back in for Goliath, Pete. I'm looking forward to my steak bakes. Nobody else fetches them in.
All in.
No, Vinny won't be calling the 8-4. Even I'm pretty convinced he won't be calling with 8-4. We know he's had a rough time and we know he likes to call pretty wide, but 8-4? Jagger putting the pressure on with the Ace-7. He probably knows he's live with the 8-4. So Vinny, is he coming in for a call? No, he's definitely not. And Ben can't call with the King-10. Nice pressure from the big stack. Started with 3.
If I'd have known and called you before 8, I was lying.
Evening, Harry. Yeah, please call. Was up a little bit higher than that, Jagger, but dropped down to just under 6k. If you plan to go to the World Series, the full schedule is out as well. And then you can come back and play our very own World Series here in Goliath 2022. Goliath X. The 10th live Goliath. Evening, James. Coventry Forest. Is that this weekend? No, it can't be this weekend.
Wait half an hour and see what he's got.
Tank for half an hour.
It can't be Coventry Forest this weekend, surely not. Because a lot of the rooms I have noticed this week are pitch side. When you have a pitch side view, you don't only have a home game on a Saturday. Maybe you do. I've not checked the fixtures. Just imagine if we come to Goliath in late August, early September. Just imagine if Coventry in the Premier League. Oh, imagine that. There's one thing we can't change is Coventry's fixtures for next season. Imagine that. Imagine, that'd be amazing. Jake keeps nipping out for 10 minutes. He'll be banging the button back or whatever he's doing. His chips are there. Jay's back. Do you ever wander around to see what's happening in the mini?
Yeah, now 2 left, heads up. Two left, heads up between Eddie and Leon Campbell.
Oh, I saw Leon yesterday, smiling away.
A lovely flop here for Jagger with the King 7 suited. And Vinny, no, I'm drawing dead here, Tower. Basically needing running diamonds to win this pot. Vinny with a pair, haven't seen him fold too much. Don't miss much.
No, with a bit of pressure from Jagger, but he has called.
Wow.
Vinny has made it. He has made the call with second pair.
Yeah, Jagger's just in unbelievable shape here with 2.4k in the middle. 4 on the turn would be ill.
It would. 7 even worse.
Yeah, this doesn't really change anything here for Jagger. Yeah, we lose, go behind to King Jack, but we're just happy to get it in here and try and get called by some Vinny's King X. Well, Vinny's made the call.
And the lot's gone in.
Yeah, and Vinny gets stacked.
Again.
So
is that the end? Is that the end of the Grey Goose? Or are we? Yeah, that is tapping the table time and time for. Oh, hang on a minute. We'll leave me coat there. I'll leave me Grey Goose
He's
there.
probably going to
I will return, he says. Yay, I will return.
Right then, Pete. Nick says heads up, I'll need to update the commands. Thank you. That's true actually. I still need to get the login from PK actually.
Yep.
By the way, I never win. Yeah, I never win. I literally never win.
Seat 2 is out, seat 4 and seat 9 out.
So a great cash game. If you're watching on Facebook, good evening. Good evening, one and all, wherever you may be. We've got Panama watching. Bobby's tuning in. He's got it on his TV, chilling out before he goes out to play some live poker.
Raise 275. Pass. Call. Pass.
Yeah, a little cheeky A7 all in. It's nice, isn't it? Yeah. Nice little play there. Oh, Ben's got to get his steam.
Send it for 5
We want Vinny back. His court's still there, so he will be returning. He says he'll be back in 5.
How are you doing, Leeson? Good evening. Thanks for tuning in.
Evening.
You've got us till midnight for this cash game in Coventry. Really, really good fixture to the live stream coverage for us now for GUKPTs. As we've seen plenty of action already. Jagger 3-betting the Ace Queen here, Andy cold calling the Jack 10 of Diamonds. Happy to call this one versus the 3-better this deep, and ends up flopping best on the Jack 9-3 2-spade board. Bets for 300 and. That's the dealer pick one, spins over the 10 of diamonds.
James, the drinks menu, please. The drinks menu, please. Seat 5 wants the drinks menu.
Look at that, there we are, there's the profit.
Cheers, by the way.
Profit and loss. Vinny down 10k.
Are you drinking it?
Oh, you had one?
Kind of. Well, go on, just have a little.
Have a drink. Bobby and Jagger. I was out on my 15-minute break. I was at the top, and Jagger comes out a bit stumbly. He's like, I don't know how I'm going to get through this. I'm already. I won't use the word that he used, but drunk. So Vinny's back. Vinny is back.
Here he is. We're going to get some of his stack back. He is bad.
Nah, there's no aggression. I'm the least aggressive guy ever. I'm the least aggressive guy ever. I just chat a lot of shit.
Yes, just head. Yes, got it.
Not really, mate.
The truth.
So no straddle this hand. Jake raising the 9s under the gun. And Vinny flatting the Queen 6 off after reloading for 2.5.
Jake's going to make the call with the 9s under the gun.
Yeah, so Vinny now in for 5 figures tower. And he squeezes out of the straddle. 3-bet into, sorry, out of the 10. It's compulsory 10, 5, 5, 10. 3-bets to 1, 2, 5. Jake calls, Vinny calls, and Vinny flops top pair on Queen 7, 3. And it's been checked over to him here. Like this from Vinny, if we ever are involved in a 3-bet coup with Queen 6 off, definitely a very good top pair candidate to check behind. Bit of deception, try and get our action on later streets. And like Jake here now, we're going to get value from Jake with the 9s because Jake's going to make the assumption here that our 9s are going to be the best hand fairly often. If Andy has us beat, we expect him to at least lead turn after checking flop, and after Vinny checks back flop, maybe going to make the assumption that Vinny's just never going to have a queen in this particular scenario. So, like the bet here from Jake, for 300.
When the stream finishes, we'll go right there and we'll...
The King of Clubs on the river. So Jake now after betting turn, going to be checking this spot here, tower. I think it's just a bit too optimistic to go for value here with the 9s. Yes, maybe Vinny can have some 8x and 7x in this spot. And 9s for Jake shows them, and Vinny shows him the Queen 6, which is good. A little bit back for Vinny.
I know, I'll play a little bit, but I'm just fully giving out.
I noticed as well on the telly walking past, Chelsea are losing to Luton.
Really? Our intrepid reporters disappeared.
Five times for me is like the optimal amount. Should we just have like a bomb pot or something so everyone's away? Like 75 bomb pot?
Yeah, that's vicious.
Yeah, that's yeah, put the 20 in. Yeah, put the 20 in. 20. Boys? I didn't realise that.
See, you put the mockers on it now, it's 2-2 apparently.
Oh, is it?
A lot of information coming through in the chat. 2-2. It's 2-2.
Pocket 3s for Jake. Say what? Just folded the 3s with Vinny involved. Jake not choosing to complete there with the 3s. Nine, 7, 4, 2 club board. And Vinny in with the old whip, 7 deuce. Does flop a pair, but Joe's flopped top pair, top kicker, and it's actually Jag up who's going to show the initiative here. Once checked to him, don't mind this at all. With the Queen 8 of diamonds, we've got an overcard and we've got some very nice backdoor possibilities with this particular holding. Gets called in both spots from Joe and Vinny. Well, this is an interesting card. 9 of diamonds on the turn. However, Tao, I'm not sure Jagger's going to be double barreling this one too often. Yes, we can represent the 9x, but like going to have a tough time folding out 7x now, and it's just a real disaster for us the times that we do get raised here, and we have to fold our hand depending on sizing. Don't get to realise our equity, but he has opted to fire for 450, and Vinny with 7 deuce, 2 pair here. With 1 player behind, should be folding this one, but Vinny is okay. He does get out of the way, good to see. And Joe now here sitting with nut trips here. Only worry for us are boats, as Joe. There are a lot of bluffs that Jagger can have in this scenario, and Joe just going to keep those bluffs in and just choosing to flat here with the ace-9, keep his range wide up. Still can have some front door clubs in there, some like Jack 10 of diamonds, these type of hands. And 8 on the river, and Jagger's got a clear check now, Tail up. After we do catch a bit of showdown here, we'll go in front of some 7x as well as some draws that Joe can have in this spot. Joe shows the ace-9, which is good.
Sweet. Sweet. See, you've done it now for Luton. 3-2 Chelsea.
3-2 to Chelsea now.
Yeah, you've done it now, Big Rom, or whoever that is. Big Rom.
Romelu Lukaku.
Oh, right, okay.
Has to be, right? Big Rom.
And Leeson said we'd be shocked to know who scored as Chelsea's second. Which I'm shocked, because that's going to be that guy from, what's his face?
I've a habit of that to our bocking football teams.
Yes. Yeah, we know. We know these things. Yeah, look at that. Is Werner playing? Has he scored?
I suppose if he wasn't behind me when you made it.
Big Rom. Big Mad Rom.
So that, I did have a 70-1 acca up the other day.
Oi, oi.
70-1 acca, a little runner on it, yeah, for 7 bag. That was a surprise to me, as it never usually happens, ever.
But C1 doesn't have load up, I think. Minabag.
Come on, let's get it.
Yeah, let's get it going.
Coverage of the main event starting tomorrow, everyone. Day 1-8, 12:30 on stream.
Yes.
12 o'clock in the club if you are playing. We will have the comms cam back as well.
You will to wave. In fact, we'll put it on now. Wave, Jay. Wave. We're waving. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waving at you. And also what will happen over the course of the weekend, we will have all information regarding Goliath. We will give you the side events, what's happening time-wise, what's happening on the stream-wise. We'll be drip feeding all the way through the weekend what is happening in Goliath. So we'll look forward to that.
Vinny flopping top pair here, decent kicker, and Ben with middle pair here facing this lead from Vinny. Can't go anywhere tower after opening the 7-6 of hearts. Has to call in position and take a turn, as he does. Is that a 9? Is that trips for Vinny? Or is that an 8? It is an 8. So interesting turn card, because now Ben picking up and down straight draw to go with his what is now 3rd pair, and getting this price here 4-1 the call. Just same scenario as before, just got no other option but just the flat and take some rivers. Still are ahead of some of the hands Vinny can have, some flush draws in there, and Ben gets there in this 10 of spades. And now we've got a clear value bet here, as Ben Tower. We want to target some 2 pairs that Vinny can definitely have in this spot. Yes, we lose to Jack X, but we need to make the assumption, the way Vinny's been playing, if Vinny's got a Jack in his hand, surely he's just going to lead this so often, and Ben bombs it for that reason. We're just so aware that Vinny's never going to have a jack in this spot. Just going to continue firing the times that he rivers the straight, so Ben can feel comfortable that his 10 high straight is going to be the best hand. And now we can target all the 2 pairs that Vinny can have in this particular scenario here, and we can credibly rep a bluff as well in the form of diamonds.
Oh, he makes a call.
And, we do get it paid off, and Ben choosing a monster size there on the end there, 1.1 into 800, just under 1.5x pot. Really nice sizing choice, actually getting the king 9 of Vinny to call it off, and Vinny down to 1.4 after putting up 2.5k again about 10-15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Ben there. I weren't expecting him to get called by that particular holding. I like the size to target the 2 pair holdings that Vinny can have in that spot, but Vinny just still flicked it in with the 9. Non-believer that. Really nice size choice from Ben on the river, as Michael says, new as customer.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Great action on the
really
cash.
Good. Yeah, really good watch.
On the cash, 5-5-10 cash stream. Hope you're enjoying it at home as well. We're back for the next 4 days with the GUKPT main event.
And then Manchester starts 3 weeks tomorrow as well, so it's like...
What's your plan for that? You playing the mini?
Yeah, I'll play the mini.
Playing the Omaha, playing this and that other?
Probably the 30-30 before and the mini, and that would do me, just the usual. I didn't get to play the 30-30 at this event, but
yeah,
because I was away, but usual 2 comps for me, the mini and the 30-30.
Absolutely.
Trophy hunting tower. We need one this year.
We're getting close. We're getting close. I know you don't talk about it, and all you say is every time it's that's poker when you do go out, but to get counterfeited is pretty ill.
Yeah, it happens. It's a flip at the end of the day, just because it comes out in that manner. The way the board runs up, we still had 50% equity pre when the money went in. That's the way, but you get used to it, numb to it in the end when you do play a lot of poker.
Then with the hooks again. That's about 3 times he's had the jacks today. Queen 9-4 flop, checked all the way around. Vinny just about in every hand.
Yeah, now Ben's got the green light now to fire. Once Vinny checks this twice tower, we can make the assumption that there's not really a hand that we're going to be behind against here with the jack, so we can... Wow, has Vinny just called with 10 high, no draw? Wow, I was really surprised to see that from Vinny. I know it's only £75, but what are we hoping for? We're dead to some hand that Ben can have here, and I guess this was the plan. He was calling the 75 to bluff river, but it's not going to work. Ben just not folding the spot ever tower, and Vinny says nice call, and the jacks with Ben are good. Vinny down to his last 1k.
So dragging up to 7.3, Joe on 6.3, Ben on 6.1.
This is how Vinny plays all the time, Rap. Ryan was telling me he plays in some of the games with him. It's basically the way Vinny plays. He enjoys getting involved in pots. I don't think the money means too much to him. I think he's got a lot behind him, so he's just enjoying himself and on the drink.
Absolutely,
he's still
enjoying himself.
He's still smiling.
Friendly game.
Yeah.
They've all been vetoed to play. It's not nothing out of the ordinary, but the grey goose is flowing. And great to watch. 5-10, 5-5-10. Sometimes 20, 40, 80. 160.
320.
It's all good.
The Jagger's just disappeared, so quick change for the action tracker. There we go. So Andy raising to £50, 20 straddle on. And Vinny involved once again with the Jack 9.
Queen 7-3 flop.
Andy continuing, and Vinny thinks better of the Jack 9 on this occasion, gets out of the way. Hurry, gimme curry. Why is Ryan in the game if he's not going to play the hand? No, he played. I saw him involved with aces earlier, and he had kings as well. I did see him get involved with those two holdings. Mr. Mandara winning 1.5, small winner.
He's just serving the table grey goose.
Yeah, Jagger, our big winner.
Jason Shellham.
Yeah.
He lost 3.5.
Yeah, I know.
3.5.
I know.
Stone he's lost in the last 6 months. Go on, Jason. Well done. I'll give you the results of the minute when we get it.
So I haven't seen too much of this. Limp from Andy on the £40 straddle. And Vinny completes in the small for £35 more with the ace deuce suited, and action going to be on Bobby with the 7-6. Yes, in. Okay, no, Bobby wasn't in the straddle, so it was just 20 on. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, Ben was on the 20. And then why is Ben not in the pot? Could have checked his option.
King on 5. Check, check, check. King of spades on the turn.
Wow, this is action because Ryan's got 2 pair, redraw to the second nut flush tower, and Vinny's there with the nut flush here.
400. Snap call with 2 pair.
Yeah, he's lost min. Bare min there, Ryan. Absolute bare minimum. Lost in that particular scenario. Vinny could have won a much better, bigger pot after flopping the nut flush if he just goes bet, bet, bet. Played it a little tricky, but got his value on turn and river.
How many are left in the mini? We are heads up in the mini. Heads up.
Yeah, and Eddie did say to me, he said I might ruin the stream if I end up winning it because all the boys are going to come over for a winner's picture with me. Obviously, all the Coventry locals, he said he might ruin the stream for 5-10 minutes.
Awesome. 67 in the main event satellite cash out. So nearly 7 seats for that. All good stuff. 116 in the PLO.
Plenty in the satellite as well. For Wednesday night, card room is booming.
Well, he owns an ice cream business, does he? Does he? Awesome.
So 80 straddle on tower.
80. Moving it.
And Vinny calls the 80 on the button, and Bobby raises it to 360. And Andy calls with the king queen, and Vinny's in with the 8-3 suited. That's 1.2k in the middle, guys. And king queen is the best hand. What a flop!
My days, that is not a flop for 8-3 clubs, but the Jack 9 of diamonds.
What a life for Bobby. Just smashes this one. And it's checked all the way around to Vinny here, who doesn't have much here with the 8-3 of clubs. And right, well-timed check from him. And may get a little street of action here, if that is the king, which it is.
King of hearts on the turn.
So Andy picking up second pair and gut shot on this turn. Did already have the gut up, but now second pair to go with it. Now Bobby firing. Interested to see what size he elects for here, Tower, and makes a very good lay down there, Andy, versus 575, just over half pot from Bobby, and Vinny has to get out of the way as well. Yes, and you're going to be aware Bobby can have like plenty of ace X to check this flop as well on this fairly wet board, out of position. Going to just have a lot of checks when we are out of position. Get a lot more information with a check than we do with a bet.
By the way, we've still got some bottle left.
There's a whole new one over there.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's why they've ordered this one.
Is this for later then?
No, that's because we're here. So we might as well finish this one while it's
That's a very good idea.
Struggled to 20. Struggled to 40.
So 5, 5, 10. All on the Grey Goose. All having a good time. Main event starting tomorrow from 12:30 on the stream, or you can join us over the weekend. Plenty of talking about Goliath this week. The full schedule will be released.
So 40 straddle on this time. Vinny limping for the 40. That's going to bring Joe along with an ace on the button, and Jagger has to squeeze this one up after this action in front of him.
275.
Raises to 250. Nice and large, like it. Out of position here. It looks like Andy with a decision here. 4 deuce and 3 bets to 840. The old Bondy coming into the mix here. 3 bet to 840 with the 4 deuce, and Jagger here with the 8. So this is actually quite interesting, Tower, because when I went on break about 40 minutes ago, I was having a chat with Jagger outside, and we had a chat about Andy. He was like, oh, he's 3 bet me a couple of times, and I was like, yeah, Queen 7 and 10 free. So this must have been literally once he just sat down after we come in and had a chat out there. So with that information, he might take a aggressive line here, but interesting to see how he proceeds. And he just moves all in, and there it goes. There is the aggressive line, Tower, and snap fold there from Andy with a 4 deuce, and Jagger having none of it, just putting his foot down there with a 4 bet rip. And quite intrigued if that was to do with the conversation we had 40 minutes ago. And Jagger really nice there from him, just aware that Andy's been very light in spots and just had enough of it there, and puts his foot down with a 4 bet and just a snap fold with the 4 deuce. Jagger, big winner in this game, up over 5k.
Doing well indeed.
Very good session for him.
Live stream till midnight. 5, 5, 10. No limit hold'em cash game. Tomorrow we start with the main event, the 1k main. Hippie Chick says, come on Southampton, 3 minutes until 90.
Wow, Vinny just cold calls the 9-4 here, Tower, after Lee 3-betting the Queens over the open from Andy. Just cold calling 9-4 here. And Andy now happy to call for an extra 100, closing the action.
That's when you know how PR properly.
King 10-5, 2 clubs.
Yeah, so the Queens of Lee getting out flopped here. Still choosing to continue. Small, 175 into 470. So just north of third here from Lee, and Andy just got a call here with the King 9 of spades.
Turns the ace of hearts.
Well, it's an interesting card, Tower, because this card's supposed to be a lot better for us here as Lee than it is for Andy. Like, Andy's not really going to have too much ace-x other than like ace-jack and ace-x of clubs. Ace-10 will be in there as well, but ace-king is not going to be a thing. And Lee, with the ladies, though, just checking it behind, trying to get to showdown here. Now Andy firing 400 and Lee in pretty gross spot here with the queens. However, having this queen of clubs, gonna probably be more inclined to fold with this particular combination. Like, so many less bluffs that he can have here in this spot. We're behind to ace-x of clubs, like queen 9 of clubs, queen jack of clubs, queen 10 of clubs, not a thing. So like, only real flush draws out there that would be a jack 9 of clubs, jack 10 of clubs probably going to check, same with like 10 9 of clubs in this spot. So because we hold this queen of clubs here in Lee, it's probably not going to be the best hand to hero with, and makes a discipline lay down. He didn't get attached to the ladies and just understood that he's going to be behind there a fair amount. And as well as that, Andy's story makes sense. He credibly reps a king. King X going to play in the same manner as it did. So Lee making the right decision on the end.
I'll remind you.
Maybe just one, and the player next to him can just turn it on.
Right, you guys have a new deal.
Because it's hard to remember.
Thank you very much.
It's better if it's the next just say the left.
One of the players who's next to it just turn one.
Yeah.
Because it's hard for them to remember.
Okay. We'll turn over the.
Yeah, there'll be no new Chas and Dave song this year for Spurs going to Wembley, will there, for the FA Cup? None of that.
Thank you very much.
When you do it, just make sure I'm not going together by accident.
We will be the most inconsistent team. Like, it's just
Weird. You batter Man City.
beat Man City, lose to Burnley, beat Leeds 4-0, lose to Middlesbrough.
We got Saturday.
Doesn't matter, Tower, I wouldn't put a bet on it.
Jay's Treble's back Saturday.
Yeah,
Tower's Treble's taking a break.
I've had
Because Jay's had 2 winning bets in the same week.
I know. I've had my luck. That's the problem. That's all.
Let's keep it friendly.
Let's keep it friendly.
I'm trying to give. No, it's not bad.
Actually get to watch the Spurs this weekend. Monday night football for us.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Monday night when you get back home. Monday night football.
Bobby free betting the AS9 here on the button versus Vinny. Like this, we can even free bet this one for value versus this particular opponent. But going to be met with a heat of Andy 4-betting the Ace King of Spades here out of position. Makes it 1.1 to go, and that will be it for the hand. And Vinny's actually reloaded 2.5. I can see.
You can have as many times as you want. If he's put it in with deuce 4 off versus my pocket 8.
And Bobby obviously not
If he puts it in with deuce 4 off versus
ever continuing there with the Ace-9. Now there's the stack sizes. Jagger, our big winner, he's up 5.3k. Joe is only in for 2, he's up 4.2. Ben's a small winner, Ryan's a small winner, Lee's a small winner, and Andy losing, and obviously the big loser, Vinny, in for 13 grand. He is down around 5 figures, but still plenty of time for things to change.
I think Vinny will. I think he will go 40. Maybe not. I said I think you might straddle. Maybe not.
Maybe not. He's up now.
It's more because he's not realised and everything else.
Yeah, that's right.
There is £125.
He's got aces.
So Vinny, Ace-Jack, raises to 1.5, and Joe calls the 1-2-5. Ryan gets out of the way in the small, and this is what having a player like Vinny does at the table. Like Ace-9 off versus +1 raise in a cash game, it's just going to hit the mark more often than not. But having certain players at the table has to make you adjust your range and range of hands that you're going to play against the particular opponent. Like in this scenario here, Joe with the Ace-9, he's happy to get involved with this particular candidate in position versus Vinny. However, Vinny flops him nigh on dead hit. Happy to continue, and it's just going to be a fairly prompt fold from Joe. What you expect to see with the ace-9. Haven't seen him get out of line at all so far today.
You have a jack, yeah. Oh, we got, I guess, yeah, one turn over. Oh, yeah.
Nah, she want a go. Yeah, it's like a go. Yeah. Just seen it for a couple of years. Yeah, she's up again now. She's a scout. And her brother's like, it was supposed to be. They're at the game anyway. She lives in Leeds, like where I live in Leeds. Nah, I got a train. Awful. We got him a limo, yeah. 24 hours a day, yeah.
Good evening, Gandhi, in the chat.
That's how much of a yeah.
Raise 75 dollars.
Can't beat you today, Vinny.
Yeah, this is the live stream cash game. Going to be every Wednesday night, starting the GUKPT, the day before the main. Oh yeah, just to start us off before we kick off with the main event on the Thursday. That kicks off at 12:30 on the stream tomorrow. We're streaming until around midnight tonight, so you've still got plenty of hours left. Action's been good already. There's been 40, 80, 160, 320 straddles even on. And Vinny is putting on a bit of a show for us. He's enjoying himself, he's getting involved a lot. Stuck at the moment, but as I mentioned, still plenty of time for things to turn. Any questions you have regarding the events coming up, any schedules you're wondering about, just fire them away in the chat. Also, Tom's here this weekend as well, head of Grosvenor Poker Online, so any questions regarding the online client, let us know. And as there's no scheduled breaks, as it is a cash game, obviously, Tower and I, every hour and a half, 2 hours, we will just grab 10-15 minutes for ourselves. The Tower's just popped out for 5.
No, he's saying the double string.
But he tried to book this one, but he got the other one. He got
I got like some.
And Gandhi says, hoping for his first Goliath this year at Coventry. Good to see you. How are we doing, Kev? Raise Kev in the chat on Twitch. Good evening. Are you coming down for the weekend, Kev, for the main? Will we see your face? Andy raising the King Jack on the button. 10-8, 3, 2 spades, the flop. And Vinny here, actually with the best of it. King Queen of clubs, check on the flop. 2 hearts on the turn, so changes nothing. King Queen of Vinny still best. And assuming this gets the showdown, Vinny going to take a small one. Check once more. King high announced.
It's the deadest thing ever.
You just put 5 grand in with ace-7.
No, but you're doing Manchester Mini and we'll see you in Manchester then, Kev. 3 weeks.
Remember where you came from?
Remember when we first started the old comms and it was like 6-7 weeks between every leg, and now it's like every 3-4 weeks, which is nice. Lots of poker, lots going on throughout the year. All different buying ranges as well, which is good. Really targets everyone that loves the game. And if you are watching and you are wanting to play the cash game on one of our live cash game streams, you can get in touch. What we are trying to do for each event, the cash game that we are going to stream, is try and get some locals from that casino that are local to this casino, like Lee, Ryan, Ben, Joe, all on this table. So hopefully Manchester will have some of the Manchester regulars with hopefully a few others. And if you do want to get yourself on that list and you are from Manchester, next cash game stream, let us know, because we will start building the list for that game. Andy, Queen Deuce off in the cut-off, makes it 1-2-5, and Lee here 3-betting the Ace Queen of clubs as it should be to 350. And it's going to work once it's folded back round to Andy. We have seen Andy get fruity with all different hands, but Queen Deuce off, looks like he is the star of Praman. maybe making that decision for him. He has been necking them, but he's involved with Queen Deuce out of position here. And Lee flops him nigh on dead to a chop here with the ace queen of clubs. Really nice board for us here as Lee backdoor clubs as well. Just gonna want to fire this one very high frequency. Try to get some calls from some worse ace-x. And wow, Andy just snaps him, pulling out the float here with the Queen Deuce and picked the wrong time to do it. Gonna be making a move on a later street. That's the only thing I can think of here for Andy. And checks over to Lee once more, but floats Queen Deuce, and I take it he's not floating Queen Deuce the full turn. Is he gonna check raise this turn? Lee double barrel. I just can't see how we can continue here as Andy, but maybe he was calling flop to get the check behind from Lee on the turn and then going to bomb the river, but doesn't get through. Should have just folded to the 3-bet, but these guys are having a drink, they're getting involved. Good entertainment for you lot at home. Very good watch.
Yeah, probably nice spot. But I don't know that one day is like 30-minute clock.
Yeah, it'd be a bottle, but it'd probably be good.
Yeah, it'd be good value, yeah. But like, you could just stay here as well and just have to go home there and then rather than like stretch it out. What I was thinking was like, yeah, if we can get some games going.
Dan Peacock. Interesting footwear last night. It was the first day of spring, so I thought I'd pull the shorts out, to be honest with you. I regretted it about 10 PM when I went outside and it was freezing, but it was quite toasty in the casino. So Andy's just on a bit of a mad one at the moment, raises to 105 with the Jack-6. Vinny and Joe both calling, and what a flop for the Jack-6, ace-6-6, 2 spades. So Andy, after choosing to open this below average hand, let's call it, flops the world and doesn't get any action from either opponent.
It's easier for any player just to pick one, because it's hard for the dealers to remember.
Yeah,
especially if
Jack-6 is good.
It's nice when you pick the right
one. I didn't have an ace there, so I'd never put you on it. I was just like, give it a million years.
No, it wasn't again. I think it's after like 4-star fireworks.
That's what it is, that's what it is.
Casual.
is that it? 4 stars?
And about 3 vodkas.
And the rest of the there's 100 pounds.
Stop this, man. Got car protector taking in.
These are 2 big ace gooses. These are 2 big.
Grey Goose as the card protector for Andy. And finds the 8s, raises to 100.
7.
Vinny's in with a 10-7 suited. Joe makes the call with the ace-6 suited. Queen 10-6, 2 club board. So bottom pair nut kicker for Joe. 8s of Andy still best. Well, not best. Vinny actually catching a second pair with a 10-7 of hearts. So Vinny flopping in the best of it here.
Oh, sweet, I don't even know.
I've got 159 on you.
Oh, it said 19, didn't it? Did you see?
Yeah,
It's like 3,000.
yeah, all the boys want to.
See, 8-6, sorry.
Yo, you need to tune into
the
this.
3 of clubs on the 10, doesn't change a thing, nor the deuce of diamonds on the river once it checks through. And now Andy actually going to go for value with his 8s, but he's going to get value owned because Vinny's not folding a 10 after his check through flop and check through turn. And Joe with the ace-6. Can't ever see him overcalling. Well, he is going to look like he's going to overcall this spot here with the ace-6, and Vinny could get maximum. Does overcall. And the 10-7.
I feel like the game was poked up from the start.
Of Vinny. Takes a little one.
first on that side.
Vinny currently in for
Yeah, there you go. And he sat pretty early as well.
13k. So Vinny clawing a little bit back. £500 profit, just under going his way that pot.
I don't think you need to give
We do have a list, Jake, but I don't think if he is on the list, Drew, he's going to get on. I know Jamie Lee and Tim Chung are the first two on the list for this particular game. There's a feeder going on in the cash game, feeding into this game when someone does happen to get up. But I don't think anyone's going to be getting up, to be honest with you. I think this could be the same 9 faces we're going to see for the whole stream until midnight. Started at 6:30 and no one's even thought about moving 3 hours in. We've got another 3 hours just under to go. So probably making it 200.
Oh, it's all kicking off. Oh, it's all kicking off at top end of casino.
What's happening?
Oh, coffee machine was empty.
Oh,
it was all kicking off, let me tell you. Oh, dear me.
Oh, Andy's just on one. He's having a mad 10 minutes. Just 3 bets the King 7 to 940 after Bobby raises it to 200 on the 40 straddle, and Andy's just on an absolute mad one at the moment.
You can see the other one if you want. Nah, leave it to the imagination.
Leave it to the imagination.
I want to leave it to the imagination. It'd be too boring to show, wouldn't it?
It was very nice, Kev. Poland was very good, thank you. Krakow was beautiful. If you haven't been, I can't recommend it enough. Architecture's unreal there. Some of the buildings, food, great, cheap as chips, like everything you really want from a trip away. Weather wasn't even too bad. It was even sunny some days. It was really enjoyed it. Nice to obviously meet everyone as well, Alice's family. But it was a really nice trip, thanks mate. But back now, back here.
Is your next trip away Las Vegas?
Ireland will be my next trip.
Oh, you've booked in for the
Irish Open will be my next trip, then Vegas, probably Malta in October, because I would like to do Malta, assuming they have another festival back end.
Oh, no.
So, what's going on here? Just the 20 straddle on this time. It's toned down. Vinny limps in with the 8 deuce, Jagger's in with the Queen 6 suited, Bobby's in with the 10-7 suited, and Andy just says, you know what, let's make it 16x, have some of that. Makes it 320, but Andy's having a mad 10 minutes tower. I know you've just been on the coffee run, but God, he's going mad. Absolutely, like, it's just on one.
I should have called 320.
Hurry, Gimme Curry said needs to be a voting system. Too many nits here.
Yeah, I think when we start doing these on a regular basis and they become part of the Wednesdays
Every hour,
the
the table will vote for someone to go off. That would be
maybe we'll bring in I like the voting system and it's a great idea. You've watched them on TV before. I think they are a good idea, but at this moment in time, not too sure how many people are actually on the list to replace them. There's not a green room that they can all sit in, unfortunately, here in England. So, well, you never know. There might be some kind of system we can implement.
Yeah, it'll be nice, Katie, to actually, like, don't get me wrong, I love the GUKPTs, having a few drinks, seeing everyone. But Ireland just going to be a trip for playing. Won't be no comms or working out there. Just going to be hopefully winning a bit of money. Just going to play 2 comps, I think, though, and then the rest cash. Going to be my week out there, but we'll see. Plenty of drinking, I'm sure, as it is going to be the Irish Open. Joe raising the ace queen makes it 60. 20 straddle on this hand, and Andy in with the 8-7 off. And Lee chooses to just flat the 8s in the straddle. $5-5-4 2-club board, so pocket 8s of Lee, the best hand. And Andy just fires with the 7-8, does have a gut shot and just pings it on the turn. 6 of hearts rolling off for Andy. And Lee here can't go anywhere with a pocket 8. He's going to have to call again here. especially how reckless as Andy has been the last 10-15 minutes. He's just been on an absolute mad one, so can't see how we're ever going to fold the pocket 8s here as Lee for 600 with position on Andy as well. We've got obviously that gut shot, we've got the overpair as well, no club in our hand, and he can definitely have some club combinations here, which we are ahead of, so Lee does make the call. I'd like to see a brick here, Tower. Offsuit deuce perhaps, well that would bring a 4-liner, but ace of clubs is most certainly not a brick, and Lee not going to like that card because we don't really beat much now, Tower. Maybe pocket 7's the only hand in there that we're going to be ahead of. So this is a river that we should just have a fairly easy fold here as Lee with the pocket 8s. 1.3 into 1.8, so opting for 2/3 here, just north of for Andy. Can't see how Lee's going to find the call here, Tower. Like the main bluffs get there, the clubs, that's the main bluffs that get there. He's not going to be taking this line with a 4 or a 6. 5x, we're behind 2 anyway. So Lee makes the correct decision. Is that Ciroc? Oh, they've downgraded, Tower. They've gone from Grey Goose to a bottle of Ciroc, but another bottle of vodka's out.
Can we get another gin? Can we get a gin, man? Yeah, I love a gin, yeah. Well, actually, I love a beer, but like, I'm on a bit.
Harry, if there's no hot chocolate by the time we come to Goliath, I'll bring you. So I'll bring you a full jar of Cadbury's drinking chocolate just for you, and I'll make you one. How's that? Just for you. They do mocha on the machine. That's close. That's half and half.
Can we get a double? Well, yeah, double gin. Elder Polytonic, yeah. What you said? Elder Polytonic, please. Can I get a food man? Yeah. No. Ah. He's paying, by the way. Bring his card machine.
The pink gin will be next. Have you tried that Parma Violet gin? That's delicious, by the way. Proper delicious.
Have you ever had gin with Coke?
No.
No.
Never. Has anybody?
That's what Alice drinks. That's her drink, gin and Coke. That's all she drinks, gin and Coke. That's literally every time I order it, I get a look from someone at the bar like, sorry, did I hear you right? Say that again. Yeah, gin and Coke. It's actually surprisingly nice. I've tried it. It's not actually that bad.
Okay.
I've tried it. I'm not slagging the drink off. It's but it's just an unusual combination. But
yeah.
gin and Coke.
I have no idea. I'll have a little look now though. I've got it on flash score. They're playing Norwich. Half time at the moment.
Ryan and Ben gone for a little wander, so we are 7-handed.
It's weird. Nobody drank gin ever. Gin was on the shelves in the pubs, and it was always the fullest bottle. And then all of a sudden, somebody decided gin was a thing, and then everybody drinks it.
Do you know what? I'll never see anyone drink the white bottles of Bacardi. I'll never see that ever. Anyone order that?
Bacardi?
Yeah, never ever see that.
Bacardi and Coke. Well, obviously rum's taken off as well. There's now 30 different variations of rum. Vodka was the thing. Not vodka. Yeah, vodka was the flavoured vodka was the thing. Then it became gin. Just goes round in circles.
I hate Diet Coke and mixers.
Wow, Jake just folding the ace-10 there, blind on blind. Well, it is in a 4-blind coup with the straddle on. So, but still, with the ace-10 there, like, definitely 3-bet that one. As Jake, but taking the tighter approach, just lets the ace-10 go, maybe just giving Lee credit for a decent hand. Lee has been fairly solid, so maybe just thinks better hands to continue with.
Dual flops, absolute wilt. Yeah. Queen 9 flop. No redraws for the flush.
Yeah, and if I'm Joe, just going to start firing this one now. We can see with the hands that never getting called from either player. Like Lee probably can't pull fives here, especially with Vinny behind us. The thing is, even if we're up against a hand like King Jack, King 10, we're actually flipping as Lee, so it's one of them situations where we're going to have 50% or 10%, which is not a good spot to be in. And fives get out of the way, and King Queen for Joe, no action for him.
No, I think it's all about, like, you know, your head, isn't it? Like, if you convince yourself that you want to do something, you can just do whatever you want.
Plenty of news regarding Goliath over the week. They're going to be drip feeding all the side events over the course of the next 4 days. But that is the main events for Goliath coming up. Big change on the Friday. Two turbo flights. Can't wait.
Yeah, but if you just cut all that shit out,
I've played Coventry. Kids, they want to sleep, and it's just like,
I just have like doing like 5 in the afternoon and I'll play till like 2 in the morning or something, go to sleep, and then I'll just like 5 in the afternoon the next day. I'll normally wake up like do about 10
Raising the ace jack to 60. Vinny calls with the king 3.
So now you're going to leave me trapped in between Bobby and Jake.
Yeah, what about 8, 9, 10
Queen 6, 2, all diamonds.
I mean, mate, I literally
These are for Vinny and the king of diamonds. And whiffs everybody. Vinny calls for bet, small bet of 75.
Yeah, Bobby not going to be continuing here and out of position here. I can't see Jake continuing either. Attractive price on the call, but then you can have a whole host and lets it go.
Again, the H4 says, looking forward to Goliath. Any advice for the first timer? Enjoy it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, Tower. It's like it's an event that, like, mathematically, it's very unlikely that you're going to win it and you're going to take the 6-figure score for your small buy-in. Just enjoy it. You may have to fire multiple bullets to make day 2. It's a minefield to actually get through the day 1. If you manage to do it on 1 bullet, that is something. But just enjoy it. Try and take everything in if it's your first one. The room is just filled, the atmosphere is great. As Tower said, that's probably the best bit of advice for that tournament. No one really goes there, except for like the cash game grinders that just go and play cash, but no one really goes there for a winning trip. It's more about meeting the poker community. Everyone around the country goes. People that you probably spoke to in chat boxes, on streams, seeing everyone and meeting for the first time, having conversations, having a few drinks at the bar after. Just have a good time. Don't worry about if you have a losing week.
It's a lot of people's mini Las Vegas of Britain. You can't get over to Vegas for the World Series. Goliath and all its side events and all its fun is the place to be. And as Jay says, don't expect to win the Goliath, and I think you'll have a lot more fun. If you do manage to cash, cashing's hard. Don't forget it's only around about 10% of the field that do take home a small cash. And do enjoy it. If you can book yourself a hotel room and have 2 or 3 days in Coventry or around there, there's plenty of rooms out there. If you want to get yourself in, have 2 or 3 days here and just enjoy the atmosphere.
Yeah, I love this from Ryan. It's not going to work, but this is a clear value bet spot for us. We can happily go bet versus this opponent. There's not going to be any King X other than King X of hearts that we're worried about. So we can try and get some calls from some 7X as well as some worse 10X sitting here with a nut 10. So a really nice little value bet there from Ryan. And ace is shown, ace of clubs. I think they're playing pick 1 at the table.
Hello, Adam. Good evening, Adam. Tony Murphy is buzzing for the Irish Open in your hometown. What session it does be, I tell you what. The Irish Open in the City West will be another place. If you ever get over and you've never been, it's a fabulous place to be. On that 2 weeks, the Irish Open is on, always over the Easter weekend.
He's been a bit on the tight side, not Xander. Jake been very tight. I guess with Vinny on his left, he does need to adjust a little bit more. But Yeah, not probably been the tightest at the table, Jake, but tight is right, as they say. I think in this game, the way this game's playing as well, yeah, you're probably still going to, in the long run, be a small winner playing that sort of style. Vinny ace-8 on the button, just happy to call the £20 straddle. And Bobby here finds the jacks here in a 5-handed scenario with the 20 straddle on, bumps it up, and Vinny makes the call, ace-10-6.
Hooks have been out quite a lot in the cash game, quite surprising.
Yeah, love this from Vinny Tower. This is really nice. As I always say, you can't just always bet top pair. You need to incorporate some checks in, make it difficult for your opponents to play against you. And like the ace-8 here with the backdoor straight draw, not the best kicker, is a nice top pair check in that candidate at a certain frequency. Like, we're not always going to check it, we're not always going to bet it. It's all about mixing it up, randomising it in, and making it very difficult for your opponents to play against you. And doesn't go for value here though. I probably would have come in for some win value there as Vinny, after Bobby checks flop, then bet small turn and checks river. Like all of Bobby's ace-X, you expect they're going to be coming in for some value, so perhaps missed a small value bet spot there, but Vinny takes that one. There's the stats. So Vinny, the big loser, Jagger, the big winner, Ryan, Lee, Wink booking a small win, and Ben and Joe up 2.5 and 3.2k respectively.
Tony, Jay's already booked up and definitely going to the Irish Open. I've not committed myself just yet. I love going over to Dublin, as you know, but
might get on the pedalo across the
absolutely.
Across the sea.
if the sea's calm, you never know. You might see me in the City West. So Adam penning a little ditty the other day, singing his tunes on. I like that. He said, I've not penned anything for a while, so I stuck it on. Nice little ditty from Adam.
Joe raising to 120, and Jake, who has been fairly quiet, as mentioned, now is getting involved with the fives, calls for 100, as he should be, this deep with a pair, and Vinny not going anywhere with an ace in the straddle. Jack 10-3, 2 spade board to the pocket sevens of Joe, still the best hand, 2 overs to his sevens though, so probably going to proceed with caution. Definitely a board that could potentially check more often than not with his hand in this scenario. I'm happy to fire on the Jack 10-3. Just can't ever get caught in either spot here. Quick fold from both players, and Joe takes a small one.
If you get him a Guinness at the bar, Tony, can you video it that he's actually drinking Guinness? Because I've never seen him touch the black stuff yet, ever.
You won't see me.
I don't even know if you've even tried it.
Oh, I have tried it.
Have you?
Yeah. When I was like probably 19, 20, I think I had my first Guinness, and it was probably my last. First and last Guinness in the same day. Just not a fan of the taste. You never know. Maybe my taste buds have changed over the last 5-6 years, so I might try one when I'm in Ireland, and it might be all different. Might be my favourite drink. Might turn into Bentig. Queen 8 for Bobby on the button, raises to 60. And he's seen him 3-bet the Queen 7 suited once already. Is this going to be another one? No, just a call. Oh, he has 3-bet it. 3-bet it to 210. There we go. He likes the old Queen 7 suited as a 3-bet bluff, Andy. Bobby gets out of the way, but Vinny cold calls with the 3s, and this pot just has to go Andy's way. We're 3-betting Queen 7 suited tower. This is a board we just have to bet always. Also got a bit of insurance with backdoor Broadway and backdoor hearts, but definitely a board that we can just go ham on and get the fold by the river or turn. I just have to double barrel this, I think, now as Andy, but he's not double barreling. Obviously, maybe versus Vinny, thinking that Vinny's just not ever folding a king or an ace in this spot, so opts to check, but I would have much preferred to see a double barrel there from Andy. A nice large, like 600 into 6, something along those lines. And now it's going to fire on the river, and it's going to work unless the river's free. Oh, it is a free.
It is.
So it just went back. Cool.
He'd have called you anyway. I think he was calling you no matter what.
Been increasing stack back up to 4k.
Trezani says I need to try Black Velvet, and Brad says they say that you normally need to have around 4 pints of Guinness before you start liking it.
You won't like Black Velvet because I've never seen you drink cider either. Because that's cider and Guinness mixed in the same glass.
Nah. Beer and vodka, that's me. That's all I usually have a drink. Maybe the odd Jaeger bomb in there somewhere on a night out. Also, it's so superior in Dublin compared to the local booze around here.
100% true.
But you check the flop, I'm not. No, oh. Yeah.
And if you walk into a proper old-fashioned pub on your street in Dublin, you'll normally see 10 or 12 pints, 3/4 ready and just left to top it, ready to just to...
Because that's what you meant to leave it, ain't it?
Yeah. And then top it up. You'll enjoy Dublin. I hope you have a big run in some events over there, and obviously the World Series as well. You got most of the year mapped out. But he will be back for Goliath, whether he's got a bracelet or not. He'll bring the bracelet.
Well, I think I'll be back for Reading because Reading's being moved to, I think, July, back end of July. So I think I'll get back from Vegas and then be straight off to Reading for the com. So it would be nice. Just I'll be happy with a run, just one run, obviously. Same as the Goliath mathematically. No matter who you are, it's very unlikely you're going to go out there and win a bracelet. But
I've held
just one deep run, I'd be happy with. Just that one sweat is all I ask for, preferably in the main. If you're listening, if you're listening, poker gods. But
I've held a bracelet this year. I've held a bracelet. Rob Cowan fetched his bracelet in to London. Oh, so excited.
Harry and Paul Fletcher, evening gents. Interesting to see the different dynamic of a cash game. Won't help me on playing with the Mavericks and Chancers tomorrow. I'll be at the White Lion in Wrightington.
We will be there this year.
Yep.
We'll be bringing the clubs. We'll be staying at the country club, and we'll be smashing up the Thursday night game as well.
How much you got, Ben?
We're not sure.
You can get out of here. How much you got? I don't believe you.
I'm down about.
Nah, fuck off.
Ben will always tell you it's down.
Oh, really? What, even when he's up short? That's nasty as that.
So great action, 5-5-10
In all fair,
with optional straddles.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we said April. It has been changed. Reading will get updated. We'll get the updated schedule. So sorry about that, Lee. You were right. Reading was still there in April, but it has been changed to July. It was clashing with Easter, which is why they decided to change it. So it's now in July, the back end of July. It starts on the 18th until the 17th till the 24th of July. And we'll bring you more details of that over the weekend. But it has been changed because it would have been in April and it would have clashed with Easter Sunday. So they decided against it.
Yeah, well, interesting flop here. It's actually checked through. Vinny with the up and down straight draw and Joe with 2 pair turning a boat here. And the thing is, like Joe here with the 6-5, what I've noticed from Vinny, yes, we've got a boat and we want to trap, and in a normal scenario, we want to keep bluffs in of our opponent. But I think against Vinny here, once he leads this turn, we just want to raise the 6-5 because there's so many hands that Vinny's going to be continuing with. His flush draws, his up and down, his 7x, his maybe 9-5 he's probably going to even continue with. So I think Joe there on the turn, yes, we got a boat and there's no real bad river for us, and in hindsight you want your opponent to potentially make a flush or a straight, so you want to keep those hands in. But against that particular opponent, he's not going to fold those hands anywhere. Like against most opponents, they just fold versus a certain size with their drawing hands out of position there, 1 card to come. But Vinny doesn't seem like that type of opponent, so just being aware of that and adjusting in certain spots where you may flat to keep bluffs in. But against certain opponents that once they've got money in that pot and they get raised, they're just so unlikely to fold. Just something to think about. It's all about adjusting. You won't play the same hand versus the same opponent. You play it in all different ways, dependent who you're up against. And that's what the best players will do, especially the best cash game players. Know their customers, know how to exploit them, know how to make the most money versus them. As Andy raises to 105 with the Queen 10 and gets called in 2 spots. Vinny and Joe, and the Queen 10 flops best on Queen 7-4 2 spades.
4 of hearts as it's checked on the turn.
And this is just one of them top pair checks that I talk about from Andy. Can't always bet top pair, need to be checking at some frequency, and Queen 10, decent candidate to do it with 8 of spades on the river. So the check mark going the way of Andy, and once it's checked over to us from Vinny, very nice value bet here from him, and gets it snapped off. Really nicely played from Andy with the Queen 10.
Yes, indeed. No, the mini is still going on. It's heads up. It's been heads up for over an hour.
Wow.
We are still battling on. We'll give you the champion when we get it.
But more than that, 8 is when I went out on it. It's nearly hour 40 odd. It's been heads up.
We'll get Jay having a wander very shortly.
Yeah, I'll probably pop out about 15 and then go on a quick 10, 15 and then be here until we finish. As we say, no scheduled breaks, so every now and again Tara and myself will pop out.
My breaks constitute bringing you coffee.
Yeah, that's it. And when the coffee machine's broke, you don't get the break, do you?
He's trying to intimidate you.
Yeah, fucking hell. Ben! Oh, Ben, Jesus.
So yeah, they are still heads up in the minute, and the PLO is down to 25 players from the 116 that played it. And the cash out satellite had 76 runners and 7 seats and £600 for somebody who gets the last token. Don't forget, you get to 100,000 chips, you leave with a ticket. You don't sit there and wait till the end. The cash out satellites and run reverse strategy.
Vinny's in with the old 8-4 off after Jagger open +1. And Jagger firing for 50. And a call from Vinny. Threw a spades on the turn, and Jagger choosing to check this one behind. So I think Vinny's just going to have the best hand here so often here, Tower. Like, he's probably not going to take this line, but he is. I was going to say with a Vinny here, I wouldn't mind seeing him lead fairly small. Well, he's gone a bit larger than expected, 150 into 250, so well over half from Vinny here. And Jagger probably thinking about heroing this one with ace high. Just thinking about it. Obviously 9-10 miss, Jack 9, 9-6, the front door diamonds. Plenty of hands missed there, and Jagger makes the correct fold, whatever he had. Definitely wouldn't be folding an 8 or better.
Should have done the other one. You'll see later.
Just push it out. I'm locked up now. Easy to bluff me now, boys.
Hope you enjoy the cash action. Tomorrow we're back to tournaments and the GUKPT main event will bring you full structure on what's happening here in Coventry after this hand for the rest of the week. It has been busy. Heads up in the mini.
Well, Ryan's got the 80 straddle on Tower, and Andy raises to 200. 5, 10, 20, 40 straddle Ryan's got on, sorry. 40 straddle from Ryan and a raise to 200 from Andy with the ace king. Vinny's in on the button with an unknown holding. Might need to get a deck change. That's the second time now his box hasn't picked up the cards. But we do know that Joe's in the small blind with the ace 8 of diamonds, and Ryan must have had a trash holding not to defend closing the action.
2-6 Jack, 2 clubs.
And it's continuing for just south of third. And the Jack 6 deuce. We can know that Joe isn't going to be continuing, and Vinny is involved here. So we're going to sweat this one from Andy's perspective. Queen of diamonds on the turn. Like in a normal situation here, Tao, if I'm up against one of the other players at the table, I'm probably going to double barrel this spot fairly high frequency once this queen rolls off. But like against Vinny here, like the hands we start targeting, like the 6x, the flush draws, maybe even deuce x of Vinny. Jack X we're not going to fold out anyway, but Vinny's probably the type of opponent to call these hands, so I think against Vinny maybe might start checking this one, but it did work for Andy, whatever Vinny had, so fair enough. Double barrel paid dividends then for him. And they're playing show one, so Andy shows the ace. This is what we got coming up in Coventry.
Indeedy. There are the rest. We're waving at you, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. It's just our camera's not working tonight. We've had a few issues with cabling.
When you went, hippie chick said it's because I put on so much weight in Poland. I don't want to go on camera now. We had that conversation.
Today we had the PLO, the mini main day 3 and the satellite. Tomorrow it's the main event and the satellite. Friday is main event flights B and C. The turbo being the flight C. That starts at 9. Saturday is a £200 side event starting at 4. And Sunday it's the main event day 3, crowning the champion. And then the seniors and the bounty to enjoy. Hope you get a chance to come down and see us in Coventry.
Yeah, a little 40 ball, Come on. We're all punting. Yeah, we're putting in the 320 over here. Putting the 40. 49. 320? You just missed your 40. Right? Yo, did I say I did?
3 hands ago.
I'm giving it big bollocks over here, innit? I'm on the absolute free run. Nah, I'm on the 80. No one's giving me the option for the 160. What, you think he's going to give me the option for the 160?
He did that once. And then you didn't do it.
Yo, he got a food menu 20 minutes ago. You think he's going to give me the 160 option? Yeah, it's true though, isn't it?
You give me the option.
Did he? I need to swap seats with Boss Man over here.
Raise to 60. No.
So Vinny in the cut-off raises Jack 9, makes it 60. Jagger not going anywhere with the Queen Jack in the pick. So 3 bets to 275. Andy with the Queen Deuce suited out the way, and
Vinny's coming in for the call of 215. Five, 3, 6.
Yeah, so both players with this board going to be a situation of first sign of aggression, likely to take this one down, and Jagger not opting to continue on this board, especially versus Vinny. He's going to be aware that Vinny's going to have a whole host here, and maybe just doesn't think that C-bet's going to get through enough in terms of range against say opponent's going to be playing more from a range perspective. We're going to check this flop anyway as Jagger in the 3-bet coup, but now just choosing to delay continue on this 5 of diamonds turn, and does actually have the best hand, and this is going to work.
Well, you see, yeah, he said it was going to be the end of the hand. He picked up the chips, thought he was calling, but decided against it. That's a long way from Coventry's Cumbria. Yeah. Work out what days you want to play. When we get the schedule out, it'll be all over social media. But we will be drip feeding you the schedule this weekend of all side events, and whatever you fancy playing, get yourself booked into hotels. There's so many hotels around Coventry. If you want to drive 15-20 minutes to the arena, there are so many different choices of hotels. I would be very surprised if you got into the Doubletree Hilton at this late stage, but you never know. But if you do make a plan for it, 4 or 5 days for Goliath is Will be a great trip and hopefully a profitable one.
Speaking of the Hilton,
Yes.
we're always usually in the Hilton, and usually the rooms we get
Yeah.
are all the way to the other end of the stadium.
You like walk to Walsall before you get to the room.
basically. So
Yes.
so checked in today.
Yeah.
Given me a lovely room,
Yeah.
perfectly opposite the lift.
Really?
But
Why?
I don't know.
How?
I don't know. That's the room she gave me.
Yeah.
It's on the second floor.
Yeah.
Lift's not working. I've been complaining for years about getting those rooms all around the other side. I finally get a room opposite the lift, and the lift's not working.
2 flights of stairs.
Yeah, 2 flights of stairs.
Well, it's not just 2 flights of stairs because there's a mezzanine and all sorts.
Yeah,
isn't it?
exactly. It's like 2.5 flights of stairs. It's. Thought I've run well for once. Got a room right opposite the lift. Lift's not working.
Maybe the lift's not working, so it keeps you quiet at night. So it's not keeping you awake.
Yeah.
So Joe raises 243. Vinny calls with King 9.
Yeah, Joe happy to continue this board, and Vinny gets out of the way, has to show one, shows him the king. That's what the players are playing. If you win the pot, you got to show one card. If you have enjoyed this cash game and you do fancy getting on the stream at some point this year, we're going to be running it every Wednesday for every festival. What we're trying to do is get some locals to that casino on the game for the lineup. So, for example, if you're in Edinburgh and you want to play the Edinburgh cash game, let us know on Facebook, Grosvenor the Poker. I'll put some socials up for you, or on Twitter at Grosvenor the Poker. So wherever it may be, Manchester, Edinburgh, Leeds, get your names on the list early, and then we're going to build a game around that. The locals that play close to that casino, as you can see here, obviously regular faces at the CBS Arena on this table. As Jagger raises the pocket ace, 2-1-2-5. It's called in 2 spots and in the big blind, and Vinny on the straddle. 8 still the best hand, although Vinny does have 2 overcards, the 8 and a Broadway draw. In terms of range, this is a board that Jagger's going to have plenty of bets on, so happy to continue this one. Although there's 2 overcards from a range perspective, this is just going to be a board that's much more favourable for us than it is for our opponents, and gets the freeze to fold. And Vinny not going anywhere with his gut shot. 7 of clubs on the turn. This is the card Jagger does choose to check behind in the Jack 10 of Vinny, rivering the best of it. He goes check, check, and Jagger's going to see that Vinny rivered him for a small one.
Why is Pete taking pictures of,
I don't know,
the clock or the cameras?
Yeah,
or,
yeah. I know.
Is he on Spy?
I know.
Spygate.
It's got to be how long's left on the break, I reckon. Maybe he's sending his mate that he's got like 2 minutes left on the break clock. I don't know. But he's definitely taking a picture of the clock.
Yeah, okay.
Unless it's the prize pool confirmed for the Omaha, maybe. That could be it.
He's wandering around, so he's still not in it. Evening, Sam.
How are we doing, Sam? Bet you're happy. Liverpool on a roll at the moment.
Just tuning in as Liverpool make it through to the next round.
I'm a weak guy.
Thought you might have been there tonight, Sam.
You should take advantage of me because I'm very weak. Very weak player. If I got the kings, I'm a very strong player. But if I don't have the kings, I'm a very weak player. If I have the pocket 8s on ace king x, I'm very weak. Very easy to play against. Free money for everyone. Fuck it out. Just collect.
Come on, I mean you again, Lee.
King Jack 4 Lee raises to 80, and Vinny with the Queen 6 gets involved. going to do this hand, guys. I'm going to pop out quickly for 10 minutes, 10-15 minutes, and then I'll be back for the remainder of the day. Last little 10 for me. Bring the waters back, tea back. What do you fancy,
Good lad, I'll have the water, please.
Water.
Yeah.
I've flopped and misses.
So Lee continues, takes that one down.
I'll
see you in 10-15. Good lad. Have a wander round. You got me for the next 10 or 15 minutes. You're alright. Absolutely, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll just start crying when you leave. Don't worry about it.
A little 50 He wants to raise. And he raises. Ooh, nice. Ben straight in with a 40.
So this is the 5, 5, 10, sometimes 20, 40, 80, 160. There's a straddle.
That mean 160?
I would have to put the 160 in, especially after I
Straddle to 160.
Action has been alright. It hasn't been bad at all. Nice mix of players. They're on the second bottle of vodka.
Oh my 6
Got the kings, mate. What do you want me to do?
If he falls to me, will you expose one?
Pass. Pass.
Okay, that's the bind in there. Yeah, can you expose one?
Pass.
One?
If it gets folded around, you can see it.
Fold it to me.
Is it really? Be careful.
Maybe you both could try one.
Third? Is it the third? No way. I must have miscounted.
Do I win?
I suppose if everybody's having one on the table, it doesn't really last long, does it? 8 people having a shot. I want to take you to have two or three drinks and the bottle will have gone. I'm glad to see the guys enjoying themselves and having a laugh. Playing a juicy 5-5-10 cash game. Jay's just nipped out for a 15-minute break. No breaks in a cash game. Live stream finishes at 12. And then we're back tomorrow with the main event starting at 12:30 in the club as always. A lot of information regarding Goliath this week. Drip feeding what's going to be coming up at Goliath so you can make plans for the side events. Katie's already posted that the ladies event is a 2-day event now. We're going to be streaming the final.
I did just do the 160.
I did just do the 160.
So that's one stream for us as we hit Goliath. We'll be streaming day 2s and final days of other events as well. All kinds of events coming up. Really looking forward to it. I know we're talking about it as if it's months and months away, but it is only the end of August, and when you think about the planning that goes into it, we are just under 6 months away till we go do hit Goliath. But plenty of plans are in place. You guys have to work out when you're coming down and playing and getting into the hotels. And look forward to seeing everybody. We've got it has been too long. So 9 dues for Bobby in seat number 5. Sticks in a 1 pink 100 chip.
Oh yeah, I've fully taken out.
Must be a certain card that's not registering because he's not. It's going around the table by the looks of it. Could have something like Jack 6, Jack 7.
Not stealing.
Wants to see a flop, does win it.
Just wasn't enough in the top.
Looks like a 6. Did he fold a 6 open? Yeah, he folded it. Looked like a 6 he threw into the middle.
He was stealing.
It was a value bet.
It possibly was a value bet.
It definitely was a value bet.
I'll steal it.
So Jagger on 8k, started with 3.
It was a value bet.
I knew you would fold a 5.
You put him specifically on 5 that you would fold.
Live stream on until 12. These are the Goliath dates as we know regarding the main event. Definitely live streaming Flight 8. Definitely live streaming Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
That is 100% of water.
And then in between there'll be a couple of final tables that we live stream.
Actually, it isn't water.
Looking forward to Goliath. J-Mal, yeah, it's dried up slightly, hasn't it? Maybe the Grey Goose has taken hold, or the Ciroc, or whatever they're on now. What are they on now?
145.
Maybe that's the thing. Just have 10 minutes. It has been juicy. Ryan raises to 125. Under the gun +2.
I can't call that one.
Vinny's calling with the Queen 6.
Lock up thing.
And we're off to the flop. There he goes, check, check on a 7 Jack 5 flop. Ryan flopping third pair. It's King of Hearts on the turn. Still with Vinny. A bet from Ryan, and that will do nicely as he shows his hand.
Just try and assess the situation.
Well, we drove it. He's trying to decide if he wants to drive back.
We're drinking now. Too late.
Yeah, I'm eating if you're out.
We're on our second bottle now.
Everyone's putting in the 40 though, yeah? For one orbit. Alright, one orbit when the
So live stream on until midnight. Plenty of more action to come. Plenty of more vodka for the team as they sit down emptying another bottle.
Is that a straddle?
That's straddle.
Oh, we did start.
Is that a straddle?
Raise. 320. Plus.
So Joe raises to 320 with ace queen.
Definitely want to go, isn't it? We've said that all night. It's definitely, before the night's done, call it.
Andy who straddled to 80.
The whole thing falls down for sure.
Andy Cooper calls with the old deuce 4. And that'll bring Vinny in with the old jack 9. So Joe looks back down and thinks, yep, ace queen suited. 2 players calling.
They like to crack.
A jack high flop. Jack 5, 6, 2 diamonds. Andy with the straight flush draw. Top pair for Vinny.
That's 400.
Check, check. Back to Vinny. Bets 400. Joe with the overs. Gets out of the way. Andy Cooper will not be.
All in.
Wow, the triangle's gone in. The triangle has gone in, and Vinny with top pair says, yeah, I call. And the 6 pairs on the river, but Vinny with 2 pair and Andy whiffing everything means that Vinny is on his highest stack of the night on 5.5. I am not folding a straight flush draw. Picks up, open down straight draw on the turn, and Andy Cooper misses. So Vinny's got his big stack.
When did it all go all in?
Here's the big stack.
2000.
2,045. Flat.
I said it quiet.
We've got a long way to go yet, but nice one.
Cash action from Coventry, live as it happens. Another 90 minutes or so to watch these players.
Ah, that's fair. Come on.
I don't know how you knew I was coming. How did you know I was coming? Just thought maybe you would. I've been folding a lot.
To be honest, you folded more than you usually do.
I know, I have. I folded about 3 ends.
The drinks are flowing, the cards are out,
No, it's usually one a night, isn't it, a minute?
and it is down to
It's
4.5.
been like 4 or 5 now.
Lee not been involved too much
Folded against
at the moment, neither has Jake. Vinny is just about in every hand.
110.
have to go down enough to sort of make
And
it
then
worthwhile playing with.
raises it up to 110, not knowing what his holding is.
Come on, Ben. Now it's your turn.
Seven, 10, ace, 2 diamonds.
Check.
Nut flush draw for Ryan.
That's 250.
The fires out 250.
All right, I don't care how I catch.
Call.
Vinny calls with second pair. And Ben gets out of the way. Brick for Ryan. Mandara, the 2 of hearts.
Bet 1100. Fast.
Ryan makes 1.1 on the 10. Just gets out of the way, Vinny. Not giving it all back.
It's a nice card.
He's up to 5,100 from his initial 2, but he's had 5 buy-ins. So he's gone half it back.
I think my 10 might have been good there.
Yeah, they're having a good time. The vodka's flowing. A lot of players know each other around this table. And there's been plenty of action. There is a waiting list. And when the live stream finishes, this game won't finish. These guys will carry on till the early hours. The drinks are flowing. Here he is. It's the man. See? Get you with tea. Good lad.
Chill out.
We've had a double up.
Who double?
Oh, action man.
Vinny?
Seat 2. We've got a lot. He's over 5,500. Wow.
That's what he did That's why
Oh, and then he give me the comment.
That's why I give him the reaction.
Fucking ass.
That's why I give him the reaction.
Call. Fast. Fast.
So Jake raising to 125, ace 5 of hearts. Want to be opening this one. Feeding flats the king jack, and Bobby calls with 7s in the small. Andy with an unknown holding in the straddle. Calls as well. Over a monkey in this one already.
Flop time. 9-9 jack.
And Vinny flops best here with the king jack. So 4-way here. Happy to fire up in the field down. Try and get value from some worse jack X, as well as some hands like queen 10, king queen, 10-8 suited, these type of holdings.
Call. Fast.
Andy calls.
Yeah, there's a card going around that seems to be dealt every hand that is obviously not being picked up at this moment in time.
Check. I like the check here from Vinny, really nice with the King Jack here. It's one of those hands that we're never going to get free streets with, so it's a 2. Wow, he's not actually value bet the river here, Tower. How have we not value bet here as Vinny? He has to have the best hand here. King Jack just has to be good. Can never not be good the way this hand's played, and especially once we check turn because it's a hand which we're going to get 2 streets from, and probably the best manner of getting those 2 streets is to check back turn for deception and then go for our value on the river. But Vinny not wanting to value bet that one.
Yeah, it's like he's got over 5k after his buy-ins of 10, and he must have thought, well, you know what, I'm halfway there now.
He's in for 13, Tower. So
13?
Yeah, he's in for he's in for 13,000 of Vinny. How we doing, Mr. Shannonite on on YouTube?
Good evening, Mr. Shannonite. Did you notice if the mini had finished?
Yep. I think they done a deal.
Yeah.
But Leon they played on, and Leon won the trophy. So Leon Campbell was the eventual winner, and Eddie come in second. But I think there was some sort of deal made. I heard him speaking about it. Eddie was speaking to Leon Ben.
Well done, Leon. And we're down to 20 in the PLO that had 116 runners.
Right, I'm raising to 325 here with the Queen Jack, and Andy King 8 of Hearts here chooses to call. So must be a 80 straddle on Tower. Ryan's opening to this size. Yep. Vinny with the 80 on. Andy's in with the King 8 suited, and once again unknown holding, this time for Vinny.
I agree, I should look at this one.
Gary Wilson is off to Vegas in 8 hours. In 8 hours. So that's a 6 o'clock start.
Have fun out there, Gary.
Yeah, absolutely. There'll be plenty of festivals going on before the World Series starts at the end of May.
Ryan Queen Jack continuing here for 325, and going to get that one through. That's a nice pot to pick up there for Ryan. Ryan actually winning 3.1 now. He's in for 4k, so Ryan 3k win at the moment for him.
Must be nice.
How are we doing, Spand? Good evening.
Oi, oi.
Didn't recognise him yesterday. He's got his beard so much.
I
You've
know.
seen him, yeah?
Yeah.
Looks like a different man.
Yeah, he's in disguise nowadays.
Excuse me.
He's in disguise.
I've got to get a gin and tonic, please. Elderflower tea.
Good luck this week, Spand.
Yeah, 2. Elderflower
The fish and chips have been devoured.
Is it free drinks on the house on this day? I mean, if they bring it
So just over 90 minutes to go until the end of the live stream for the cash. This game will run till the wee small hours that is the show.
I can't believe they get 2 bottles free.
I'm joking. Have you been drinking your drink anyways? How are you getting on with that gin? Oh my god, the ice is melting me. Oh, you're hideous. You are hideous. Okay. You just want our money. Do you want me to bank transfer it? Hideous dear.
Off to Vegas in 8 hours.
So many people, Tyler, that are going out
Can't be
there.
flying at 6:30 in the morning though. Surely that's on the way to the airport for the 11 o'clock flight or whatever it is these days.
Span, so just to give you a rundown, Jagger in seat 6 is our big winner. He's in for 3k. He's up over 5k at the moment. Ryan's also doing well. He's up 3,000. Andy is losing. Vinny's down quite a chunk. Vinny's down like 8k. Ben small winner. Lee small winner. So that's to make you aware of the ongoings. Yeah, Jagger up 5 bag. Very nice for him. Ryan up 3 bag. Andy losing 1.3, Lee's winning 900, Jake's about level, and Vinny, this man here, big loser. He's entertained us, Span. It's been a really good watch, this cash game. I've really enjoyed it actually. Vinny putting on the entertainment for us, I can tell you that, as the Queen 3 Deuce rainbow board comes off. So the fours of Vinny, nice flop for him, only one overcard to the fours, which doesn't happen very often. And want to bet here with our pocket fours once checked to us, equity denial purposes. Obviously going to be plenty of overs out there, but doesn't choose to bet Vinny, opts to check it. And both players yet to realise their equity, but neither hitting. Ryan picking up flush draw here. Fires for 250, and Vinny with the fours after checking back flop, not going to go anywhere here, happy to call. I'd like to see a brick here, see if Ryan's got the double barrel in him against this opponent, and it's the 5 of clubs on the river. And haven't seen Mr. Mandara bluff yet, I can't recall, and he's not going to start now. Haven't seen a river bluff from him yet. And the fours are going to be good, maybe against that particular opponent. Ryan just thinks we're never getting Vinny to fold an 8, which he can plausibly have the way the hand's played, and if that's the case, then big fan of the check. The fours of Vinny are good. Vinny up to 6k now, he's getting some back tower.
He is indeed.
I don't want to get tangled, do you?
I was already a bit. I was already a bit tangled up. Maybe it that way. I believe that, Vinny. I believe that.
Called on the 8, I'm just folding on the 5.
Hey?
If you called on the 8, you're not folding the 5.
Yeah, where am I going? I'm not getting it, am I?
Good luck to you.
Still heads up. They're still heads up.
That has to be good, really, right? Because it was short.
40 straddle on, this time from Joe.
Short of that. That's 4 to 8 million.
Under 97.
105.
I think that's this guy.
Andy just bumps it up to 405. Just the full 10x on the 40 straddle with the 9-7 off. How'd you like them apples? Just 10x is it out of the small with the 9-7.
As you do.
I'm not doing round of 40. No. Round of 40 there.
Yeah, well, we're doing
I changed it for 10%.
Oh, it started at you. I was saying you already done it. Yeah, sorry. I was the last one.
Do you think Andy was just getting a little bit bored?
I don't know, he's very unpredictable, let's use that word, Tower. He goes on like a mad 10-15 minutes and then plays solid again. And then he'll have a mad 10-15 minutes and play solid again. It's very unpredictable from Andy. Mixing it up all the time, and Bobby here with ace-king in the cut-off. Lovely one to open for him. 20 straddle is on, so raises to 75, 3.75x.
Andy's in, he loves his small one-gappers and his silver connectors, he loves them.
Just free bets the 4-3 of diamonds, and like I say, he goes on these little mad 10 minutes, Tower, and it's just, wow, Vinny cold calling the Queen 8 here. Love to see it.
He's been involved so much, and he's got himself up to 6k, and he's thinking, yeah, I'm still calling.
What a dream spot for Bobby here now, Tower. We've just got a slam dunk 4-bet here as Bobby. The way Andy's been playing, and like Vinny's just been cold calling 3 bets with a whole host. So this is as clear as it comes as a 4-bet spot for us as Bobby. Have the 4-bet here, probably somewhere around the 1100 remit size. I'm going to be making it here as Bobby. We're just well ahead of both players' ranges, the way Andy's been playing. And there is the 4-bet from Bobby with the ace-king. 1300, so opts for a bit more than 4x here. And Andy with the 4-3 of diamonds, he's been getting well out of line, but can't see him getting this out of line, Tower. He's usually 3-bet bluffed and then folded once he's been met with some heat.
What were you saying?
Forget the heat, he's in with a 4-3 of diamonds.
He loves the small suited connectors and the small one-gappers.
Oh,
he
wow.
loves them.
And do you know what? Vinny now with the Queen 8 off, what I've seen from Vinny, this much money in the middle, I don't think Vinny's going to be folding, Tower.
Then there you go.
Yeah. Look at this action we've got here. We've got the Queen 8 coming along. We've got nearly 4k pot tower. 4k pot and the 4-3 and Queen 8 are involved.
Oh, flopper's happy, dealer. Flopper's happy. Oh, flopper 9, 9, 10, 2 hearts.
A bit boring tower, unfortunately. Thought we could see some potential fireworks with this amount in the middle already. And Bobby not going to like this flop after 4-bet and the ace king. Probably not going to be continuing here once it's checked to him. But Vinny might have other ideas. Is he thinking about donking here in this 4-bet coup with the Queen 8? It has flopped the gut shot here, but obviously Bobby's range is going to be jacks, queens, kings and aces in there. So Vinny does decide to check, and this much in the middle, Bobby working with less than 1 SPR. Obviously got to be thinking about the range of hands Andy has. I don't think he's ever going to think Andy's as light as what he is in this particular scenario, but probably less inclined to continue, especially with Vinny in the pot. And it looked like Vinny was interested on the flop. He thought about donking, and that may lean us more towards a check here as Bobby. Like if we were deeper in terms of the pot size, potentially could just see a C-bet a lot of the time here from Bobby, but working with this particular SPR, I'd be pretty surprised if he did continue. And there is the check, and now it's over to Andy with the 4-3 of diamonds, and Andy's just complete whiff on this board, and he's counting out some chips, so tower.
He's pulling out, is that 1100?
And 1100 is the bet, so 5k in the middle, and a Vinny here.
I've got a good shot.
With the Queen 8 is coming along. What a hand we got here for you guys. And this is going to get the best hand out of the way. Bobby can't call. Bobby has to fold. The best of it is going to have to get out of the way. He's getting this price, but got to think about hands that we expect Vinny and Andy to have here. And I don't think Queen 8 off and 4-3 of diamonds are going to be running through his head right now, Bobby. I don't think he's going to be putting those in the range of hands that he's going to be up against. I'll tell you that for sure. And what a game this has been tonight. And this hand just seals the deal. It's been an action game, left, right, centre since we started. And a huge pot brewing here. And Bobby thinking about it. But this is the line of action I'm happy to see. And let's see what the turn brings, tower, because it's interesting, because if Andy shoves 1.4, he's going to be getting over 5-1 on a call anyway, Vinny, with the Queen 8, and 5 of hearts on the turn. So how's this going to play out? I'm just so intrigued to see what line Andy's meant to take now. Surely we've got to give up, because you think about how Vinny's been playing. If we shove for 1.4, Vinny's then going to have 5-1 on the call. He's got to put in 1.4 to win 7.5, over 5-1 on the call, and for that fact of the matter here, I'd probably just give up as Andy. I know, there we go, there's the give up. And a queen on the river.
Vinny.
So Vinny didn't need to improve, but has improved, and now Andy sat here playing the board and says, I'm all in for 1.4, and Vinny snaps it off
with the queen on the river.
Gonna see the 4-3 of diamonds. He's got to. He's not even going to show it. He says, "You're good." Mucks his hand, and Vinny with the Queen 8. What a hand! 9k pot nearly going the way of Vinny, and he's nearly out of the hole, just like that. And Vinny scoops a monster, just sub 9k pot. Andy giving it away with the 4-3 of diamonds, and he's going for a little walk, maybe get some fresh air, clear his head. Maybe 1 star of prime and too many. But wow, what a little hand we got for you there, guys. It's not something you're ever going to see.
Vinny is nearly
out of the hole.
Out of it.
He's peeking his head over tower now. He's not deep enough. He's peeking his head over the hole. He's nearly out. He's got 1 hand out of it. What a pot for you guys to watch. It's so unorthodox. It's obviously just not something you're ever going to see again. I don't think. It's a crazy pot there. Queen 8 off, 4-3 of diamonds, going at it in a 9k coup.
Just amazing.
Live poker.
He's not dead.
He's not dead.
Yeah, that's how I
Just the 8 before the shot. How much did he have? No, it's like 8, 9k. Could have been approaching 6 figures.
6? Come on, not 6. Don't silly.
There was 3 6 in before the play.
That is high level street poker.
That is one hand tower. It's pretty hard to break down in terms of the holdings, but like Tao said, live poker's just never dead. Wherever you go, you get in a live game, there's always something going on.
Absolutely.
He said he had 4.5.
What was the different vodka that they fetched?
I'm not going to judge.
You said there was a different vodka that they fetched. What was it?
Ciroc.
Ciroc.
Where you go?
Well,
Your turn next.
Vinny's just said, where are you going? It's your turn next. Love Vinny. Love him. He's here to play from hand number 1. And now he's nearly out of the hole completely.
Finish. 1 too much, isn't it?
No, not in poker. Couldn't care about poker.
So Vinny now, with some chips in front of him, got the whole table covered. Could see him and Jagger potentially play a 1600 big blind pot tower. We're lucky.
Well, Vinny's now up and down. Ben's got a gut shot. Bear 100 and a call. The Jack of Diamonds on the turn. The Jack of Diamonds is the bingo card for Ben.
Yeah, it's beautiful tower. Just turning the stones here, and now we're going to get action as well because Vinny's not going anywhere after catching a pair to go with his up and down straight drop.
Yeah, no, it's a funny about.
9 on the river would be sick.
Yeah, he's a good lad. I'm just from pure as fuck. Tried to give it away like that.
Well, it's the 8 of diamonds. So Ben with the nuts here. And we saw him go huge versus Vinny earlier, opted for just sub 1.5x pot when he is value betting river. And I think against this opponent we might see the same sort of size again, tower. And here it comes. Here comes the bomb from Ben. Looks like 2k.
2k? No. It is. It is 2,000.
Can I get a stack of bread? Give me bread 2,000. Oh, I don't.
He's bombed it again. Now, does Vinny remember what happened last time?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, Vinny. Oh, he's
no!
called with third pair, and Ben just scoops a 5.6k pot with the ace-10, and Vinny was having none of it with the third pair there. What a game we've got here, Tower. This is some action poker. What a game to be in. This is dreamy for a 5-5-10 game. There's probably about 50k on the table.
Is that a case of not thinking about what happened the last time he did that and not remembering that kind of thing? Some people can remember everything like you got that kind of photographic memory that remembers everything on the hand. Some people just play it as it is and can't remember them kind of things.
Last time he had it, this time he had it.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're spot on, Tower. Same size as well, same size that Ben opted for. Get yourself on a list, band. Get yourself on that list. It was still.
Ask him, see if he can pull up 80 quid. Let's see what happens.
You know when I get that thing that you.
What's happening here? We'll take it. We'll take it with the scampi. We'll bring steak instead. Thanks very much. Live stream finishing at midnight, so in around about an hour and 15 minutes tomorrow we have the start of day 1A of the main event. That's what we're here for. But this cash edition on a Wednesday night has just been class. Where are we next? Manchester. Manchester, get your votes in. What do you want to see in Manchester? Oh, who's going to be on the list watching this? They'll all be singing, get me in, get me involved, I want to be in, bring these players.
Ryan, first time seen a loosish open from Ryan. 9-6 of spades in the cut-off on the 40 straddle. Raises to 1-2-5. Vinny and Jagger both coming along. And Ace King Deuce Rainbow. Board Ryan wants to be continuing high frequency here. Doesn't need to go too large. Opts for 75. And Vinny with top pair. Not going anywhere, and neither is Jagger with backdoor will draw, second pair and backdoor diamonds. Jagger thinking about fruity raise here. I wouldn't actually mind a raise with this particular holding tower. This is actually a really nice hand to do it with in terms of a bluff and some backdoor equity that we can have in this particular scenario. 4 diamonds, is it in the deck? Jack of clubs on the turn. So now Jagger's got to be thinking about hands that Vinny's going to call here with. It's going to be Ace X and King X, maybe some gut shots in there with backdoors. Turn goes check, check. Wow, wow, wow.
King of spades on the river.
And if I'm Jagger here, same as Ben before tab, we choose a really large size just to get the call from the Ace X holdings that Vinny can have in this particular scenario. Like we chop with other King X anyway, so we're not really too worried about that other than King Queen specifically.
1700.
17?
Yeah, and there's the big sizing again. And there's the snap call again from Vinny, and just like that, when he was nearly out the hole.
And he's back down.
Yep. Vinny just snaps it off with the ace-3, gets the bad news, sees that Jagger indeed find a lucky river, and now Jagger up to 10.3k. Jagger, big winner here, 7k up in this game. Bought in for 3, Ben's in for 2.5, so Ben's also winning 6 bag. Ryan in for 4k, 2.5 bags up. Bobby winning 2.4. Only losers at the moment are Andy and Vinny.
Has Lee French locked his seat up, or is that somebody else coming in, do you think?
Lee's probably just gone out outside for some fresh air, I'm guessing, tower. It's been up and down a lot during this cash game.
Just over an hour and 10 minutes to go until the end of our live stream cash table. Who wants this lineup back in Manchester in about 3 weeks' time? Stick your hand up.
I just think we should invite Andy and Vinny to every game and build a game around them, tower. I think that could be the great entertainment.
Shall we start Goliath with a live stream cash table?
What, on the Wednesday? Yeah, we could do.
On the well, I don't even know when we're
it would be here. We could have
when
this
when are we streaming, Jim? When do we start?
We start on the Thursday. We start on the Thursday for the GUKPT.
Do we?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Are you sure?
The day 1A of the GUKPT, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, you.
And then if
How did you know?
Well, I have these special meetings with Jim, don't we?
I thought you went to Poland. I didn't realise you went around Jim's house.
Oh, he just usually sends me a message. Be at the Ritz for 3 o'clock. We're going for lunch. I'll treat you to lunch. We have a little discussion over.
That's a good idea. GUKPT, stick it on.
He did actually, speaking of my mate Jim Tower, he did actually drop me a message saying that at the Vic, the next leg, there's going to be a 1K 456, I believe. Oh, it's not even at the next leg actually. It's just part of the tournament that's scheduled for March at the Vic. Wow. 1K on the 27th of March, 456, 7 max, high roller PLO. I might be there. Yeah, wow, it's just the tournament schedule for March he sent me for the Vic. That looks like a festival in itself. Some nice tournaments there.
Poker action everywhere.
Yeah,
and the flopped, more or less the flop nuts for Andy.
Yeah, Andy's reloaded 5k, so Andy's now in for 10.
5 of clubs on the river, paired in the board.
Yeah, not going to get any action though. And this is what everyone's doing, tower versus Vinny.
Yeah.
And this is like what you talk about, exploit, like against opponents that just don't fold. Like if they're calling 1,000, they're probably going to call 1,500. Like you might as well choose the bigger size versus certain opponents, because they're just a lot of the time thinking about their hand in question and not your particular range.
He can't call this. It's Jack High.
No, he's not calling tower, I don't think. If he calls this, it's just madness. It's utter madness if this is a call from Vinny here with the Jack 9. Yeah, I guess we beat some like 4-6, 6-7 with a spade, these type of holdings, but we're clutching at straws to ever be good at with Jack High in this particular scenario. And Andy takes a 1.5k pot. It's the most of betting that size on the rib up was 1.5 in there. It's been great watching. There's the stats for you guys, the winners, the losers. Andy and Vinny under it. Oh, them boots on Twitch. Bite down on Twitch.
No, them boots. Good evening, everybody. Hope you enjoy the live stream. It has been another
Do you know what, these
action-packed
this last
no limit game.
4.5 hours have just flown by, tower. Absolutely flown by watching this game.
Raise 220.
King, Queen of Spades.
Yeah, and he raises the 8-5.
It's interesting because most of the hands you'd normally play and expect to win in a tournament, like your King, Queen of Spades, your Ace Jacks, your Ace Tens, very rarely winning in cash. Like any two or any kind of positional hands just completely change in cash. It's great to watch.
To be honest, like when you're really deep, that's when you can start playing a bit wider, and especially if you feel like you're good enough and you're going to have an edge on the table. That's when you can start calling a bit wider in certain spots when you're deep enough, because you feel like your post flop edge is going to be good enough to take flops with these particular hands and play correctly on later streets. Like that's my favourite form of poker. Deep poker is what I love. When it gets like 500 big blinds deep, even 1,000 big blinds deep in some scenarios, like that's just like it can't be solved. When it's that deep, like it's just never going to be solved again. And that's what I love about it. Like you can just apply pressure for lots and lots of big blinds. Like,
Mark had asked who won the mini.
Leon Campbell won the mini,
and they did a deal with the money, didn't they? They chopped it. Looks like they chopped it.
And Leon won the trophy and a bit more, I
They
think.
went on, and Leon Campbell took the trophy for about I think 30,000 up top, wasn't it?
Yeah, 31k.
Amazing. So well done to Leon Campbell taking the side event trophy.
Lee sits back down, looks down, he's got ace queen.
Raise to 160.
It's not the only thing he's eyeing now.
You are a handsome guy. You're definitely eyeing up this.
Eyeing up everything now.
Lee on the 20 straddle. Facing this raise from Andy, like this from Lee. Andy's been getting way out of line, so ace queen just becomes a clear free bet for us in this particular scenario. Like the sizing choice, just north of 3x with position. And Andy's been getting involved, tower. And them chips are falling around. I think the beer might be setting in a little. They have been drinking since 6 o'clock, these guys. We know Andy, Ryan, Vinny, all been getting on it.
Yeah,
as well as Jagger.
Bottles of gin and vodka and all sorts going on. Not much water has been drunk.
King Jack 8 rainbow board. And Andy flops best. However, Lee's going to have plenty of continues on this particular board here with Ace Queen. Don't need to go too large. No more than half. 3, 2, 5. That's what he opts for. So opts for third. And Andy with his top pair. Just going to call here with the King 7. King of Diamonds on the turn, and this is a card that Lee's just going to be checking very high frequency now. Well, Andy's actually chose to come in for a donk on this turn card after he turns trips. And I don't actually mind this from Andy in terms of thinking about opponent's range. Like, this is going to be a high frequency check for Lee, so from leading we actually take that away from him, and they pick a card as they've been doing. One card.
7 of spades. 9 though. I had a 9 with the other one.
Spanned 15th at the end in the mini. Yeah, 1.2, 1.3 million chip pot. Couldn't fade a river, unfortunately. All in pre, but it was a flip. But the river sent me packing. Just one of them things. Happens if I win that pot. It's a different story. But I was really happy with how I played throughout the day. Actually, I felt very in the zone and felt like I brought my A game. Unfortunately, no matter how good you think you play, sometimes you need to win them flips. You need to hold in certain situations. It's just tournament poker, as I'm sure you know.
To be fair, it would have been really upsetting for you to win the trophy and not have the comms come on.
Yeah.
The first time we get a chance to hold the trophy and the comms cam looks like that today.
Range 175.
Still owe me a sweat as well, you know. You still owe me a sweat. A sweat? Oh yeah, I do owe you a sweat. Well, I ain't got a sweat.
So Andy raises, Bobby raises to 175 with Ace Queen. Andy is coming in for the call with Ace Jack. Completely crushed at the minute is Andy, but Jackson Queen's folded. Is Vinny folded? He's not even folding the Queen 3.
Of course he's not.
He's not even folding the Queen 3.
We saw him peel a 4-bet with Queen 8 off. Queen 3 in a single raise pot's basically aces to Vinny. And this is trouble for Andy. This is big trouble for Andy. However, the one thing I will say about the situation, Bobby and Jake have probably been the 2 tightest players at this table. They've been pretty snug, pretty solid. So we're probably going to lose at least 2 streets here with the Ace Jack. But if it goes bet, there are, I think, against this particular opponent, we can get away from it on the river. But we'll see how things play out as it does go bet call on the flop.
There are 2 jacks in the deck, and that is one of them, the Jack of Spades.
Yeah, and Bobby's got a nice hand to check behind here now, Tower. After this Jack of Spades rolling off, it's terrible for us if we get check raised in this particular scenario. We've got a really nice hand to check back and call leads on brick rivers, and good to see Bobby do that with the Ace Queen.
Wow, the 4th spade though, it's the 4th spade.
Yeah, and this is just going to be check almost always, and can't see anything else happening here but check, and the pot going the way of Bobby. Getting lucky on the turn was Andy, and then Bobby getting lucky on the river.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Chicken check. Oh, my
goodness.
Oh, my God. Slap it on the table.
You get unlucky to get lucky.
You're waiting for the boil.
So Jagger 10.3, the big winner on the game so far. Ben on 80.6 and Bobby on 7.1. An hour to go of the live stream for the cash. Live stream finishing at 12.
I bet 300. Oh! No coach.
Great action we've seen. Great action we have seen. 5-5-10 is the game, and he's played huge.
Did improve from 1 pass.
Oh yeah, actually yeah, I guess so.
Pass. 75. Raise to 75.
Nice hand for Robbie to raise. Raises to 75 with a 9-10. Jagger 3 bets 250. Handing it out of the way. Lee. Whoa, Lee with the 10s.
Pass. Pass.
Fold? What? He's folded the 10s? No way! He's folded the 10s pre. Well, I never. That was either a misclick from Lee or he's just looked at one card and thought it was the same card twice. He just folded 10s pre. He has folded 10s pre.
Wow.
Well, let's see. 9 not playing hand for the next hour. He must have known. It was 3, 4, 5, 6. And somebody sat there with a 7. He knew. He knew all along.
Check. Check.
What a great fold he's thinking. I knew somebody'd have a 7.
How you doing, Eddie? Well done, mate, on the second place finish in the mini.
Yeah, well done, Eddie. Great effort. Great effort.
Vinny can't get called by either player ever in this spot. But Jagger thinking about it, simply because what we've seen from Vinny, like he's missed a lot of clear value bet spots. So when Vinny is firing on the river here, Tao, he's never going to like value bet here a 3. So basically repping a straight or a flush, and that might be going through Jagger's head that his ace high can be good because Vinny can have a whole host here. But there's better hands. Wow, I was about to say there's better hands to call with as Jagger.
Ace high.
But Jagger puts in a £700 call with just the ace high on the 4-liner, 3 to a flush.
He wanted to make Lee French feel a lot better seeing the 7. That's
Yeah.
what he was doing. Evening, Zacabello. Good evening, Mr. Florence. The Zacabello. Is that the Zang? That's the Dingadonga.
The Dingo Donga.
The Dingadonga, who was in London.
Yeah.
We met the Dingadonga in London.
We got an hour left, Zacabello. 1 hour
We
to
have
go.
indeed. We have indeed.
The game will continue running, but obviously won't be covering it Tower and I.
Any results from the side, says Zacabello. Well, Eddie Shez has just joined in the chat and he came second in the mini.
Yeah, the heads up was between him and Leon Campbell.
For a
Leon
long time.
taking the trophy. Eddie, did you chop it? I heard some talk about potentially chopping, so I'm not sure if it was right, but I know Leon took the trophy. But was there a build up? Just ask the question.
Yeah, that's nice too. Yeah. At least I was fully giving it away and not just semi-giving it away.
that would have been more ambitious.
Raise 225.
Oh, we've had that. No, you don't have that.
Pass.
So Andy with the King 6 raises it up.
You're paying more attention.
It's at 225 and Vinny continuing to get involved. Defends the 6-3 suited, flops a gut shot on the 8-7-4 2-diamond board.
Very nice. Check. Ace and a jack. That's pretty nice.
And 2 of clubs on the turn. So 5 working for both players, but the King high of Andy still the best hand in this scenario. And they're both going to chop this one, both river in the straight here. Second nuts only losing to 9-6, probably going to hear about 9-6 on this board as well, so both players going to be fairly confident that they've got the best hand in this scenario. And there is the raise from Andy to 1600, and Vinny snaps it off, and they're going to chop this one up. There we are. Cheers, Eddie. Chopped 26k each and played for 1.6 and the trophy. Great effort, mate. That's a really nice payday. You don't mind missing this cash game if you're going to take home 26 bag from the midi. Put it that way.
The Queen's
to repeat how people do you, that's how it goes. I've seen that many times in sales.
What are you saying?
Just chat shit and you reveal your hands. I think,
Alright.
Vinny's up with
Is
doing
it?
stuff like that, don't you worry.
Nah, just parties tonight. Parties tonight.
Straddle to 20, straddle to 40. I don't have a problem with it.
You lost all your profits.
Show
now.
them, just
You lost all your profits now. You're playing your mind. You want to struggle.
Yeah, I'm tilting now.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I'm padlocked off now. I'm tilting now, I'm in for 10.
So £40 straddle is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9
Yeah, he's only winning 5.
raises to 200. Opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6 deuce suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend on the straddle with the king 10. Four-way action. And action we have, because we've got a gut shot for Andy. We've got top pair for Joe and Bobby. And this one checks through. 5 of clubs on the turn. So Bobby still with the best of it with the king 10. Andy still sitting with his gut shot. Joe happy to fire now for 300, and Bobby here with the king 10. Not going to be going anywhere. Andy calls with the gut shot, and Vinny's just going to call with a 6 deuce as well.
Go on, Vinny.
River.
The Queen of Hearts is the river.
check.
Changes nothing.
Nothing at all.
Changes nothing.
So Bobby here, maybe thinking about playing for thin value here, Tower, but I much prefer this from him, checking this one over to Andy, who's just sitting here with Jack high. What on earth have I just seen? Andy just rips 5.4 into 2 bag, 2.6, 2.7x pot shove.
Bobby says, can I have a count, please?
Wow!
Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen. And like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving 1 pair for this amount, so we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus, but what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with 1 pair. He never opts for this size with a 1 pair hand. It's 2 pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with 2 pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random, like, maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and 2 pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy erase pre with 7s?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop, Tower. Once we go 4-way, we're not checking 7s with our reputation on that flop ever once we go 4-way. So that's out of the question. 3s are out of the question. 10x going to bet, like Queen 10. Queen 10 may be in there, but I think like heads up, yes, we can incorporate some checks with Queen 10, but in a multi-way situation when we go 4-way, we're just going to be continuing Queen 10 there. So even Queen 10's out of the question. Overpairs are going to continue as well, so Queens aren't going to be in there. So what's he got, Tower? Like, I think the only hand that makes sense is Queen 7 suited, and the way he's been playing, he probably would open Queen 7 suited. You've got Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 7 of clubs in there. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value hands that Andy's ever going to have in this situation, whereas bluffs he can have. Obviously the clubs, the backdoor clubs are definitely in there that would take this particular line, check flop, then call turn once getting that price, as well as obviously we can see some gut shots. But this is a mad but brave move from Andy, and I think we have to call. I know I can see the cards, but I always try to portray to you guys on stream like about ranges and what's making sense and try and take the whole cards out of question. But Bobby seems like a pretty solid player and a thinking player and very competent, and this just doesn't make any sense. And I'd probably flick it in, and if you got Queen 7 of clubs or Queen 7 of diamonds, nice hand. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value here, Tower, because there's no need. We're never going to go 2 point over this size. We're never going to choose with a 1-pair holding. So it's 2-pair plus we're repping. Only straight out there, 4-6 suited, which is probably going to raise turn after all the action. Build a pot as well, especially with Vinny in there on the turn. We're probably going to raise 6-4 suited. So it's just so thin, and like the hands that we're repping here. And if it gets called, I'd love to see a call from Bobby here. And the way Andy's been playing, we saw him with the 4-3 of diamonds hand, like the way he just spewed off in that 4-bet pot with the 4-3 of diamonds. It's a really gross spot for Bobby, but really in the blender here with this decision. I know I can see the whole cards, but I think we have to call. The way Andy's been playing, the hands that he represents here, and like I can only come up with 2 combos that he plays in this manner, and that's even clutching at straws because he still needs to open the Queen 7 suited, but we've seen him open a lot wider than that so far this cash game, so I guess that's in there.
But will he remember the 4-3 hand and then just work it out and then just eventually call?
I don't know, Tower, because Bobby's been very tight and solid. Like, he's probably going to fold because of the size, but when you... Oh, he's called! He's made the call, and he's going to get the good news. And he's going to show him the jack high. He doesn't even show him it. And Bobby with the King 10. What a hero. Someone go find that man a cape. Wow. Wow, what a pot. A 12.8k pot is that. 12.8k going the way of Bobby, and that's going to make him the big winner in this game. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if he made the call, and that's going to be it for Andy. The coat is on. He's going to be heading out. Could potentially get another player in. We've only got less than an hour left, but what a pot that was for you guys.
Andy just leaving the door.
I've got 2-6 and I've missed my gut shot.
Maybe I should have thought I thought you probably fold, do you?
Yeah, of course, you could. You're cool, I'm running away. To be fair, I do rate
that was a hand. That was a call.
I knew you didn't have the way you reacted.
Bobby.
Yeah, credit where it's due though, Andy. It takes a brave man to just rip in that amount of money, Tal. These guys, these chips at the table, guys. You know that they can cash them out for cash. The chips at the table, they're not just play chips. That's cash. It's just takes a lot of. It's just brave from Andy. It just takes some kahunas to actually make that move in the first place. Just to stick in 5-bag tower, just like that, just stick it in, no qualms. I'm just putting everyone under it, just assuming that everyone with 2-pair or better is going to lead that river. So thinks that the best hand that anyone can have is 1 pair and just absolutely goes for it. But as I always say, you need to be thinking about hands that you're representing in any given spot. But wow,
absolutely, just wow. That says it all. 45 minutes to go until the end of the stream. This game will go on for hours. The live stream finishes at 12. And Bobby He's a big winner at this moment in time.
Yeah, is he now? Bobby's only in for 4 bag. I think he's probably near 10k up now. Old Bobby. Well, we're going to have some highlight reels for this cash game, Tower, I'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
There's been some amazing hands. And we've still got about 45 minutes left, guys. Let's hope for more.
I know you'd like to see us working till 3 or 4 in the morning, but we do have a live stream again tomorrow. The main event will be on from 12:30.
Lee's been fairly solid, to answer your question. Someone asking how he's been playing.
Yeah.
He's winning small.
Call.
I definitely don't win.
45 minutes. You left the stream at the Quad Kings, and you just come back for that. Evening again, Jack. Glad to have you on board for the last 45 minutes or so of the live stream.
Why not?
No. No more folding now. Folded too many hands tonight.
Ah, Lee makes the big call as well.
You still feel that one, yeah?
Do you know what? If you said to me we're playing a 5-5-10 game and we're going to have a 5-figure pot, would not have believed you. Over 1,000 big blind pot. And here comes Jamie. He's been waiting a while for this seat, and rightly so, because the game's been so good, such an action game, and Jamie coming over, taking the seat.
Evening, Jamie.
First man on the list.
How much are we in for? We're in for 8,000. 8,000.
Sorry, Kurt. Have your name? Jimmy.
8,000.
7.5.
I don't mind.
No, just match that anyway.
Yeah. You just need to know how much you that's right. We're all happy you put in as much as you want.
Yeah. And in match C you get to reload as well.
That's fine.
So you left the stream with quads, you come back to a massive bluff. Don't get much better than that, does it?
It's just crazy, Tower. It is.
7.3.
But it just takes some kahunas to actually put that amount of money in.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, well. Okay.
Jamie taking a seat.
I think he's just sat down with 8.
8k?
I think so.
Okay. So Andy is gone. He ended up losing 10 bag. So 10k loss for Andy.
What's the date again, Huh? Dead.
This game's pretty dead as well. It's not very hard.
Yeah, this game's super dead.
Raise 225. Pass. Call. Pass.
I'm sure the clip of that hand will be online tomorrow. I'm pretty sure.
There's a whole bottle over there. I think Vinny stopped drinking.
So Lee raising to 225.
It's not even open. You got eliminated.
80 straddle was on. Jamie comes to the table, just sits down, 80 straddle. No qualms about it. Penny's in. Jamie defending the 8-6. Oh, there'll be more to come in this game.
Yeah, if you've had inside information, Andy, we don't know it.
You want to stay tuned for this one.
But we certainly want more action like that.
So Lee continuing for 275. And Jamie has caught a piece here in the form of bottom pair, but on this board, which is just going to be so favourable for Lee's. under the gun opening range because it was a straddle pot. He was first to act.
The stones on that, man, you're not wrong. That was incredible. It's like Jay says, you can think about it, but you've still got to flick it in.
Yeah, exactly.
Eventually, you've still got to flick in your whole stack.
It's still 5k, Tower. It's still £5,000 at the end of the day. That's a lot of money. If you're wrong, it's just 5k down the drain.
Yeah, I'm throwing my drinks away.
Harry says he only tunes in for the good streams.
Is it 5-5 with a mandatory 10?
Yeah, it's 5. They agreed the game was 5-5 with optional straddles, and then at the start of the game they agreed to make it 5-5-10 with optional straddles. So it's mandatory 10, and then obviously 20, 40, 80, 160. We had the 320 on as well earlier. Vinny got the 320 straddle on, so the game has been.
And then Jagger looked down at Kings.
Yeah, I know, what a life.
There's the button, moving down the table.
They're still drinking, God. And they ain't even been nursing them either, Tower. They have been going down quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So Joe raising ace jack, calling 2 spots, and Jamie a flopping best on the 10-7-7. A rainbow board here with the ace jack of Joe. Still expect him to continue this one fairly often. And there is the continue for 250. And Jamie not going anywhere here with the ace 10. Obviously both options open to him here. But the way this game's playing could potentially raise this one for value, but obviously call is the more standard approach that you're going to see. And calls for 250, and Vinny wants to overcall with the old 4s. In Vinny comes. 5 of clubs on the turn. So ace 10 for Jamie, still the best hand, and this is just going to check through now, Tower. Especially once Joe gets called in 2 spots here. It'd be a brave man to ever double barrel the ace jack here. And there's the check from Joe. And if this is a brick river, like it is the deuce, Jamie's now got an easy value bet spot for him. Especially once turn checks through, we can feel fairly confident that our ace 10 is going to be the best hand. Some of the time we may value own ourselves versus jacks through aces of Joe that may choose to check this turn as well because of the 7x out there. But as Jamie here, this is just a spot we want to be value betting.
Vinny just snap calls.
And we get called by Vinny, and Jamie with the ace 10 takes a pot. Nice start to the game for him.
Just over half an hour to go of the stream. 6 until 12 for the live stream. It has been awesome as always. And back again tomorrow for more live action, but this time it'll be the GUKPT main event, the £1,000 main event. 607 runners we had last year for the 750. It's increased slightly in price. It's now £1,000, so 900 plus the juice. Still think it'll be busy. The Mini's been good, the G400's been good. They've had some great cash action every night. The Omaha got 116 runners. Bobby started with 4k, so he's up nearly 10. Jagger was on 3 and he's on 9, so they're the 2 bigger winners. Jamie come to the table in C8 with 8, so he's upped it slightly, but he's come to the table with 8 to play. 10, 9, 6, 2 clubs.
Check.
Joe, Jamie,
Check.
gut shot for Lee. So all going along nicely. All catching a little piece.
Call. Pass. Pass. Check. Check.
That's right. Thank you.
Check. And check. It's 9. King 10.
10, right? Wow.
So he goes check, check. Jamie collecting a small pot. Just over 30 minutes to go until the live stream comes to an end. It has been great. It has been such a good watch.
Can we have this every leg? That's the question. Really, really fun game to watch. Tower and just see how everyone's going about it.
Yeah. It's been awesome. It's been really good fun. And I know when the lineup was put together and there were a lot of friends together, and but the big players.
Straddle to 20, straddle to 40, straddle to 80. From 10.
So yeah, friends or not, you still want to win at poker. And we will be doing the same in Manchester. There will be a bit of a consensus going out on what game to play in Manchester, but why would it not be 5-5-10 like it is now?
Yeah.
Because this has been juicy.
It's been so good, Tower. Exceeded expectations.
Yeah. Yeah, Jamie said 8,000 to start with, so yeah, that's exactly what he's got. Is that because he wants to more or less cover everybody at the table? A lot of people, some people like to do that. I've seen big cash players in Blackpool and places like that. They sit at the table and they instantly want to be the chip leader.
Yeah. Just so you get the max when you get your double. Well, you get the max all the time.
I don't like it really get time in important spots, but when it's just like
So Lee, first time we've really seen Lee get out of line tower, ace 5 here, opening on the 40 straddle to 225.
Jack 9 king flop. Moves everybody. Eight of spades as it's checked round. Jake takes the lead.
Yeah, hurry. They've been pretty tight, but this is what some cash game rigs do. That's how they make their money. They sit there quietly, they wait for their spots, and then they take them. And definitely going to see a profit with that approach in the long run. But I know you may be tuned in for like the entertainment factor, but like these are the regular grinders at this casino, and obviously getting to see their style and how they have made their money over the years playing at the cash games here. Yeah, Jake's been really tight, but I'm guessing he's just been the same, waiting for a spot. But they're having a good time, they're drinking, having a laugh, that's the main thing.
Absolutely. It has been a class watch. Just over 30 minutes to go, and then the consensus will go out for Manchester on what will be live streamed for the next one when we come back for the next
I can
GUKPT.
tell you, Jamie in seat 8, he's locked the seat for Manchester because he was meant to be. He was meant to be locked for this game, but unfortunately he arrived a bit late and his seat was given away.
Right.
So Jamie in seat 8 is going to be locked for Manchester. I know that. And yeah, Jagger's probably going to be in as well. So maybe a couple of familiar faces. Andy, the guy that we saw bust earlier on, or probably about half hour ago, he's probably going to be back for more as well. A half hour to go, guys, of the live stream. Thanks for joining us to kick off the festival for the live streaming. Main event starting tomorrow. We'll have 4 days of coverage for that, the 2 day ones and day 2 and day 3 when we eventually crown a champion. It's been one hell of a watch, and I can see this game going well into the night here. This has been real action, good poker to watch. It's been entertaining, which is the main thing. It hasn't just been bog standard raise, big blind defend, c-bet fold. It's been lots of antics going on from a few different opponents. So Vinny going to put on his floating shoes here with the 7-4 of clubs, and does actually pick up some equity on the turn after floating flop here with the 7-4. And Ben opting to double barrel here with the ace-jack, and he's actually firing for value here. He's getting called by worse. Probably not in his mind, but he's going to have the best of it if this gets the showdown. Assuming Vinny checks this and continues to play and flow, but Vinny now leading on the river for 600, half pot here. And Ben with ace-jack going to have a hard time calling here, because Vinny can just have a whole host here. Like, he can even have like 9-6 the way this is played, queen 9, jack 10 definitely going to be in there as long as, but we do have removal to that. And Ben has to fold here surely. If Ben heroes this one off, I'd be shocked, Tower, but he might be taking a different approach here, more aggressive line versus Vinny. Every time Ben's bet big versus Vinny, he's had it, so he might be thinking about using that to his advantage and opting to go for a big river raise here, because Vinny will be aware the last few times Ben has bet big, he's had it versus him. But there's the fold, and that is what you expect to see. And Vinny slams it down, he shows the 7-4, and then we'll see that he was in fact getting bluffed, but has to fold the ace-jack there, Tao. There's just no way we can ever call that spot. I know he thought about raising, but just can't fold it. Can't ever hero that one, the way this hand's played and the 9 of spades on the river.
Yeah, can you get a bottle of Sanctuary, please? No, I love the bottle of Sanctuary.
That's how we do it.
40, Ben.
Hang on, 5, 10, 20.
Back in the 40, yeah? Yeah, you've been in the bin all night. Alright, Ben, put the 40 in, lad.
It's not his 40. It would be my 40.
Put the 40 in. We're all putting the 40 in.
Straddle to 40.
You knew that as well, didn't you?
Half an hour to go until the end of this fantastic session. Back again tomorrow for the main event, the tournament. This is cash.
Yeah, no, 40. Wow, 80 is nice.
So,
Any more action
I was really hoping to get a club on the end there, to be fair. You and me.
in the next 30 minutes? You will see it on the stream.
I straddled 40.
Welcome back, Jay.
Yeah. Oh, Tal, what a game. What a game. You know what, you could have sold me the game that we're going to have tonight. I know Terry was meant to be in the lineup and he obviously couldn't make it, but it's just been probably the best cash game that we've ever got to cover, I'd say. It's been great action, everyone's been getting involved, we've seen some crazy lines taken, we've seen some huge bluffs, massive calls, just people getting out of line. It's what we want to see. When we can see the whole cards, that sort of entertainment factor, it's what it's all about. There's Vinny flopping top pair here, now checking this one over to Joe on the turn up that Joe elected to call flop. King of spades on the river, and this is just going to go check check here. I don't think Joe's ever going to have too many bluffs versus Vinny, the way Vinny's been playing.
Let you off light?
I did.
Very light.
I could have been all in.
I was never calling it all in.
That's the problem, I've been a bit too tight all night. I'm finding my groove now.
Yeah, you say that, Horry, give me curry, but the thing is, it's not just cash these guys play, it's also tournaments. So like, if they make a decent profit from cash on the year, then from MTTs as well, playing online. Obviously online's different because you're going to be playing a lot more volume. But it's what they do, it's the way they grind, solid approach, and it's going to make you money in the long run. Maybe not as much as a player that's going to be more aggressive in certain spots. So like what I've seen from Jagger, always pretty impressed from him whenever he's on the feature table. Happy to get involved, happy to run it. It's been a very good watch though, can't take that away. And Jagger raising to 60, Ryan folding the ace-5, and Jamie here on the button.
Call.
Jamie 3-betting the Queen 9 suited, like it, especially this deep versus Jagger with position. Vinny's in with the cold call, and Jagger calls closing the action with the 6s.
Flop time, 935, Rainbow.
Lovely flop here for Jamie after 3-betting this particular hand. And gonna see him continue here, Tower, just so often here with the Queen 9 of spades. There is some argument in a heads up coup to check this one, potentially in a 3-bet situation, but multi-way here, happy to try and thin the field down and get to the turn heads up. Vinny's actually going to call here with the King 10. I was about to say I'm surprised to see that, but I'm not, because it's Vinny and he is getting an attractive price. And Jagger here with the 6s in a really interesting spot, because this is a spot where we're not usually going to overcall the 6s Tower, but with Vinny involved and Jamie, who's obviously more than capable of making a move, might actually choose to overcall the 6s here in this spot. Like, in a normal scenario, just be folding here a lot of the time as Jagger, but he's actually opted for the third option and raised this one up. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Raised to 950 from Jagger. And Jamie now just got a pure call, Tower.
Yep.
Nothing else we can do here as Jamie but call this one with the Queen 9. Well, we'll just chuck a plaque in, why not? Get 50 change.
Absolutely.
And now Vinny should get out of the way. I say should, but Vinny has been a very tricky
Vinny,
customer.
Yeah. We know what Vinny can do. And we know he likes the overs. And he could still flick it in.
950.
Capped it out the 950. It's 675 to call.
Look at this.
Absolutely.
In comes Vinny. 3.7 in the middle. Pot is brewing. And the Queen 9 of Jamie out in front at the moment. Turn time.
Oh, we've only spiked it on the turn.
Oh, Vinny. How does he do it? And this should check through though, Tower. I'd be very surprised if Jagger continued running it with 6s. Might have raised for protection purposes on the flop. Jamie can just continue a lot of higher cards like Ace King, King Queen, Ace Queen, these type of hold-ins. And obviously Vinny, a wild card, can have any 2s. So may have been raising the 6s for protection purposes. But once we've been called in 2 spots, I think this is just shut down central for us, for Jagger. And there's the check. And if I'm Jamie, I'm probably going to be checking this Queen 9 of spades behind. I'm just searching for showdown, trying to get this one to showdown with this 370 bigs in the middle already. Well, probably going to fire small. I see him reaching for chips here, Tower, but if he's reaching for chips, I'm probably not going to opt for too large a sizing, no more than half. just so we can check back some rivers. So it's going to go call from Vinny, fold from Jagger.
There you go. Should be a snap fold from Jagger. And that's exactly what he's done. So we're already up to 7,000 in the pot.
Yeah, so unless it's a queen or a 9 on the river, it should just go check, check tower, because Jamie's chose this size basically to get a free showdown with position, gets to dictate the action on the river. And it's the deuce of diamonds.
Complete brick.
All in.
No!
Oh, we've only slung in the triangle.
Wow, Vinny just sticks it in with a king 10. He's actually got the best hand. This is the most insane value rip ever, Tower, and it might work as well because he can credibly rep hands that have missed here. Backdoor hearts, hands like 7-8, 6-7 of hearts, 6-8 of hearts all in there. If he's calling king 10 off on the flop, he's going to be calling hands like jack 10 of hearts, queen jack of hearts, queen 10 of hearts, these type of holdings. Ace 4 of hearts, well, ace 4 of hearts is a will, but like ace deuce of hearts in there, these type of holdings. But this is a really interesting spot here for Jamie, because you never expect Vinny to have a king. You've got to remember, it's gone bet, call, raise, call on the flop, so there shouldn't really ever be a king X out there for Vinny. I know we can see he actually has the king 10 here, but the only real king X that Vinny should have on that flop should be like king 9, maybe king 5 suited in there. So it's a really weird spot here for Jamie, the way this hand's played, and rips it for 3.3, getting 3-1 on the call here with our queen 9. But like, what's...
So you're more or less saying he should be calling this because there's no king X out there.
Well, there shouldn't be. Like from a theory perspective, Tower, there shouldn't be. Other than king 9 suited, which we got removal to, only 2 combos left with the 9 of spades. From a theory perspective, yes. But from a hand with Vinny in perspective, yeah, he can probably have more king X than anyone in this spot. That's the crazy thing about it. It might even float like it's king 7 suited, king 6 suited, king 8 suited with backdoor diamonds. But then the other thing we need to take into account is Vinny then going to shove these 1 pair holdings for value on the river. And
he's called. He's made the call.
Vinny's in front, Vinny's in front. He's £600 up. He's laughing. He's doing cartwheels. He's £600 in the green. Vinny finds the donk value shove with the king 10. Wow, we said stay tuned, guys. I wasn't expecting that, but what?
Wow.
Another hand we've seen there. Over 1,000 big blinds in the middle.
Vinny is out of it.
He's out of the hole. He's found that ladder. He's climbed out of it. And fair play to the man. He's got max there, because Jamie's going to snap check back that 9 on the river, and Vinny just not having it. Comes in for the lead jam. And it gets called by worse. What a hand again. What a stream this has been.
Wowzers. The kahunas. The kahunas. And imagine when we're live streaming the low limit game and the bad beat jackpot goes on the field.
Yeah, that would be something. What, Spittles versus Harry?
Oh my days, man. Oh. I'll tell you what, if your VPIP's about 90% in a cash game, you deserve to be where you are. And he is just in front. 20 minutes to go-ish until the end of the session. And yet, you guys would love it to go on till 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And I suppose this table will be as well. But...
I honestly think, Tower, we could come in tomorrow for the stream, and this game could still be going. You heard it here first. You heard it here first. I wouldn't put it out of the realms of possibility.
Excuse me, we need the table for the main event, please. Thank you.
If this is still on tomorrow, I think people would prefer us to stream this instead of the first 4 levels.
Look, I tell you what, if this is still running tomorrow morning when we get in, we'll run it. How can we end this stream? Absolutely. We don't need sleep. Yeah, the cash stream always finishes at midnight. And then back tomorrow for the main event. It has been good. Yes, it has been excellent.
So Jamie raising to 125. Vinny calls the Queen Deuce.
Can we just fold Queen Deuce? Can we just please, just once?
No.
Just somebody tell him. Just no. I know we're in front now.
All I'm going to say to her, as I mentioned
Deuce.
earlier, he peeled a 4-bet with Queen 8 off earlier. Like Queen Deuce in a single raise pot is basically aces to Vinny. He's not going anywhere.
Amazing, just amazing action.
So it looks like Jamie's topping up what looks like another 5k. Yeah, Stu, this is a very deep 5-5-10 game. Although I haven't seen it be 5-5-10 for a while. A 20 straddle's always on. Sometimes 40, sometimes 80. Yeah.
Do you normally start at 20?
Yeah, usually.
Oh, right, okay.
There hasn't been no 5-5-10. But what a pot that was for Vinny to win. Fair play to the man. Like some people would lose 10 grand and call it a day like Andy did, but Vinny pulled up and he's managed to clamber that way out the hole. Fair play.
It's been super. It really has been a good watch.
The last 15 minutes or so, so we're probably going to get 3 or 4 more hands in, maybe 5 if we're lucky. Well, Jake raises to 125, Vinny's not going anywhere with pocket sixes. Calls.
He's going nowhere.
Yeah, they'll keep until we've finished. They'll play until we don't want any more cards. They'll deal. During this week, I think so. Yeah.
Well, they usually finish like 4.
They usually finish like half-5 anymore. But this week, I think they got the staff rotated on.
5 Jack 7, 2 hearts. Checked around.
Yeah, so Jamie just sitting here with 1,800 big blinds now. Covers the whole table.
Yeah. I have pulled up more.
That's 300.
Jake, delay continue here after flop checks through. Does pick up this Broadway draw, and in terms of range, this king should be very good for us. Vinny, there are 3 overcasts to his 6s, like in a normal coup, this is going to be a standard fold, but Vinny, I can't see him folding the 6s tower. That's just my opinion on the spot from what from what I've seen from Vinny so far. Okay.
He made a mad prediction that he's folding. Yeah, there you go. Even I got that one wrong. Everybody got that one wrong in the entire world.
He's in the green now. He's in the green. He's locked up. He's locked up them chips.
Oh, we do get to see what, yeah. One winning card showing every night.
Oh, no.
By the either the player or dealer.
Yay!
On the roll.
Nice. Come on, Bobby, me and you. Get a nice attack. Ace King, right, give me 2 life cards, right, and we'll get it in together.
One time, yeah?
One time.
Make him sweat.
Struggle to 20. I make him sweat enough for the night.
Yeah.
Thing is, they always push me around up there for a bit, and then I was like...
Ace Jack for Jake.
Where's the 75?
Just a 20 to call. Where's the straddle? Where's the straddle in there?
Yeah.
Let's see another 20, 40, 80, 160. Come on, boys. That's just what we're missing at the minute.
10-3 earlier.
Good one.
Last time count is 275 from now.
You went after him though.
Yeah, I just didn't know. I wouldn't have known.
You finished him off after that.
It succeeded in the short term. In the long term, it was quite painful. Although it's probably the challenge now.
No, no,
Yeah, we're heading down. Preston picks it.
Yeah, that's a fucking tough call.
Oh, talking about Preston, are you going to see bowling for Soup, by the way?
I wanted to.
Oh, wow.
Hey, you coming to Blackpool for a beer? I want to see if that guy turns up with the same kit on as me.
I was going to be funny as well.
I saw that. I was
Remember
watching.
that?
I was watching the stream and PK put that picture up for the last event.
insane thing ever.
To be fair, the jam doesn't make a lot of sense.
That was brilliant. That was a good night out as well.
Jake's got a clear value spot, bet spot here versus Vinny. Oh, he's going to take it. Good to see. Good to see. It's just been very, very solid and snug, Jake.
He also, I think if he had a good hand there, he would also be
What's that, son? It's a brilliant call.
So we've got about 10 minutes left, guys. We'll do the last hand around midnight.
Being honest, I don't know if I can make that call there.
And then that will be it for us until tomorrow.
Absolutely.
I think
We'll have plenty of.
really quite
In fact, shall we stick camera on? Wave, Jay.
Starts to call off 5 bags, isn't it? On the second pass.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of information regarding Goliath. We're going to drip feed a lot of the side events and what we're going to be streaming over the next 4 days. And by the time we come to Sunday, we'll have the full schedule on the screen, letting you know exactly what's going to be happening.
Vinny 8-3 off, surely not. Yes, he's in.
Of course he's
even
in.
8-3 off tower.
Of course he's in.
Raises to 50. Bobby calls with the pocket fours. Jamie not defending. Doyle, the 10 deuce on the straddle, so heads up between Vinny and Bobby.
There's not enough in the middle, really.
Oh yeah, we'll build it up.
And Vinny actually catches second pair here, so Bobby going to get some chips. Have to check call this spot with the fours, only one overcard to our fours here, and obviously versus Vinny. Just got an easy check call as Bobby.
You won the online qualifier you would expect.
Nine of spades on the turn. This is a good card for both players here, Tower. Makes it less likely your opponent has a 9. Queen of clubs on the river. So the fours of Bobby get the check mark. I wouldn't mind seeing Bobby lead small here, potentially against this opponent. That is what I'd love to see. Just a small bet on this river, trying to get called by some ace highs, or in this scenario by a 3. And Bobby shows the fours and does get value from worse.
Cheers, Bowbag. Great coverage as always. Thank you very much indeed. And Preston picks is coming to Blackpool for bowling for Sue. Might be interviewing them. Well, get me involved. I want a picture with Jarrett. Got to have a picture with Jarrett, the main man. Or even Chris. Yes. I stand behind Chris and you can't see me.
Look, all these empty glasses on the table, Tower, from just...
I know. The valleys, where are they? It's been, look at the, what's the, is that what was that? Ciroc? That's it, vodka and water.
And lemonade, I think.
Oh, right, okay. All right, it looks like water from here. He's got his own black currant and everything there. What's that about?
The vodka looks like water as well from here. He's having water and water.
Having a pint of water.
H2O squared.
Yeah, PK's in the building. Say hello, PK. There you go. That was old Ben. Ben saying hello.
Ben got a shit answer, it's a misdeal.
Ben Guinness.
Yeah, you can do 160 now on the button. This is how you pay your button.
It's changed now. Yeah, it's changed now.
Why is it?
Everything's changed.
Ben Dean.
Alright, you can do 320. Yeah, no matter. We'll go up one.
Ah, well.
So we are close to the end of the night.
should we say 2 more hands?
Is that what it is? Maybe, yeah, 5-2, yeah, absolutely.
2 more hands will do, guys. I think that sounds about right. That should bring us up to midnight. Ben says you can't say his name, he didn't sign the GDPR.
Oh, you're not home. I can say what I want. Can't wait for cuddles this week, Ben. When we do see you.
Excuse me, look.
Last 2 or 3 hands of the live stream, and yes, it has been mad.
Yeah, it's been great.
excellent.
It's flown by as well. It doesn't even feel
Jagger comes back, Lee comes back. Everybody's sat now back in.
And he makes it 16 with the King Jack.
Big Willie Maths on his way to Manchester.
No way. It's not going to be raise and take first time
not
today.
A chance.
Not just as we're
way.
finishing up.
Jamie's got to see a flop.
There
yes.
it is. 4-3. In he comes.
Absolutely. Raising if they were suited. King 8-6. All spades. Top pair, Vinny.
Yeah, we do have the 3 of spades here, but can't really be continuing here as Jamie and does get out of the way. So Bobby is going to be our last boy on the button for the last hand of the day, guys.
This indeed, Bobby on the button, is the last hand. It has been amazing. Let's put the camera on. Let's wave. Wave to everybody. We'll see you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. The camera will be fixed. Jail have had a shave and a haircut and a wash.
And lost some weight.
Yeah, all that Polish food.
All the Polish dumplings.
What was your favourite thing?
Dumplings, they're unbelievable over there. Polish dumplings. Oh,
not a dessert.
No, that's like as a starter main. That's what I was having them. I was just having 2 starters as a main. 12 Polish. Well, yeah, just basically. Yeah, oh, so nice.
What should you have them with?
Well, there's all different types. You can have them with potato and cheese in. You can have them with meat in. You can have the sweet versions with like strawberries or cherries in. They're honestly, if you ever go to Poland, Polish dumplings, the way forward.
Has Alice got a sister? I think we should make a trip to somewhere. Even we've got to go over for pizza to Florence this year.
Yeah, we do. We've got to go Wrightington.
We've got to go to Wrightington and the Red Lion. We've got to go golfing in Edinburgh because we're going to. We're going to is it Aberdour? Aberdour, as he said. Can't wait to play there. Aberdour.
So last hand, Bobby.
Last hand, ladies and gentlemen.
3 betting.
It has been a lot of fun. Thanks ever so much.
Yeah, it's been great. Been really great.
But we'll concentrate on the last hand, and we'll quickly say our farewells, even though you can't see us because the camera's not there. But it will be tomorrow.
Do you know what, Scott? It's funny you said that because Alice was actually having that every now and again for a meal for a starter, but it comes with them like little mini dumplings in, doesn't it? The beetroot soup.
Cold beetroot soup.
It weren't too bad. I had a little taste.
Cold beetroot soup. Said, I'll have some of that. Said nobody ever.
So last time, Bobby continuing, getting called by Vinny, and now just going to check this one behind with his 3s, trying to get to showdown. King of Hearts on the end. This is just going to go check tower. Can't see anything else occurring here other than check. I just don't think players are inclined to ever bluff Vinny the way he's been calling. So like, I think like there are some good bluff spots. Oh well, Bobby is actually going to take this one.
There's a snap call coming in here. Absolute snap. He's putting it in. I am not folding 1 pair on this board.
I just
not ever.
don't think we ever want to have any bluffs against
If he folds, I'm ending the stream.
Yes, man, pierogi, spot on, pierogi.
To be fair, I do like beetroot, so maybe I would try it, but it just doesn't sound.
That's the call. You're spot on, tower.
Absolutely.
That's the thing. Like, yeah, like this hand should usually fold, but against Vinny, I don't think you can ever have bluffs against him. It just has to be value.
Yeah.
And that's it for us, guys.
And that is it.
We are waving and smiling.
We are waving and smiling, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you tomorrow from 12:30 for the main event. It has been an amazing 5-5-10 action. This will carry on forever, and if it's still here tomorrow morning when we come in, we'll carry on streaming it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Absolutely, it's been amazing. Thanks ever so much for watching.
Yeah, big thank you,
we're
guys.
We're all off to go and try some cold beetroot soup. Apart from that, we will see you tomorrow from 12:30 on the live stream. 12 o'clock in the building if you're playing. It's £1,000 main event. There were 607 runners for the last one, but we have so enjoyed that live stream and the 5-5-10. We'll be having more of the same in Manchester. I'm guessing right now that it might be exactly the same. 5-5-10.
Optional straddles.
Optional straddles. It is included in the Bad Beat jackpot as well, which is now what we're going to be rooting for it to come on the. Imagine that. Imagine the scenes in the comms box. The mind on the table.
Scenes on toast.
Absolutely. Get the syrup for everybody.
Yeah.
Thanks ever so much.
Thanks, guys.
Absolutely brilliant, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you tomorrow for the main event. Plenty of news coming up for Goliath over the weekend. From Jay and myself and all the team, 12:30 tomorrow. See you then.
Thanks, guys.